The Legend of the Condor Heroes Chapter 6. Decoy Deployment on the Cliff. Original translation by Strunf. Remaining in the Gur, the six quietly conferred with each other. This man taught a superior Nigong to our Jinger, Han Xiaoying said. He can't possibly want to hurt him, then why doesn't he want us to know about it? Quan Jinfa asked. And why he doesn't tell to our Jinger that it's Nigong that he's teaching him? I fear that he's someone that we know, Zhu Tsong said. Someone we know? Han Xiaoying wondered. If it's not a friend, it can only be an enemy. Amongst our friends, Quan Jinfa confirmed, no one has kung fu this exceptional. But if it is an enemy, Han Xiaoying pursued, what reason would he have to teach our Jinger? Maybe there is a devilish plan behind it. Ku Zhenyi said with a cold voice. The others froze thinking about his words. Tonight, Zhu Tsong said, sixth brother and I will follow Jinger discreetly to see who the expert is. The five approved. That night, Zhu Tsong and Quan Jinfa hid themselves not far from Guojing and his mother's jar. After a half-hour wait, they heard the young man say in a high voice, I'm going, Mom. He left the Gur, discreetly followed by his two masters, who were surprised at the speed of his leaving. Fortunately, there weren't many obstacles on the arid plain and they could see him from afar. Arriving at the bottom of the cliff, he climbed it without slowing down. By this time, Guojing had made huge progress in his lightness technique. Since he climbed the cliff every evening, he didn't need the help of the Taoist anymore and went to the top very quickly. Zhu Tsong and Quan Jinfa were more and more astonished and stood for a long time in silence until the other freaks arrived. Afraid of falling into the hands of enemies, they brought their weapons and their hidden projectiles. Zhu Tsong explained that Guojing was already up the cliff. Han Xiaoying raised her head and saw the summit of the cliff lost in the clouds and shivered. We'll have a difficult time getting up there, she said. Let's hide in the bushes, Ku Zhenyi said, we'll wait for them to come down again. The other five agreed. Han Xiaoying thought about the night 10 years ago when they fought the twin killers of the dark winds. She and her 6 brothers hid, waiting for enemies. It was as cold a night as this one and the wind cut to the bone. The lonely moon, the desolate hill, the swirling of sand, and the silence of the night only broken by some distant sounds. The only difference was that now she wouldn't see Zhang Ashing in his always smiling face. She felt sadness in her heart. The hours passed and they didn't notice any movement on the cliff. Day broke and there was still no trace of Guojing or of his mysterious teacher. They tried looking up but couldn't see anything. Sixth brother, Zhu Tsong said, let's see what's up there. Will we be able to climb it? Han Baoju asked. I'm not sure, we'll only know after we try, Zhu Tsong said. After running back to the Gur, he returned bringing back 2 long ropes, 2 axes and several big nails. Quan Jinfa and Zhu Tsong attached themselves to each other with the rope and began the climb. They dug some holes and planted the nails in them in order to provide sure hand and footholds. Sweating, they finally arrived on the summit. Hardly had they put their feet on the top of the cliff when they exclaimed loudly and became pale with fear. Next to a big rock, they saw 9 white skulls perfectly stacked, 5 at the base, 3 in the middle and 1 on the top. It was identical to the arrangement once made by the twin killers of the dark winds. Examining the skulls, they saw that each also had the 5 holes in the forehead. The edges of the holes were very clean and without any breaks, as if cut with a blade. Obviously, the power of the fingers of the killer had increased considerably when compared to the ones they had seen 10 years ago. With their hearts thumping like drums, they cautiously examined the surroundings, but saw nothing else unusual. Then they climbed down to tell the others what they had seen. Seeing the look on their faces, Han Baoju was worried. It's Mei Chao Feng, Zhu Tsong said. The other 4 froze. And our Jinger? Han Xiaoying asked. They must have come down the other side, Quan Jinfa answered. Then he told them what they had seen. Who would have guessed, Ku Zhenyi sighed, that for 18 years, all of our efforts only served to feed a snake amongst us. Jing'er is an honest, straightforward boy and good as gold. Han Xiaoying disagreed. He would never betray us. Honest and straightforward? Ku Zhenyi sneered. How could he learn those martial arts from that witch for 2 years and not tell us anything? Han Xiaoying stayed uneasily silent, not knowing what to say. Unless, Han Baoju said, a blind Mei Chaofeng wants to use Jing'er to harm us. That's probably what she's planning, Zhu Tsong confirmed. Even if Jing'er has bad intentions, Han Xiaoying protested, he would never agree to betray us like that. Maybe, Quan Jinfa suggested, the witch hasn't decided when the moment to inform him has come. Okay, let's admit, Han Baoju said, that Jing'er's lightness technique is good and he has a good basis in Nigong, but what of martial arts? He still is far behind us. Why didn't the witch teach him any techniques? The witch only uses him, Ku Zhenyi explained, she doesn't want to make him good. Didn't her husband die by Jing'er's hand? That's it. That's it. Zhu Tsong exclaimed. She wants us all to die by Jing'er's hand, and then she will kill him. That way full vengeance will be gained. They all shivered, struck by the logic of this reasoning. Ku Zhenyi struck the ground with his staff and quietly said, let's go back and act as if we don't know anything. When Jing'er arrives, we will eliminate him. Afterward, when the witch arrives to train him, we will take care of her. Even though she may have become stronger than before, she can't see anything. With the 6 of us together, we should be able to get rid of her once and for all. Eliminate Jing'er? Han Xiaoying exclaimed, frightened. And what of the challenge we made with Qiu Chuji? Which is more important, Ku Zhenyi replied coldly, to keep our lives safe or to go to that challenge? All remained silent. No, Nan Shiren suddenly said. We can't do it. What can't we do? Asked Han Baoju. We can't eliminate him. Nan Shiren said, shaking his head. I agree with the opinion of 4th brother, Han Xiaoying said. It's necessary to interrogate him in depth in order not to make an irreparable mistake. The problem is too serious, Quan Jinfa said. If we hesitate and show the slightest weakness and he benefits from that to secretly betray us, what will happen to us? If we don't make the right decision, Zhu Tsong said, the consequences may be terrifying. Do not forget that our adversary is Mei Chaofeng. What do you think, 3rd brother? Ku Zhenyi asked. Han Baoju wasn't sure which way to decide, but he saw tears in the eyes of Han Xiaoying. She seemed so sad. He'll take 4th brother's side, then he said, I won't ever be able to kill Jing'er. Thus, 3 freaks were of the opinion to use violence on Guojing, the other 3 wanted a more measured approach. If 5th brother was still among us, Zhu Tsong sighed, it would be possible for him to break this deadlock. Hearing him mention Zhang Oxing, Han Xiaoying was heartbroken again. Holding back her tears, she quietly said, how could we not want to avenge our 5th brother? Let's obey our elder brother's wish. In that case, Ku Zhenyi said. Let's go back to the camp. Back in their ger, they stayed silent, the air of death surrounding them. That night, when Guojing arrived at the summit of the cliff, the Taoist was already there. Seeing the young man, he spoke to him in a low voice and showed him something next to the big rock where they usually trained. Look! Guojing approached and saw in the moonlight the pile of 9 skulls. He jumped back. The twin killers of the dark winds. He said with a trembling voice. They've come again. You know of the twin killers of the dark winds? The Taoist asked. The young man told him of the terrifying fights that night, in the course of which his 5th Shifu lost his life. He also told of how he frantically struck out with his knife and killed Qin Xianfeng. The visions of that night were so vivid in his mind that he could not stop himself from shivering. When he stabbed Copper Corpse, he was very young, but the terrifying images had been engraved deeply in his memory. Copper Corpse caused so much suffering, sighed the Taoist, yet he died by your hand. My Shifus often speak of the twin killers of the dark winds. My third Shifu and seventh Shifu say that Iron Corpse should be dead, but eldest Shifu always says, not for sure. Not for sure. For these 9 skulls to be here, Iron Corpse can't be dead, he shivered. Did you see Mei Chaofeng? He asked. I arrived here not long ago, the Taoist answered, and I immediately noticed this pile of skulls. Has Iron Corpse come here to take revenge on your Shifus and you? The eldest Shifu made her blind, Guojing said, we are not afraid of her. The Taoist took a skull in his hand and carefully examined it. This person has a kung fu of terrifying power, he said while nodding his head. I fear that your 6 Shifus are not strong enough to face her. Even if I lend them some assistance, we still may not defeat her. He was so sure of what he was saying, that Guojing was stunned. 10 years ago, he said, she was not blind and yet she did not succeed in defeating my 7 Shifus. Today, we are 8. Will you help us in this danger or not? I've thought about it for a little while, the Taoist answered after a moment of silence, but I don't understand how her fingers can be this powerful, as says the proverb, those that wish you well don't come to find you, those that come to find you don't wish you well. Since she dares to come to take revenge, she is very sure of her chances. What reason did she have for arranging the skulls here? Won't we be extra cautious after seeing them? I imagine that it must be a part of the ritual of practicing the 9 white bone claw, because it is so difficult to climb. She must think that no one comes to the summit of this cliff. By sheer luck, we stumbled on it. Fearing that Mei Chaofeng might already be going to fight his masters, Guojing said, I am going to warn my Shifus. Well thought, the Taoist approved. Tell them that you pass on a message from a good friend, they are to keep themselves aside for a while and take time to find the best solution. There's no reason to face her needlessly. Guojing agreed, but at the very moment he was going to let himself slip down from the cliff, the Taoist grabbed him and jumped behind a large rock where they hid themselves. Guojing was going to ask him what was going on when the Taoist put his hand over his mouth. He shrank against the rock, not daring to make a sound, only risking a quick look. A short time later, a shadow moved up the other side of the cliff. In the moonlight, long hair floated in the wind, it was Mei Chaofeng. The other side of the hill was even steeper than the cliff, because she was blind, she probably wouldn't have noticed the difference. That was a stroke of luck, because the 6 freaks were hidden on this side. If she had come up here, she would not have failed to meet them, and they would be fighting already. Mei Chaofeng turned around suddenly, a frightened Guojing lowered his head quickly. Then he remembered that she was blind, and he stood up slowly. He saw that she was sitting with her legs crossed on the big rock where he trained every day. Then she began breathing exercises. He now understood that this way of breathing and mastering the breath constituted the practice of the Nigong. He felt a sudden appreciation for the Taoist's teaching. A little later, he heard crackling coming from the body of Mei Chaofeng, at first occasional, then faster and faster, just like when one grills peanuts in a wok and they explode. The noise came from the inside of her body that remained immobile. Guojing didn't know that it was a strange and superior form of the Nigong, but he was still very impressed. The crackling lasted for a long time. Then the rhythm slowed until it stopped completely. Guojing saw her rise slowly, her left hand took something from her waist that she swung like a long silver snake. Startled at first, he then saw that it was a very long whip. The golden dragon whip of his Shifu Han Baoju didn't exceed 6 feet, but this one had to be more than 20 feet long. She turned around slowly and the light of the moon illuminated a face that still was very pretty. With her long hair and her eyes closed, she seemed sinister and frightening. In the silence, one could hear her sigh and whisper, "My bastard husband, could it be that in the hell, you also think of me every day?" Holding her whip by its middle section, she quietly laughed and began to train. This whip seemed to dance in a curious way, the movements were slow and didn't make any noise. She made a stroke to the east, followed by an astounding one to the west, every strike more unbelievable than the last. Suddenly her hand slipped and caught the end of the whip so that all of its length reached a big rock. It wrapped around and raised it, as if it was a hand. Guo Jing was stunned by this. The whip, after flinging the rock far away, moved back towards his head. In the moonlight, he could see distinctly that the end of the whip held about 10 very sharp hooks. Guo Jing was already holding his knife. Seeing the whip coming his way, he was going to avoid the stroke, without even thinking about it. Then he felt his arm go numb and a hand pushed him to the ground. Like silvery lightning, the end of the whip passed above his head. Covered with a cold sweat, he thought, if my Taoist friend had not stopped me in time and my knife touched it, the whip would certainly have smashed my skull. Fortunately, the Taoist did it efficiently and quietly, and Mei Chaofeng didn't notice anything. She trained for a while, and then replaced the whip at her waist. From her bag she took a piece of cloth or leather that she unfolded and spread on the ground. She touched its surface, thought, then stood up to sketch some movements. She knelt again to feel the thing and to think again. Finally, she put it back in the bag and went away to the other side of the hill. Guo Jing sighed and stood up. "Well, follow her," the Taoist said in a low voice. "Let's see what mischievous plan she's preparing for us." He caught the young man by the belt and the two slowly slipped down from the hill. When they reached bottom, they saw Mei Chaofeng already far away to the north. The Taoist put his arm around Guo Jing, who immediately felt a lot lighter, and the two of them went at a great speed across the steppe, following Iron Corpse. As dawn began, they saw a camp of several score large jares far away. Mei Chaofeng's shadow soon disappeared among them. They accelerated their pace, avoiding the sentries and patrols, until they arrived at a big yellow GR. Guo Jing dropped to the ground and raised the flap of the gur slightly to take a look inside. He saw a man draw his large knife and strike a huge man, who collapsed to the floor. As he fell, his face was in the field of vision of the Taoist and Guo Jing. Guo Jing recognized him. He was Temujin's personal bodyguard. He was stunned. How could it be that he came to be killed here? He wondered, raising the flap of the gur a little more. At this moment, the murderer turned around and Guo Jing recognized Singum, the son of Ong Khan. Singum wiped the blade on his shoe's sole and said, "Now you don't have any more doubts, do you?" "My brother Temujin is intelligent and courageous," answered a man. "This plan will not be easy to achieve." Guo Jing recognized him. It was Jamuka, Temujin's sworn brother. "Since you like your sworn brother so much," Singum sneered, "you could go and warn him." "You," Jamuka said, "are also my sworn brother. Your father has treated me with kindness, I won't betray you. Besides, Temujin has ambitions of absorbing my soldiers into his army, this I know very well. It is only because of our oath of brotherhood that I haven't broken our relationship yet." Could they be plotting against Temujin? Guo Jing wondered. How is it possible? "The one that takes the initiative always has the advantage," another man said. "If you wait for him to attack you, you are lost. After the victory, all of Temujin's goods, his herds, his wives, and his treasures, will come to Singum. His men, on the other hand, will be incorporated into Jamuka's army. Accomplish that, and you will receive the title of Conqueror General of the North from the Jin Empire." Guo Jing could only see his back, so he crawled in a little further in order to see him better. He was clothed in a sumptuous yellow brocade tunic covered with sable. He knew the man, but he took a little time to remember his identity. "Ah yes, he's the sixth prince of the Jin Empire." Jamuka seemed convinced by his words. "If my adoptive father, Ong Khan, gives me the order," he said, "I will obey." "Since you put it like that," a very happy Singum said, "if my father doesn't give the order, he will offend the Jin Empire. In a little while, I will ask him, he won't be able to refuse the sixth prince." Soon, Wanyan Honglai continued, "The soldiers of the empire are going to descend on the south to conquer the Song. At that time, each of you, at the head of 20,000 men, will be able to participate in the invasion. After the victory, others' rewards will await you. I've always heard, Sengum exclaimed joyfully, that the south was a marvelous world, paved with gold, and where all women look like flowers. If the sixth prince takes us along, it would be perfect. Nothing could be easier, Wanyan Honglai said, smiling. I only fear that there might be too many beautiful women in the south and you won't see all of them. They exploded in laughter. Now, pursued the prince, tell me how you intend to take care of Temujin. In fact, I already asked him to help us to destroy the song, but he refused. He's a clever man, we can't give him any reasons to doubt us. That is why we need to double our precautions. At that moment, Guojing felt the Taoist pull him by the sleeve. He turned around, and saw Mei Chaofeng a little way off. She had caught someone and seemed to question him. Whatever this witch's intentions, he thought, my shifis aren't threatened for now. First I am going to find out more about the plot against the Khan and then decide what to do. Then he turned again to the Jiar. He promised his daughter to my son, Sengum said, while looking at the body on the floor, and I sent an emissary to agree to the date of the marriage. I'll ask him to come here to confer with my father. He will surely come without much of an escort. I will place some men in ambush along the way, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he won't escape alive. He exploded in laughter. Jamuka said, as soon as Temujin is eliminated, our armies will invade his camp. Guojing was filled with anger and concern. How could the man's heart be so cruel, even to the point of plotting against his sworn brother? He was about to listen again, but the Taoist pulled him out by his waist. He moved back and was lightly touched by Mei Chaofeng, who was leaving very quickly, holding someone by the neck. The Taoist took Guojing by the hand and the two moved away from the Jers. She's trying to find out where your shifis are. The Taoist said in a low voice. We must go there immediately, otherwise it will be too late. The two used their lightless technique and ran briskly. When they arrived at the Gur of the 6 freaks, it was already close to noon. The Taoist said, I didn't want to be seen, that is why I ordered you not say anything about me to your shifis. But now there is an emergency, and I cannot worry about such details any longer. Go to them and say that Mayu, of the Chuanjin, absolute perfection, sect, asks to see the 6 valiant heroes of Jiangnan. For 2 years, Guojing had seen him every evening, but it was only at this moment that he learned his name. Without knowing who precisely this character Mayu, of the Chuanjin sect was, he obeyed and ran in the Gur shouting, eldest Shifu. As soon as he entered, his wrists were clutched brutally, and he felt a sharp pain in his knees that made him fall to the floor. He saw that it was his eldest Shifu, Kuzhani, who had knocked him down with his heavy iron staff. Completely terrified, he didn't even try to struggle or defend himself. He closed his eyes and waited for death. He heard the clank of 2 weapons clashing, and then felt someone throw themselves over him. He opened his eyes and saw his 7th Shifu, Han Xiaoying, protecting him with her body, while shouting, older brother, 1 moment please. Her sword, with which she had blocked the stroke, had flown away. Kuzhani sighed, and thrust his staff down heavily on the floor. 7th sister has always had too tender a heart. Guojing then realized that Zhu Tsong and Quan Jinfa had seized his wrists. He didn't understand anything anymore. Where is the person who teaches you Nigong? Kuzhani asked with severity. Him he Guojing stammered. He is there outside. He asks to see you. Surprised at Mei Chaofeng's coming to find them in daylight, the 6 freaks hurried outside, weapons in hand. But all they saw was a white-haired Taoist, hands joined in salute. There was no Mei Chaofeng. Where is the witch Mei Chaofeng? Zhu Tsong shouted, without releasing Guojing's wrist. I first saw her last night, the Taoist answered, I fear that she may come soon. The 6 looked at Ma Yu with puzzlement. He advanced briskly and greeted them. For a long time I've admired the 6 valiant heroes of Jiangnan. Today, I finally meet them, it is a huge honor for me. Zhu Tsong, still holding Guojing, nodded his head in answer to the salute and said, we don't dare to ask for the respected name of the Taoist master. Guo Jing remembered that he had not announced the visitor and hastened to say, "He's Ma Yu, of the Chuanjian sect." The 6 freaks were hugely surprised. They knew that Ma Yu, who had the nickname Scarlet Sun, was the first disciple of the founder of the Chuanjian sect, Wang Chongyang. After the death of the founder, Ma Yu became the elder master of the sect. Qiu Chuji, Eternal Spring, was his younger martial brother. Since he usually lived a reclusive life in the temple, dedicating himself to meditation, he hardly ever set foot in the rivers and the lakes region, Jianghu. For this reason, his reputation in the world of the martial arts didn't equal Qiu Chuji's. As for the power of his kung fu, no one had ever seen him in action and could not judge how strong he was. "We meet the elder master of the Chuanjian sect," Kuzhini said. "We are much honored. What brings the Taoist master up into the steppe of the north? Does it relate to the competition in Jiaxing and our challenge with your martial brother? My impetuous younger brother, when he should be dedicating himself to the practice of the way, likes to duel with others. He often tries to win and impose his viewpoint, that is quite contrary to our principles. I've reprimanded him time and time again about this. I don't have any intentions of interfering in his bet with you, the 6 valiant heroes, since it doesn't have anything to do with me. 2 years ago, I met this child by chance. Finding him to have a pure and good heart, I took the liberty of teaching him some ritual formulae to fortify his body and to feed his character. This also has the virtue of encouraging longevity. It is true that I took this initiative without having asked for approval from the 6 valiant heroes beforehand. I hope they won't be angry because of it. I didn't teach him any martial techniques and we don't have a master-disciple relationship. We could say that I merely made myself a young friend and that we never broke any rules of the martial world." After saying this, he smiled warmly. The 6 were very surprised, and could only accept his explanation. Zhu Cong and Quan Jinfa then released Guo Jing's wrists. "So my pupil, a happy Han Xiaoying said, it was the senior Taoist who gave you some lessons? Why didn't you tell us about him earlier? We judged you wrongly." She tenderly patted him on the shoulder. Guo Jing stammered, "It was him who told me not to say anything." "How can you say, he, him?" Han Xiaoying reprimanded. "Jinger, that is very disrespectful, you need to say senior Taoist." She scolded him, but her happy face showed her true feelings. "Yes," Guo Jing agreed submissively. The senior Taoist. For 2 years he always treated Ma Yu on equal terms, without having ever thought to speak to him in the third person as a sign of respect. Ma Yu had never taken offense. "I travel like a cloud," Ma Yu said, "without a schedule or final destination, and I don't like to impose on others. That is why, even though I was a neighbor, I didn't come to greet you. I ask you again to forgive me." He saluted them again. In fact, after discovering the circumstances behind the journey of the 6 freaks to Mongolia, he felt great admiration for them. He interrogated Yin Jiping, who confirmed that Guo Jing didn't have any Nigong. As a senior of the Chuanjian sect he knew perfectly the principles of Taoism. He didn't want Qiu Chuji to impose this challenge on the 6 freaks. He tried to convince his martial brother repeatedly, but Qiu would not hear of it. As last resort he came to the steppe to try to help Guo Jing without telling anyone. Otherwise, how could he have met the child, by accident, in the immensity of the northern plain? What other reason would he have for dedicating 2 years of his life to give Guo Jing this precious instruction? If Mei Chaofeng had not re-emerged unexpectedly, he would have discreetly left for the south once assured that Guo Jing's Nigong foundations were well established. The result would have been that neither the 6 freaks nor Qiu Chuji would have suspected anything. For displaying so much nobility and humility, which contrasted with the bravery and contrived arrogance of his martial brother, the 6 bowed and saluted him. They were going to ask him about Mei Chaofeng when they heard the sound of horses galloping. They saw several riders heading towards Temujin's large GR. Guo Jing realized that it was Sengum's emissaries who had come to entice him into a trap. He began to panic. "Senior Shifu," he said to Kuzhini, "it is necessary that I leave for a short time." Kuzhini had almost seriously injured him a while ago and regretted it. He felt even more protective of this disciple and feared he'd meet Mei Chaofeng if he left. Therefore he said, "No, you remain close to us." Guo Jing was going to explain to him why he had to leave, but Ku Zhenyi had begun to discuss the titanic fight against the twin killers of the dark winds with Ma Yu. In spite of his anguish, the young man didn't dare interrupt his senior Shifu, who got angry for the smallest of reasons. He hoped to be able to benefit from a pause in the conversation to explain the urgency of the situation. Suddenly, a horse arrived at a gallop. The rider was Hua Zheng wearing a short jacket of black fox fur. She stopped 10 feet away, making signals. Fearing punishment from his shifus, Guo Jing didn't dare move away, but signaled her to approach. The girl had red swollen eyes, as if she had cried a lot. "Dad," she said while sobbing, "wants me to go marry that Dutch quickly." Guo Jing said, "Go warn the Khan that Singum and Jamuka have prepared a trap and want to kill him. Is it true?" Hua Zheng asked, stunned. "Absolutely true," answered Guo Jing, "I heard it with my own ears." "Go warn your father quickly." "Okay." Hua Zheng agreed. With a face filled with joy, she got back on her horse and left at great speed. "Someone wants to murder the Khan and you seem happy?" Guo Jing wondered. Then he understood, she would not have to marry Dutch. He cared for the girl like a sister and had always protected her. He had wondered if she was going to be able to avoid this disgraceful marriage. Now he was delighted for her and he smiled. "I don't mean to glorify the enemy nor to belittle us," Ma Yu said, "but Mei Chaofeng knows the essence of the senior of Peach Blossom Island's teachings. Her 9-in white bone claw is practically invincible, and the strokes of her silver whip of 2 zhangs nearly unstoppable. If we unite our strength, we may not lose, but we certainly won't defeat her without suffering some harm. That woman is dangerously effective," Han Xiaoying said, "but we, the 6 freaks of Jiangnan, avow her an implacable hate. Someone told me," Ma Yu said, "that your 5th brother, Zhang the Valiant Knight, as well as Divine Dragon soaring through the sky, the Valiant Ku, had both been killed by Qin Xianfeng. But since you killed Copper Corpse, one could consider that the debt has been paid. As the ancients say, it is better to unknot a hate than to tie it. Mei Chaofeng is a lone woman, affected by a serious handicap, and deserves some pity." The 6 stayed silent for some time. "She's mastered this perverse and dangerous technique," Han Baoju said, "that will cause the deaths of innumerable innocents. Senior Taoist, even though you are moved by compassion, you can't let her go with impunity this time," Zhu Tsong said. "She came looking for us and not the opposite, and even if we avoid it this time," Quan Jinfa said, "if she wants to take vengeance on us, we will never be safe." "I've thought of a small stratagem," Ma Yu said, "but it is necessary that the 6 valiant heroes be magnanimous and have mercy on this poor wretch. Let her have the possibility of redemption." Zhu Tsong didn't want to speak, letting Ku Zhenyi make the decision. "We, the 7 freaks of Jiangnan," Ku said, "have a coarse and direct temperament. We only know how to fight the barbaric ones. If the senior Taoist wants to show us a path, we would be very thankful. You only have to speak." From listening to Ma Yu, he understood that, during these past 10 years, Mei Chaofeng had made considerable progress. It appeared that the Taoist was trying to save the life of Iron Corpse, but in reality he was trying to save the face of the 6 freaks. His real intention was to show them a way to escape the terrifying claws of Mei. The other freaks thought that their senior brother had become merciful and were astonished. "By showing mercy, senior brother Ku," Ma Yu said, "you will receive the blessings of the heavens. There is something else that is very important. According to my inquiries, during these past 10 years, Mei Chaofeng received more of the teachings of Huang Yaoshi, the alchemist. But they say," Zhu Tsong wondered, "that the twin killers of the Dark Winds were renegade disciples of the Peach Blossom Island Senior. How would Huang Yaoshi justify teaching her again?" "This is what I also believed," Ma Yu said. "But according to the description of the fight you had, her kung fu was much lower than what she displays today. If she didn't receive the instruction of an illuminated senior, it would be impossible for her, training alone, to arrive at her present level." If so, and if we kill Iron Corpse today, we risk Huang's anger. Ku Zhenyi and Zhu Tsong had already heard of the kung fu of Huang Yaoshi, often in such exaggerated terms that they had difficulty believing in the man's power. The Chuanjian sect represented the orthodox martial arts. If Ma Yu felt fear regarding Huang, it was evidently something to take into account. The senior Taoist thinks of everything, Zhu Tsong said, we can only be filled with admiration. Please make us part of your undoubtedly wise plan. This miserable plan, Ma Yu said, may appear a little snobbish. I'm afraid, I ask the 6 valiant heroes not to laugh at it. The senior Taoist is too modest. Zhu Tsong said, the reputations of the 7 disciples of Wang Chongyang are so well established that the admiration is general in the martial realm. Zhu Tsong felt a genuine respect for Ma Yu. Indeed, he would not hold such respect for Qiu Chuji, who was also one of the 7 masters of Chuanjian. Thanks to the virtues of our deceased founder, Ma Yu said, the 7 martial brothers benefit from a small reputation in the world of martial arts. I think that Mei Chaofeng would not dare to come against us alone. This is why I thought of a ruse to make her leave, based on the belief in our vain reputation. This stratagem lacks nobility, but since our intention is good, the end justifies the means, and it won't harm the reputations of the 6 valiant heroes. He then explained the deception. The 6 freaks found it rather depreciating. They thought to themselves that even though Mei Chaofeng had made great progress, and even if Huang Yaoshi came in person, what would they risk? At most they would lose their lives, as Zhang Oxing had 10 years before. Ma Yu undertook to convince them. Finally the 6 freaks, out of respect for him and recognition for everything that he had done for Guojing, accepted. After having sharing some refreshments, they moved towards the cliff. Ma Yu and Guojing undertook the climb ahead of them. The 6 noticed that the Taoist didn't try to show off his skills as he slowly climbed behind Guojing. But his steps were firm and his movements displayed great stability, showing the power of his kung fu. He is certainly not weaker than Qiu Chuji, so why is Qiu's reputation so great, whereas one hears practically nothing about Ma Yu? The explanation must be their difference in character. Arriving at the top, Ma Yu and Guojing dropped long ropes, and then pulled the 6 to the summit. There on the rocks they could examine the traces left by Mei Chaofeng's whip. They were stunned, and finally believed Ma Yu's words. The 8 sat down and waited. Night had fallen and it was already late. Han Baoju began to lose patience. How come she's so late? Quiet. Ku Zhenyi urged, there she is. They all listened carefully, without hearing anything. Only Ku Zhenyi, with his incredibly developed hearing, had discerned the footsteps of Iron Corpse while she was still several li away. But she was coming. They saw, in the moonlight, a blurred black shadow that approached at a very quick pace. In the blink of an eye she had reached the foot of the cliff and she began to climb with agility. Zhu Tsong exchanged a glance with Quan Jinfa and Han Xiaoying. He saw that their faces were pale and full of anguish. He thought that his must look the same. Very quickly, Mei Chaofeng reached the summit. She carried on her back someone who wasn't moving and they couldn't tell if the person was alive or already dead. Guojing had the impression that this person wore clothing that was familiar to him. He watched more attentively and recognized Hua Zheng's short black fox jacket. Alarmed, he was going to call out when Zhu Tsong, with the quick eyes and fast moves, put his hand over his mouth, while saying in a high voice, that vicious witch, Mei Chaofeng, if she falls into my hands, Qiu Chuji, won't let her escape. Surprised at hearing a voice on the summit, Iron Corpse was even more astonished to hear the name of Qiu Chuji and her own. She hid behind a rock to listen to the conversation. Ma Yu and the 6 freaks clearly saw her intentions and, in spite of the tension, wanted to laugh. Only Guojing, worried about the safety of Hua Zheng, trembled with anguish. Mei Chaofeng arranged these skulls here, Han Baoju said, she is certainly going to come, and we only have to wait for her. Not knowing how many powerful enemies were gathered in this place, she remained immobile behind the rock. She certainly caused us a lot of pain, but the Chuanjian sect is always compassionate and merciful towards others. Let's give her the option of repenting. The Sage of Tranquility has always had a tender heart, Zhu Tsong said while laughing. It's not surprising that Master always said that you can reach the way easily. Wang Chongyang, the founder of the Chuanjian sect, had 7 disciples, whose reputations are well established in the world of martial arts. The first in rank was Ma Yu, called Scarlet Sun, the second Tan Chuduan, called Eternal Truth, followed by Lu Chuxian, called Eternal Life, Qiu Chuji, called Eternal Spring, Wang Qi, called Jade Sun, Hao Datong, called Infinite Peace, and finally the last disciple, Sun Bu'er, was called Sage of Tranquility, and had been the wife of Ma Yu before she entered the Taoist religion. Brother Tan, Han Xiaoying asked, what do you think about it? Her crimes deserve an extreme punishment. Replied Nan Shiren. Brother Tan, Zhu Tsong said, of late you've made much progress in your technique, the finger calligrapher. When this evil one arrives, will you give us a demonstration? It's better to let Brother Wang show us his technique, the foot of iron, Nan Shiren said. One kick and he will send her down the cliff where she will lose both body and soul. Among the 7 masters of the Chuanjian sect, Qiu Chuji was the most well-known, then came Wang Qi, Jade Sunday. Once, on a bet, he stood close to an abyss on one foot, swaying back and forth in a violent wind that blew his large sleeves wildly. Several heroes of Shandong and Hebei watched this event and were astounded. This exploit earned him the nickname of Foot of Iron. He had lived as a recluse in an underground cave for 9 years, dedicating himself to the practice of martial arts. Even Qiu Chuji appeared to much admire his kung fu. He had dedicated a poem to him, in which he told of the 9 summers standing in the sun, 3 winters laying down in the snow celebrating the power of his Nigong. All of this conversation between them had been studied in advance. Only Ku Zhenyi, who had previously spoken to the twin killers of the Dark Winds, remained silent, so that Mei Chaofeng wouldn't recognize him by his voice. Iron Corpse was more and more astonished. Apparently, the 7 masters of the Chuanjian sect are here. I am not really certain of being able to beat a single Taoist. How would I withstand the 7 united? If they discover me, I am dead. At that moment, the moon illuminated the summit clearly. Zhu Tsong said, this night, black clouds cover the sky, one can't even see the fingers of his hand. Everybody be watchful so that the witch doesn't take advantage of the darkness to escape. It's a good thing that it is a black night, Mei Chaofeng reassured herself, otherwise they would have discovered me already. I give thanks to the heaven and earth, so long as the moon doesn't appear. Guojing had not stopped looking at Hua Zheng. He suddenly saw that she had opened her eyes. Delighted to see her regain consciousness, he made signals with his hands hoping that she would remain calm. However, the girl had also seen him, and yelled, help help. Don't say anything. Guojing shouted. These shouts surprised Mei Chaofeng. She immediately pushed a finger onto one particular point on Hua Zheng's body which made the girl mute. But suspicions were roused in her mind. Jiping, Zhu Tsong said, was that you that spoke? Indeed, Guojing was supposed to play the role of the young Taoist Yin Jiping. Yes, it was make-believe, Zhu Tsong said, that I heard a woman's voice. Precisely, confirmed Guojing. If this is a trap, Mei Chaofeng thought, is it likely that the 7 masters of the Chuanjian sect would be together on the step and on the summit of this cliff? What a coincidence that would be. Maybe someone is trying to deceive me and take advantage of my blindness. Ma Yu saw her slowly standing up behind her rock and understood that she had become suspicious. If she discovered the scheme and immediately went to the attack, he himself probably wouldn't risk much, but Hua Zheng would certainly die and the 6 freaks would, without a doubt, suffer some injuries. He was therefore quite upset. Had never had a quick mind and he didn't know what to do. Seeing Mei Chaofeng with her long silver whip in hand, seeming about to attack, Zhu Tsong hastened to say, Senior brother, for all these years you've practiced the most sophisticated techniques taught by our founder, you must have gotten extraordinary results. Would you demonstrate it for us? Ma Yu knew that Zhu Tsong was asking him to show the power of his kung fu, in order to impress Mei Chaofeng. I am certainly the eldest of our brothers, he then said, but my slow nature makes me less capable than you. The formulas transmitted by our founder, I am ashamed to say, I hardly understood a sentence of it. He pronounced each of his words very slowly, while feeding them his breath fully. The tone was quiet and humble, but the voice carried very far. He had not finished pronouncing his last words when the echo of the first came back with winds, like the growls of tiger and the screams of dragons. Witnessing this demonstration of extraordinarily powerful Nigong, Mei Chaofeng, impressed, lowered herself slowly behind her rock. I have heard Ma Yu said, that this woman has lost her mind and that she is worthy of pity. If she repents her past sins, if she promises to no longer harm the innocent, we might be merciful. Should she also promise that she will not trouble the 6 freaks of Jiangnan, then we could let her continue to live because of our departed master's respectful relations with the master of Peach Blossom Island. Brother Chiu, you are the friend of the 6, you should speak to them, and ask them to no longer seek a reckoning with her. If both parties make an effort, the vendetta can extinguish itself. This time, he spoke without using his internal energy, so that there did not appear to be such a great power difference between himself and the others. That will be easy, Zhu Tsong replied. But the real problem is knowing whether or not Mei Chaofeng will agree to redeem herself. Suddenly, they heard an icy voice. Many thanks to the Chuanjin 7 for their benevolence. I, Mei Chaofeng, am here. Suddenly and surprisingly, she came forth. Ma Yu had hoped to frighten her and make her leave, regretting her deeds and would mend her ways. But, confident of her new power, she had the audacity to come and confront her opponents directly. Being a woman, Mei Chaofeng said, would not dare to test myself against the Taoist masters. But for a long time I have admired the kung fu of the Sage of Tranquility, I ask for the honor of measuring myself against her. Armed with her whip, she stood at the ready, waiting for Han Xiaoying's response. All the while, Guo Jing was acutely aware that Hua Zheng had fallen motionless to the ground. Had grown up with her and felt the affection of an elder brother for the girl. Without a moment's thought, without even worrying about the terrifying presence of Mei Chaofeng, he leaped out and freed Hua Zheng. With a quick move, Iron Corpse seized his left wrist. Guo Jing had practiced orthodox Taoist internal energy with Ma Yu for 2 years and his healthy body was strengthened by this natural force. With his right hand, he propelled Hua Zheng towards Han Xiaoying, while he pivoted his left hand with force and released himself from mice control. She possessed extremely swift skills, so when she felt Guo Jing escape she moved her hand immediately to recapture him. This time, she held him firmly, compressing the point of the principal artery in his arms so precisely that he could no longer move. Who are you? She demanded in a terrible voice. Jiping, Zhu Tsong called, listen. Guo Jing, who had panicked because he could not free himself, was going to reply instinctively, I am Guo Jing. When he heard Zhu Tsong's warning. I am, he stammered, I am Yin Jiping, disciple of the Chuanjin Spring. Although he had repeated those words 30 or 40 times, in his panic he was not able to say it without stammering. He is only a simple apprentice, Mei Chaofeng said to herself, yet his Nigong already is capable. Not only did he succeed in saving someone from under my nose, he was even able to release himself from my first hold. I think it is better that I retreat this time. She dropped his hand. Guo Jing recovered and hastily returned to his masters. 5 finger marks were deeply indented into the flesh of his left arm. He knew full well that she had not used all of her power, otherwise his wrist would have been broken. Mei Chaofeng no longer dared to challenge the false Sun Buer, played by Han Xiaoying. She suddenly asked, Taoist Master Ma, what is the meaning of lead and mercury preserve well? Lead is heavy, Ma Yu responded automatically, it resembles the kidneys, mercury is liquid, it is a metaphor for internal warming. Lead and mercury preserve well means that it is good to stabilize the kidneys and to extinguish the internal fire, in order to obtain results from meditation. And what is the meaning of baby of the girl Cha? Mei Chaofeng pursued. Ma Yu suddenly became aware that she was asking him to explain secret formulae of Nigong. Heretical witch, he shouted, do not try to extract the secrets of my sect from me. Leave quickly. Mei Chaofeng laughed, thank you for your answer, Taoist master. She suddenly jumped forward, armed with her silvery whip, and glided to the bottom of the cliff at unbelievable speed. Those remaining looked on, relieved to have escaped a conflict. Far away on the steppe, a shadow sped away like a phantom. Ma Yu unsealed Hua Zheng's acupoints which returned her ability to move. The girl lay on a boulder resting. In 10 years, Zhu Tsong said, that woman made so much progress, that if the Taoist master had not lent us a strong hand today, our accounts would have been settled. Ma Yu responded modestly, but he was frowning, as if an inner worry tormented him. If there is some task to finish, Zhu Tsong said, even though we are not capable of great things, we can at least do your bidding. Do not hesitate to ask it of us. Because of my inattention, Ma Yu said, I was tricked by that crafty woman. Were you injured by a secret weapon? The 6 asked. No, replied Ma Yu, it is nothing like that. When she asked me a question, I replied without thinking, and I fear that it might result in further evil. His friends were perplexed and seemed not to understand. The Taoist explained, the external technique of Iron Corpse has already reached a level that we cannot even imagine. Even if my brothers Chiu and Wang really had been present here, we might not have been able to overcome her. That the master of Peach Blossom Island succeeded in producing a disciple of such strength proves his own power. Only the Nigong of Mei Chaofeng is not at all advanced. I do not know where she succeeded in finding the secret formulae to practice Taoist Nigong, but without pointers from a master, she was not able to understand them. When she asked me to explain a formula, it was because the lack of understanding had arrested her progress. I realized something was wrong and did not reply to her second question, but my first explanation will allow her to make great progress with her Nigong. Let us hope, Han Xiaoying said, that she will regret her past crimes and do no more evil. May it be so. Ma Yu said. If her Nigong should become stronger, she will be more difficult to contain. This is my fault, I was too naive and should have distrusted her. After a moment's thought, he continued, one thing intrigues me. The skills of the Peach Blossom Island are completely different to those of Taoism. Nevertheless, these 2 formulas that she quoted correspond precisely with our Taoist Nigong. How is that possible? Hua Jing suddenly leapt off her boulder. Ah! She cried, Gua Jing. Father did not believe me, he left to visit Ong Khan. Why? Gua Jing asked. I explained to him, Hua Jing said, that Uncle Sengum and Uncle Jamuka plotted against him. He burst out laughing, saying that because I don't want to marry Duksh, I invented lies. I said to him that you had heard it with your own ears, but he didn't want to believe it. He even said that he would punish you on his return. I saw him leave with my 3 elder brothers and a small escort. I hurried to come to find you, but on the way, that blind woman caught me. She wanted to bring me to see you, isn't that right? If we had not been here, one the 6 said ominously, you would have had 5 holes in your skull by now. When did the Khan leave? Gua Jing demanded anxiously. A long time ago, Hua Jing responded, father said that he wanted to get there as soon as possible. He didn't even wait for sunrise. Their horses are very fast, they must be far away by now. Is it really true that Uncle Sengum wants to harm father? What will we do? She began to weep. This was the first time in his life that he found himself confronted with a matter so grave and he was distraught. Jinger, Zhu Tsong said, descend the cliff quickly and take your little red horse and rescue the Khan. Even if it is not true, well, send someone to ascertain Sengum's intentions. Hua Zheng, will you ask your brother Taoyui to muster soldiers and follow to rescue your father? Gua Jing understood and quickly descended the cliff. Ma Yu, holding on to a long rope, went next descending with Hua Zheng. The young man dashed to his ger, mounted his horse and set off at a frantic gallop. At that moment, the sun started to rise. Guojing, very worried, muttered to himself, "I fear that the Khan might already have fallen into Sengum's trap, then it will be impossible to rescue him." The small red horse loved to run without its bridle and its heart danced with joy. It galloped more and more quickly on the plain. Fearing that it would fall, Guojing tried to rein it in a little, but the animal resisted and rushed on whinnying with joy. Besides, even galloping at great speed, it showed no signs of fatigue. After more than 2 hours of galloping, Guojing slowed his mount to rest a little. Then they continued on their way. 1 hour later, they saw in the distance 3 groups of riders, 3 squadrons, it seemed. While approaching, he recognized the standards of Ong Khan. The riders advanced, arrows strung and sabers drawn, ready for battle. "The Khan is further ahead," Guojing lamented, "but his line of retreat is already blocked." He pressed his thighs and his horse raced on like an arrow, passing Ong Khan's soldiers. They called for him to stop, but he was already long gone. Guojing did not dare dally. He saw another 3 squadrons lying in wait, before he saw, far away, the high plume of white feathers that signaled the presence of Temujin. Escorted by several hundred riders, they rode tranquilly north. Guojing rose to his full height and called, "Great Khan! Stop, you mustn't go on." Temujin, taken aback, halted, "Why not?" Guojing recounted to him what he had heard in Sengum's gur, and explained that his line of retreat had been cut. Temujin glanced at him skeptically, not knowing whether he should believe him. "I never got along well with that fool Sengum," he said to himself, "but my adopted father Ong Khan needs me now. Jamuka is my sworn brother, how could they plot against me unless the 6th Jin Prince is trying to sow dissension?" He hesitated, and Guojing said, "Great Khan, you have only to send someone back the way you have just traveled and you will see. Since childhood, Temujin had lived in the middle of plots and treacheries. He had survived hundreds of battles thanks to his bravery and his caution. Even though he had said that it was absolutely impossible that Ong Khan and Jamuka could have allied themselves against him, he said, to be careful 10,000 times is not excessive, but to die through carelessness 1 time is." He then ordered his second son, Chagatai, to leave with Chilon. The 2 men went back the way they had come. Temujin observed the lay of the land and ordered, "Let us go up that hill and make ready." His escort was only made up of some hundreds of men, but they were all elite soldiers and officers. Without needing other orders, they dug trenches, raised barricades, and got ready to withstand a siege. Shortly after, they saw dust clouds rising in the south, raised by several thousand riders galloping in pursuit of Chagatai and Chilon. Jeeb had particularly good eyesight and recognized the banners of the pursuers. "They are Ong Khan's soldiers," he shouted. They had divided themselves into several detachments and tried to surround Chagatai and Chilon. The 2 men leaned forward on their saddles and desperately whipped their mounts. "Guojing," Jeeb cried, to their aid. Both of them descended the hill. The small red horse, glad to meet its herd mates, arrived quickly in front of Chilon. Guojing loosed 3 arrows with a rush of wind, cutting down the 3 closest pursuing soldiers, before interposing himself between the pursuers and the pursued while continuing to fire his arrows in all directions. Jeeb had arrived also and his arrows flew as well, swift and deadly. Nevertheless, Ong Khan's men, too numerous to overcome, rushed forward like an irresistible tide. Chagatai, Chilon, Jeeb and Guojing at last reached the hill. Their companions rained arrows on their pursuers who did not dare to launch a frontal attack, and for the moment, waited out of range. Standing on the hill, Temujin observed the surroundings. Soon, Ong Khan's regiments came rushing in from all directions. Under a yellow flag, a man rode on a great horse. It was Sengum, son of Ong Khan. The Khan well knew that it was impossible to break the encirclement and that it was better to stall for time. "Why is brother Sengum afraid to approach and parley?" he called. Under the protection of his guards, who covered him with their shields, Sengum approached, confident and arrogant. "Temujin, make your retreat. How, Temujin demanded, did I offend my adopted father Ong Khan, so that you attack me? For generations and generations, Sengum said, the Mongolians lived in separate tribes, at the heart of which the flocks were spread and divided in common. Why do you want to run counter to the traditions of our ancestors, by mixing the tribes? My father has often said that you are wrong to want to do that. We Mongols, Temujin replied, are subordinate to the Jin Empire that demands of us each year, a tribute of tens of thousands of cattle. Is this just? If that continues, all of us will starve to death. If we did not fight amongst ourselves, why should we be afraid of the Jin Empire? I have always maintained good relations with my adoptive father, there is no hatred between our two families. It is the fault of the Jin, who wants to sow disunity between us. Sengum's soldiers, hearing this debate, thought that his words had merit. We Mongolians are valiant warriors, Temujin continued, why should we not go and take the treasures of the Jin? Why should we furnish tributes to them every year? Amongst the Mongolians, there are some that work hard to husband the herds, and then there are lazy ones. Why should those that work tire themselves nourishing those that do nothing? Why should those that sweat not have more cattle and sheep? Why do they not leave the lazy ones to die of hunger? At that time, the Mongolians lived according to a type of tribal socialism. Their principal wealth, cattle and sheep, belonged to all. During the last few years, the flocks had increased in size. The tribes had learned from the Chinese to work iron for the manufacture of tools and weapons. Most of the animal herders wished to keep the wealth that they produced for themselves, just as the warriors that, at the risk of their lives, won battles and did not want to divide prisoners and loot with those that did not go to war. These matters went straight to the hearts of all the soldiers. Seeing that Temujin was beginning to influence his men, Sengum cried, lay down your weapons at once and surrender. Otherwise, it will take but a signal from my whip to rain down 10,000 arrows. You have no chance of escape. Guojing saw that the situation had become critical, but did not know what to do. Then he saw, at the foot of the hill, a young officer, his armor covered by a coat of gray fur, with a saber in his hand, proudly parading back and forth on his war horse. It was Duksh, the son of Sengum, with whom he had fought in his childhood. He was the villainous rascal that had wanted to unleash leopards on Taoyuan. Guojing did not really understand why this was happening, and especially why Ong Khan, Sengum and Jamuka wanted to plot against Temujin. The Khan and Ong Khan have always lived in harmony, he said to himself, it must mean that Duksh, at the instigation of the 6th Jin Prince, has spread misleading and malicious lies. If I capture him and force him to admit his lies, then everyone will be able to reconcile. Spurring his small red horse, he descended the hill and, taking advantage of the surprise, forced his way to Duksh. Attacking with his blade, Guojing leaned out of his saddle, the blade held above his head, and with his right hand he trapped the principal artery on Duksh's wrist. It was a movement of the famed technique disconnect the muscles and separate the bones perfected by Zhu Tsong, and Duksh could not withstand it. With a pull, Guojing snatched him out of his saddle. He heard the hissing of heavy projectiles from his left, about to fall upon him. He pressed lightly with his knees, the small red horse obeyed immediately and flew like an arrow towards the hill. Sengum's soldiers called, fire arrows. Guojing placed Duksh behind him, using his body as a shield, so well that the enemy did not dare to fire. Arriving at the summit of the hill, Guojing threw Duksh to the ground laughing, Great Khan, this rascal is surely the person responsible for this treachery. Let us make him acknowledge it. Temujin, very happy, pointed his lance at Duksh's chest and shouted in the direction of Sengum, move your men back 200 zhangs. 1 zhang equals 3 meters/11 plus 50. Sengum, upset and worried to see his well-armed son fall into the hands of the enemy, could do nothing but back up his army. He ordered them to encircle the hill with ordered ranks of wagons, so that Temujin's horsemen would be unable to sally out. On the hill, Temujin praised Guojing warmly, and ordered him to tie the prisoner's hands behind his back. 3 times Sengum sent a messenger to negotiate. If Temujin released Daksh and left, his life would be spared. Each time, the Khan cut the ears off the messenger before he returned them to their master. The sun moved towards the horizon. Fearing that Sengum would use the dusk to attack, Temujin ordered that everyone should double their vigilance. Towards midnight, a man clothed in white approached the foot of the hill. "I am Jamuka," he called out. "I wish to see my sworn brother Temujin." "You may come up," the Khan said. Jamuka ascended slowly and saw Temujin standing at the top of the slope. He advanced and made as if to embrace him, but the Khan, not letting his guard down, said roughly, "You still consider me a brother?" Jamuka sighed and seated himself cross-legged. "Brother," he said, "you are already the chief of a tribe, why do you have this ambition to unify all of the Mongols? What do you believe?" Temujin replied. "The chieftains of the tribe say, our ancestors lived this way for hundreds of years, why does Temujin want to change tradition? Heaven will not allow it. Do you remember the history of our ancestor Lady Alankoa?" Temujin said. She had 5 sons that lived in discord. She asked all of them to come and eat with her. Then she gave an arrow to each and asked them to break it. This they did very easily. Next, she tied 5 arrows together, and asked again that they break them. Each tried in turn, but none were able to break the 5 arrows. Do you recall what she said to them then? "If you are not united," Jamuka said in a low voice, "you can be broken by those of no importance, just like a single arrow. If you unite, you will be as solid as the 5 arrows and no person will break you." So, Temujin said, "You remember that." What happened next? The 5 sons united their efforts and conquered an immense territory. They are the ancestors of our Mongol tribes. Exactly. Both of us are brave and heroic, why not unite all of the Mongolians? If we do not quarrel amongst ourselves, we will be strong enough to destroy the Jin Empire. But how? Jamuka asked, "The Jin Empire is powerful and its armies and wealth are immeasurable, how can we Mongolians defeat them?" "Then you prefer to remain submissive to the Jin?" "The Jin Empire does not oppress us," Jamuka protested. "The Emperor has even made you a northern ambassador." At first, Temujin said honestly, "I also believed that they had good intentions. But the greed of the Jin has no limits, and they demand more from us each time. First they want cattle, next horses, and now they ask that we send soldiers to help them make war. The country of the Song is far removed from our lands. Even if the Song dynasty falls, all the lands conquered will belong to Jin alone. We will lose warriors, to win what? Since when would our cattle stop eating the green grass of our plains to go eat the sand on the other side of the mountains? If we must battle, it should be against the Jin Empire only. Ong Khan and Sengum do not want to betray the Jin." Jamuka said. "To betray?" Temujin mocked. "Betray? And you? I beseech you, brother, do not let your anger get the better of you, release Daksh and Sengum and I will guarantee to let you leave safely. I have no confidence in Sengum, now I have no confidence in you." "Hear the words of Sengum," Jamuka said. "If a son dies, other sons will be born. If Temujin dies, there will never be another Temujin. If you do not release Daksh, you will not see another sunrise." Temujin knew well the characters of Sengum and Jamuka. If left in their hands, he knew that he would have no chance of survival. If Ong Khan was there, he might possibly live. He brandished his saber and whirled around. "I would rather die in battle," he cried, "than to surrender. Under heaven, there is a Temujin who will die on the field of honor and no Temujin that flees." Jamuka said, "You give all of the loot to the warriors, saying that it belongs to them and not to the whole tribe. The chieftains of the tribe say that you do wrong, that you run counter to our traditions. But the young warriors are delighted." Temujin said harshly. "The chieftains pretend that the treasures of war cannot be distributed equitably to each warrior, so they keep it all for themselves. Such practices insult the warriors who risk their lives to support them. When we are at war, do we need stupid and greedy chieftains, or do we need young courageous warriors? Brother, Jamuka said, you've always acted on your own and never listened to the leaders of the other tribes. Don't call me ungrateful or traitor. These past days, you've been sending people to convince my soldiers to join your army by telling them that, once back home, the resources gained in battle belong to the ones that fought for them. They won't be distributed amongst all the tribe's members. Did you think that I didn't know of it? If you are aware of it, Temujin thought, then we won't ever live in peace with each other. He then took a small bag out of his clothing and threw it at the feet of Jamuka. Here are the gifts that you offered me when we swore, 3 times, loyalty to each other. Take them. Later, when you cut off my head with your saber, you will only kill an enemy and not a sworn brother. I am a hero, you are also a hero. The plains of Mongolia are vast, but it cannot contain 2 heroes. Jamuka picked up the bag. He then took a small leather bag from his own clothing, dropped it at Temujin's feet in silence, and moved down the hill. Temujin looked at him as he moved away, then he stood a long time in silence. He slowly opened the bag, withdrew the stones and the arrowheads from it, and remembered the games that they'd played when they were children. He sighed, dug a hole with a dagger and buried the gift's head given to his former sworn brother in it. Guojing was next to him, also feeling heartbroken. What Temujin buried, he well knew, was an infinitely precious childhood friendship. The Khan stood up and studied the scene. As far as he could see there were fires lit by the armies of Sengum and Jamuka illuminating the plain, looking like the myriads of stars in the sky. He remained divided in his thoughts. He turned around and saw Guojing close to him. Are you afraid? He asked. I was thinking about my mother, answered the young man. Indeed, you are a brave son, said Temujin, a true brave son. He pointed to the thousands of fires on the plain, they also, he continued, are brave. We Mongols have so many brave sons, but we spend time making wars on ourselves. If we could unite them, we could take over the world and make it a huge field for our herds. Guojing, hearing these very ambitious words, felt even more admiration for Temujin. He stuck out his chest and said, Great Khan, we are surely going to win, because we cannot be beaten by a coward like Sengum. Precisely, Temujin answered with a smile. Let's remember what we say tonight. If we manage to survive, henceforth I will consider you as my own son. He then hugged the young man. As they spoke, the new day had begun. Horns sounded repeatedly in the ranks of the enemy. Help won't come, Temujin said. Let's prepare ourselves to die on this hill. They heard, in the adversary's army, the jangle of the weapons and the neighs of horses, the attack was imminent. Great Khan, Guojing suddenly said, my red horse is extremely fast. Take it and bring back help. In the meantime, we will remain here to face the enemy. Temujin smiled and stretched his hand to caress the hair of the young man. If Temujin, he said, was capable of abandoning his friends and his men to run away in fear for his life, he wouldn't be worthy of being your Khan. That's true, Great Khan, Guojing acknowledged, I was wrong. They hid themselves behind protective mounds of earth, ready to fire arrows at the attackers. Shortly thereafter, 3 men left the enemy's ranks preceded by a yellow standard and moved forward. On the left was Sengum, on the right, Jamuka, and in the center, surprisingly, was the 6th prince of the Jin Empire, Wanyan Honglai. He was covered with armor, a golden helmet and had a shield of gold on his arm. He shouted, Temujin, do you dare betray the Jin Empire? Joki, Temujin's eldest son, shot an arrow at him, but a man in his escort seized it from the air with astounding speed. Capture Temujin! Wanyan Honglai shouted. At these words, 4 men hurried up the hill. Their movements were a surprise to Guojing. He noted that the newcomers, who used a lightness technique, were experts in martial arts and weren't warriors of the plains. Arriving at mid-hill, they avoided with agility the rain of arrows that Jeeb, Borchu and the others shot. We have officers and brave men of great strength here, Guojing worried, but they won't be a match for experts in martial arts. What can we do? One among them, clothed in black, bounded to the summit of the hill. Ajidai tried to stop him, but the newcomer hit his neck with a dart and swung down with his saber at the injured man. However, as quick as lightning, a sword came down to hit his wrist with a great speed and precision. The movement so well executed that he was forced to move back 3 steps. Surprised, he saw a young man with a strong build standing in front of Ajidai. Not expecting to find an expert swordsman amongst Temujin's soldiers, he exclaimed, in Chinese, "Who are you? What is your name?" "I am called Guojing. I've never heard anyone speak of you. Surrender now." Guojing took a look around and saw that the 3 other attackers were on the summit of the hill and already engaged in an unarmed fight with Chilon, Borchu and the others. He struck again at the man with the saber who defended, then retaliated. Just as Sengum's soldiers got ready to assault the hill, Macaulay put his saber on the nape of Duksha's neck. "If you come," he shouted, "my blade will be without mercy." Sengum, very worried, turned toward Wanyan Honglai and said, "Lord Zhao, tell your men to come back, we will find another way. There's no reason to sacrifice my child." "Don't worry," Wanyan Honglai smiled and said, "nothing will happen to him." But in reality he wanted to force Temujin to kill Duksha and create a lasting hate between the 2 tribes. Sengum's men didn't dare move, while those of the prince were in a violent fight. Guojing used the techniques of the sword of the Yu maiden that Han Xiaoying had taught him. After several exchanges, he was faced with danger. His opponent's saber was powerful, his strength abundant and all his techniques were backed with internal energy, so he was not a weak adversary. Guojing's long sword made swift movements and seemed to have turned into flashes of light. His sword tip was aimed at the critical places on his adversary and every technique was intended to harm his opponent. Guojing's opponent felt a bit overwhelmed by his fast attacks and became flustered. His 3 companions, who had already defeated several Mongol officers, saw him in difficulty. One among them, armed with a big spear, approached with a jump, "Big brother, I've come to give you a helping hand." But the man with the saber shouted, "Don't move and admire the dexterity of your older brother." Taking advantage of his distraction, Guojing delivered a stroke. The phoenix flies off and the snake bounds, as he pointed the tip of his sword at the lower part of his opponent's body. The man moved back, but the blade had already split his left sleeve. The man with the saber moved back and shouted, "Who is your master? Why do you look for death here?" Guojing remained in a defensive posture and answered in the language of the rivers and lakes region, Jianghu, taught by his masters, "I am the disciple of the 7 freaks of Jiangnan. What are your honorable names and surnames?" He had practiced these polite forms of address for a long time, but this was the first time that had actually used them. "Our names," the man with the saber said, while casting a glance towards his brothers in arms, "even if I told you, you would not know them. Defend yourself." After the first clashes, Guojing truly felt that his adversary was stronger than him. But the techniques taught by his 7th Shifu were extremely sophisticated and provoked a lot of apprehension in his enemy, so much so that he could take the initiative and attack without moving back. The man with the saber used the stance survey the sea and behead the dragon as his saber slashed towards Guojing's legs. In a matter of moments they had exchanged 20 or 30 stances. Both sides intently observed the fight. The man with the saber began to get nervous and his strokes became more and more violent. Suddenly, he attacked Guojing's waist. Guojing twisted and replied with a stroke called turn around to pick the fruit towards the arm that held the saber. His adversary, seeing that he didn't bother about defending, believed that his hour had come. When your sword touches its goal, he thought, my saber will have already cut you in two. However, Guojing, sure of his strong nigong, moved his waist to the side without moving the rest of his body, and avoided the saber and planted his sword in the man's chest. The man screamed, released his saber and struck the blade of the sword with his hand, causing it fall to the ground. But the tip of Guo Jing's sword had already penetrated a half-inch into his chest. He had saved his life, but his palm was cut and bled profusely. He then heard the hiss of a weapon behind him and heard Jeeb shout, "Watch out, behind you." Without even looking back, Guo Jing executed a backwards kick and blocked the stroke that came at him. At the same time, he grabbed the fallen saber and executed a saber cut at the hand of the enemy. Guo Jing delivered the stroke advancing a pace to seize the basket, deflecting the lance with his left hand. He turned his left palm and seized his opponent's spear while his right hand holding the saber hacked towards the spear wielder. The man used all his strength to pull back his spear, but when he saw the saber about to hit him, he released his grip and retreated. With this victory, the young man felt renewed again. With a flourish, he threw the saber to the foot of the hill, and picked up the lance. The fourth man jumped at him shouting and attacking with his two short axes. Guo Jing's spear techniques were taught by Quan Jinfa. After several exchanges Guo Jing feigned a flaw that the man with the axes was thrilled to see and he hacked at him. Suddenly, he felt pain in his stomach. He had been kicked by Guo Jing. He flew backwards while the force remaining in his left hand moved his axe towards his own head. The third martial brother of the axe man blocked it with his iron whip. When the two weapons met there was a clang and sparks flew. The man released his axe when the weapons collided and sat down on the ground with a frightened look on his face, dumbfounded but alive. The man was a fool and it took him a minute before he realized that he had lost. He shouted angrily and picked up his axes to attack again. After a few axe slashes he hacked Guo Jing's spear into two pieces. Guo Jing had lost his weapon, so he used his palms to counter him. The man with the iron whip came to his martial brother assistance and Guo Jing saw that he was at a disadvantage but had no choice but to keep fighting. This provoked indignation amongst the soldiers. Mongols are simple and direct and respect men of courage. They were scandalized to see these four men taking turns fighting Guo Jing, and now, they were pitting themselves two against one unarmed man. They regarded that as dishonorable, and shouted for them to stop. Guo Jing was a worthy opponent and they cheered him. Borchu and Jeeb drew their sabers and joined the battle. They did so well that the other two assailants also joined in the battle. The two Mongolians were invincible on the battlefield, but they were out of their depth in single combat against experts in martial arts. They fought only a couple of exchanges with great difficulty before they were disarmed and had to retreat. Guo Jing saw that Borchu was in danger and stormed towards him to attack the man that used the saber. Guo Jing struck a palm towards the back of the eldest martial brother who used his saber to hack at Guo Jing's wrist. Guo Jing retracted his palm and used his elbow to attack the second martial brother to save Jeeb. His attempts to provide some assistance to them proved futile. The four assailants had only one obsession, to kill Guo Jing. They doubled their efforts to attack Guo Jing. The soldiers on the summit and at the foot of the hill redoubled their shouts and insults, but the four turned a deaf ear on them. The spearman had collected a javelin from the ground. Coming at him Guo Jing saw, at the same time, a saber, javelin, whip and axes. Since he was unarmed, he could not parry or reply, so his only option was to avoid the blows employing his lightness art, Qinggong. He moved back and forth and avoided numerous attacks in him. For another 20-odd stances the men continued their attacks on Guo Jing. His arm, cut by the saber, was bleeding and he was in a dire position. Suddenly a disturbance disrupted the ranks of Sengum's army as 6 individuals nimbly brushed through the soldiers and ascended the hill. The Mongolians thought that they were more lackeys of Wanyan Honglai coming to lend assistance to their comrades, and noisily voiced their disapproval. Temujin's men prepared to shoot arrows at them to prevent their approach when Jeeb, whose vision was particularly acute, saw that it was the Jiangnan freaks. "Jinger," he cried, "here come your teachers." Guo Jing, nearly unable to resist any longer, was cheered up. Arriving first, Zhu Tsong and Quan Jinfa realized right away the perilous position their disciple was in. Quan jumped forward and struck the 4 weapons with a blow of his balance scale. "Have you no shame?" he cried. Feeling great pain in their hands, the four men realized that a more powerful opponent had just arrived and drew back. Zhu Tsong had rescued Guo Jing. Meanwhile, the other freaks arrived. "Shameless scoundrels," Quan Jinfa scolded. "Be off. Have you no face?" The man with the saber was well aware that they had lost their advantage, and if they continued the fight, they would be defeated. But if they backed down, they would lose face and could no longer dare to serve the sixth prince. "Are you the 7 freaks of Jiangnan?" he demanded, to give himself some breathing space. "Indeed," Zhu Tsong replied, laughing. "Who are you?" "We are the disciples of the Dragon King of the demonic group." The freaks were very surprised, for, given that these individuals had openly abused their numerical superiority, they believed that they must be vagabonds without a master. But the Dragon King of the demonic group, Sha Tongtian, is a weighty personality in the martial arts world. "Are you misusing that name, or not?" Ku Zhenyi demanded in an icy voice. "The Dragon King of the demonic group is a renowned personage, how could he have disciples as miserable as you?" "Misusing a name?" the Axe-man said. "This is elder brother Shinqing Gang, nicknamed Saber Breaks Down the Soul. This is second brother, Wu Qinglai, nicknamed Lance Seizes Life. This is third brother Ma Qingxiong, nicknamed Whip Captures Spirit, and I, Qian Qingjian, am nicknamed Axe Buries Family." "So," Ku Zhenyi said, "it seems to be true. You really are the 4 demons of the Yellow River. You occupy a certain position in the Jianhu world, how could you lower yourselves to attack 4 against 1? Wu Qinglai said cunningly, "What, 4 against 1? He argued. "Isn't your disciple helped by all these Mongols?" "Indeed, we are 4 against several hundred." Third brother, Qian Qingjian demanded of Ma Qingxiong, "This blind person appears to be very boastful. Who is he?" He had asked the question in a low voice but Ku Zhenyi heard him. Very upset, he leapt forward and struck with his staff at Qian. Grabbing him by the collar he threw him to the bottom of the hill. Ku Zhenyi, already among them, grasped them one after the other and pitched them far away. The Mongolian soldiers called out joyfully. The 4 demons of the Yellow River, covered with sand, rose painfully to their feet with their limbs aching and shame on their faces. At that moment, immense dust clouds rose in the distance, as if tens of thousands of horsemen were coming. A flutter of nervousness immediately moved through Singum's army. Temujin, delighted to see reinforcements arriving, knew that iron discipline reigned in the army of Jamuka. Its officers and soldiers were all battle-hardened. Sengum, protected by the reputation of his father, was a less formidable commander-in-chief. Temujin pointed to the left wing of Sengum's army and shouted, "Attack in that direction." Jeeb, Borchu, Joki and Shagatai signaled the first ones. One could hear the faraway cries of the warriors of the relief column. Macaulay swept his saber down on the nape of the neck of Duksh and shouted, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" Sengum, who was going to order his men to intercept them, hesitated upon seeing that his son menaced. In a wink, Temujin's small troop moved to the foot of the hill. Jeeb carefully aimed and loosed an arrow headed for Sengum's head. He shielded himself quickly, but the projectile struck his left cheek and he tumbled down from his mount. Seeing their chieftain fall, his men made their escape in pitiful disarray. Temujin and his companions broke out of the siege, firing arrows at those that pursued them. Several li away, in the cloud of dust, was Taoyui and his soldiers. The pursuers had always feared the bravery of Temujin. Now that they no longer had the advantage of numbers, they turned tail. It turned out that because Taoyui was young, the chieftains and generals refused to obey him since he didn't have Temujin's command seal. He could only convince a few thousand young soldiers to follow him here. He then conceived the idea of attaching branches to the tails of the horses, so that quantity of dust thus raised concealed the number of his soldiers. The ploy was a success. Temujin's army returned to his camp. On the way they met Hua Zheng leading a small company of soldiers. When she saw that they were unharmed, she was so happy that she wouldn't stop talking. That evening, Temujin gave a large banquet to reward his soldiers, but he placed Daksh in the place of honor, which caused general indignation. The Khan offered 3 toasts to pay homage to Daksh and said, "Om Khan, my adoptive father, and my brother Singam have always treated me well. There is no reason for hatred between our families. Please present my excuses to them, which will be accompanied with gifts of great value. I won't hold a grudge against you because of what you have done. After you return, you will prepare for your marriage to my daughter. We will hold a great feast and we will invite the chiefs of all the tribes. There will be great rejoicing. You will be my son-in-law and thus my son. From now on the 2 families must be united as one and not let themselves be divided by gossip." Daksh, relieved at not being killed, accepted all that was offered. He noticed that when Temujin spoke, he kept his right hand on his chest under his tunic, and coughed non-stop. He wondered, could it be that he's wounded? This day, the Khan said, "I was hit by an arrow. It will take 3 months to recuperate before I'm healthy again. If this hadn't happened, I would accompany you back myself." He withdrew his hand from under his tunic, it was covered with blood. "There's no need to wait for my wound to heal before you get married. Otherwise you'll have to wait too long." All the officers present were amazed and outraged to see their Khan afraid and apprehensive about Ong Khan, and much too eager to marry Huajing to Daksh. The son of the division commander that was part of Temujin's escort had been killed defending the hill. The commander, insane with anger, unsheathed his saber and wanted to kill Daksh. The Khan had him seized and beaten in front of Daksh, until he fainted, covered with blood. "He will be imprisoned," Temujin ordered, "and he will be beheaded with all of his family in 3 days' time." The following day, Daksh returned home, taking along 2 carts filled with gold and furs, 1,000 fat sheep, 100 war horses, and escorted by 50 soldiers. Temujin also sent an emissary known for his eloquence, to plead his cause with Ong Khan and Singam. At the time of the departure, Temujin, who seemed not to have the strength to ride a horse, arrived on a stretcher and bade him farewell, still coughing. 8 days later, Temujin brought his officers together. "Gather your soldiers," he ordered, "we will attack Ong Khan." All the officers looked aghast. He continued, "Ong Khan has a very large army, whereas we are few. If you can't win a frontal battle, a ruse is needed." I let Daksh go, heaping him with gifts, while I pretended to be wounded by an arrow and near death. I did all that to take him off guard. The officers expressed their admiration. At this moment, Temujin freed the commander he had beaten and gave him a large reward. Learning that the army was going to attack Ong Khan, the commander felt joy. He knelt down to express his thanks and asked for the honor of commanding the vanguard, which Temujin granted him. The army of the Khan was divided into 3 columns, which marched during the night using little-used trails and bivouacked during the day. When they met shepherds, they took them captive and brought them along, to avoid any indiscriminate talk. In the beginning, Ong Khan and Singam, fearing that Temujin would come to seek revenge, kept their guard up. But the triumphal return of Daksh, the gifts he brought back, the servile remarks of the emissary and the news of the serious wound to the Khan reassured them completely. They even withdrew their forward sentinels and spent their time feasting with Wanyan Honglai and Jamukha. One night, the 3 columns of Temujin's army fell on them like lightning. The many soldiers of Ong Khan and Jamukha, panic-stricken, lost much of their combativeness and the battle turned into a rout. Ong Khan and Singam fled towards the west where they were killed shortly after by the Numun and Liao. In the confusion, Daksh was trampled by horses. Wanyan Honglai, for his part, escaped in the middle of the night, in the protection of the 4 demons of the Yellow River and headed back to the Jin capital. Abandoned by his soldiers, Jamukha took refuge at Tangnu mountain with his 5 bodyguards. They betrayed him and brought him to Temujin. Temujin was furious, bodyguards who betray their master. He cried, "How can I let such people live?" He ordered them decapitated in front of Jamukha. Then he turned to Jamukha, shall we become friends again? Even if you spare my life, answered Jamuka with tears in his eyes, I haven't the honor left to live in this world. I only beg that you let me die without bloodshed, so that my soul will not leave my body. According to the beliefs of the shamans, the soul resides in the blood. Princes that are to be killed but still honored were put to death by strangulation. Temujin remained sadly silent for a long time. Well, he finally said, I agree to such a death and I will bury you at the place where we played as children. Jamuka knelt before him, then rose and left the Jiar. A few days later, Temujin united the tribes on the banks of the Onan River in a Kuriltai, General Assembly. The river's fame stretched beyond the steppe, and the tribes, warriors and all the shepherds fear and revere it. Ong Khan and Jamuka's men had been integrated into Temujin's army. During the Kuriltai, Temujin was acclaimed Grand Khan of all Mongolia. He carried, from that time on, the title of Genghis Khan, which meant Supreme Chief. Genghis Khan rewarded the most deserving soldiers, the four aces, Mukali, Borchu, Barokal, Chilon, while the officers, Jeeb, Jelm and Subutai were made generals. During the battle, Guojing had rendered exceptional service and he was made a general as well. A young man, who had not yet reached 20 years of age, was regarded as an equal to officers of great reputation. During the banquet, Genghis Khan accepted homage from his faithful ones and drank without restraint. Slightly drunk, he said to Guojing, my good boy, I will give you the most valuable thing I have. Guojing knelt down to thank him. I give Huajing to you, Genghis Khan said. From tomorrow onwards, you will be the Golden Saber Prince. Jin Dao Fu Ma, all the warriors let out cries of joy and congratulated the young man, son-in-law, wearing the large golden knife. Well done, hurrah! The happiest with all this was, without any doubt, Taoyui, who embraced his sworn brother. But the person at the center of interest remained dazzled. He had always regarded Huajing as his sister and he did not feel any other kind of love. He had devoted all his time to martial arts, when had he time to think of other things? The words of Genghis Khan distressed him and he didn't know what to do. Seeing him speechless, everyone burst out laughing. After the banquet, Guojing went to inform his mother. Li Ping remained thoughtful for a long time, and then asked him to invite the 6 freaks from Jiangnan to their jiar. They were delighted to see their beloved disciple covered with honors and they congratulated his mother. But she did not say a word. Then she fell suddenly to her knees in front of the 6. Please rise, they protested. If you have something to say to us, do so, why such ceremony? Han Xiaoying helped her up. Thanks to the teachings of the 6 Shifas, Li Ping said, my child finally became a man. I can never express my gratitude to all of you. But now, I face a difficulty and I need your enlightened counsel. She then told about the marriage which had been arranged by her late husband and his sworn brother, Yang Tixin. That the Khan wants my son to be his son-in-law, she began again, is of course a great honor. But if brother Yang had a girl and I do not keep my husband's promise, how could I, in the underworld, face my husband and brother Yang? You don't have to worry, Zhu Tsong said laughing. The Honorable Yang actually has a descendant, but it is not a girl, it's a boy. Li Ping was astonished and delighted at the same time. How do you know, Zhu Shifu? A friend, who remained in the Central Plains, wrote to inform us. By the way, he wishes that we take Jing'er to Jiangnan to meet the son of Yang, and to compare their kung fu. The 6 freaks had never made known to Li Ping and her son about the challenge with Qiu Chuji. Whenever Guojing raised questions about the young Taoist Yin Jiping, they merely murmured something without really answering. Knowing the kind nature of their disciple, they thought that, were he suddenly to know the story of Yang Kong, he would not show all of his potential at the time of the combat, it would distort the competition irretrievably. Zhu Tsong's words charmed Li Ping. She asked if the Mrs. Yang was still in this world, and asked questions about the character of Yang Kong, but the 6 were unable to answer her. Li Ping and the 6 freaks decided that the 6 would take Guojing to Jiangnan to meet Yang Kong. At the same time they would try to find Duan Tianda and seek vengeance. Afterwards they would come back and Guojing would marry Huazheng. Guojing went to report this arrangement to Genghis Khan. Well, Temujin said. Since you go to the south, will you bring back the head of the 6th Jin prince, Wanyan Honglai, for me? My sworn brother Jamuka betrayed me and lost his life, and it's the fault of that scum. How many men do you need to achieve this mission? After unifying the Mongolian tribes, Genghis Khan posed a serious threat to the Jin Empire. Confrontation would take place sooner or later, it was inevitable. Having met Wanyan Honglai on several occasions, Temujin knew his intelligence and his competence, so it was important that he be gotten rid of as soon as possible. As for his break with Jamuka, the true reasons were elsewhere. He had uprooted traditions, had left the spoils of war to his own warriors, and had sought to attract Jamuka's soldiers to his own army. The truth was, they both broke their oath of fidelity and they did not want to recognize their responsibilities and preferred to blame it on Wanyan Honglai. Throughout his childhood, Guojing's mother had told him stories about the past and he had developed a great hatred towards the Jin. This was reinforced by his battle with the 4 demons of the Yellow River who were employed by Wanyan Honglai. Thinking of an answer to Genghis Khan's question, he said to himself, if my 6 Shifas will lend me a hand, certainly my mission will be a success. If I take along brave soldiers who do not know martial arts, they are likely to be a hindrance. He then answered, if my 6 Shifas accompany me, I won't need anybody else. Very well, Genghis Khan said. We are still weak at the moment and we cannot face the Jin Empire directly. It will be necessary for you to be careful and not to let them guess our intentions. Guojing agreed. The Khan gave him 10 taels of gold for his journey and offered the 6 freaks a part of the spoils plundered from Ong Khan. Learning that he was to leave on a mission to the south, all of Guojing's Mongol friends also offered gifts to him. My Anda, Taoyui reminded, the people of the south don't keep their word, you must be careful, and not get duped at dawn. 3 days later, Guojing and his Shifas left for the grave of Zhang Oxing to pay homage. Then they returned to bid farewell to Li Ping before taking the road to the south. Li Ping watched the tall silhouette of her son riding the small red horse as it disappeared on the steppe. She thought of his birth on that desolate battlefield, and felt her heart tighten with concern and sadness. After riding about 10 li, Guojing saw 2 white eagles soaring in the sky. Taoyui and Huazheng had come to bid him farewell. Taoyui offered him a valuable coat of flawless black sable which he had taken from Ong Khan. Huazheng, with glowing cheeks, looked at her future husband without saying anything. Oh, go ahead, little sister, Taoyui said, speak to him. I will not listen to what you'll say. He burst out laughing and moved away. Huazheng bowed her head, not finding anything to say. Return quickly. She finally murmured. Guojing nodded his head. What else do you want to say to me? He asked. She shook her head. Then, she lowered her head without saying another word. Guojing leaned over, lightly pressed her to him, then rode towards Taoyui and hugged him also. Then he urged his horse into a gallop in order to catch up with his 6 Shifas who were already far ahead. Him being so formal and not showing any tenderness, even though they were promised in marriage and he was traveling far away, Huazheng felt a surge of anger. As she rode off she violently whipped her horse even though the poor animal had nothing to do with the situation. The Legend of the Condor Heroes Chapter 7. Fighting Contest to Find a Suitor. Original translation by Strumpf. The 6 freaks of the Jiangnan and Guojing took the southeastern direction. The journey promised to be long. Many days passed before they even left the steppe. That day, they were not very far from Kalgan anymore. It was the first time that Guojing landed his feet on the Chinese soil. All was new for him, and he was full of enthusiasm. He loosened the bridle of his horse, that ran so quickly that the wind whistled to the ears of the young man and the landscape changed so quickly before his amazed eyes. The little red horse galloped without interruption till the Black River, then Guojing stopped in a hostel by the road, in order to wait for his masters. Seeing that, after this long race, the horse had sweated a lot, Wuxia had mercy of him and took a handkerchief to wipe it. He was stunned then to see, on the handkerchief traces of blood. Passing the hand on the neck, he withdrew it covered of blood. He almost burst into tears, blaming himself for not stopping his horse and take care of it. He was therefore the responsible of its loss. He embraced the horse, making him 1,000 caresses, however the animal seemed to be very healthy, without appearing to suffer from anything. Impatient to see his third Shifu, so he may give some care to the horse, he didn't stop stretching the neck toward the road to see him as soon as possible. Suddenly, he heard a warbling tolling of bells, for camels of a snow-white color arrived at full speed on the road, each brought by an individual clothed in white. Wuxia had grown in the desert, but he had never seen any as beautiful camels and could not stop himself from looking fixedly at them. Aged of about 20 years, the cameleers had all one face of fine lines and attractive, of a beauty that one rarely could see in Mongolia. They got down with agility of their settings to enter in the hostel. Wuxia could not leave them of the eyes. One of the cameleers, embarrassed by the fixity of this look, blushed and lowered the head. Another, on the other hand, got in anger, little stun. What do you have to look like that? Wuxia, taken on the fact, diverted the head with embarrassment. The newcomers whispered in a low voice and one heard them to laugh. Congratulations, seemed to say one among them. You really hit that little stun. Wuxia understood that one ridiculed him and felt all ashamed. The red to the cheeks, he wondered if he had to remain or leave, when Han Baoju arrived on his stallion pursuit of wind. The young man hastened to tell to his Shifu of his misadventure. How is this possible? Wondered Han Baoju. He approached the horse, caressed it, examined its hand attentively, and exploded to laugh. It is not blood, he says, it is sweat. Sweat. Stammers Wuxia, speechless. Red sweat. My small Jing, it is a horse to the sweat of blood, a rare beast and of an inestimable value. Wuxia was in heaven to learn that his setting was not wounded. Third Shifu, did he ask, how sweat can it look like blood? I heard about it from my deceased Shifu, that it existed in the kingdom of Fergana, Central Asia Valley, shared today between Uzbekistan, the Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan, in the territories of the West, celestial horses, whose sweat was red as blood. Its gallop looked like he was going to fly, and it could browse more 1,000 li per day. But it was a legend, no one ever saw one, and I didn't believe myself in it too much. However, here is that this legendary animal let himself be tamed by you. In the meantime, the other freaks had also arrived. All took place in the hostel and ordered to eat. Zhu Tsong, whose learning was incomparable, said while nodding the head, it is effectively an anecdote consigned in the historic memorials and in the dynastic history of the Hans, that the Emperor Han Wudi, having heard to speak of the horse to the sweat of blood, had sent an emissary in kingdom of Fergana with a full-size statue of the animal, all gold, and had asked to have one of it. However, the king of Fergana refused. How did the emperor react? Asked for Han Xiaoying. Did he give up on the horse? Installed on another table, the cameleers in blank, also stretched the ear to listen the history. At that moment, one heard to ring some bells and 4 other individuals, also clothed of white, entered and sat down with their mates. Of course no, says Zhu Kong. He entered in a terrifying anger and invaded Fergana. To the term of a long and terrifying war, during which the kingdom was annihilated, he finally captured one of the famous horses, but at what price? All exclaimed on the madness of the men and continued to eat the meal that they had ordered. The 8 cameleers had listened to history attentively, throwing looks of desire on the attached outside red horse, and didn't quit to whisper in a low voice. Kuzhina, whose hearing was especially fine, heard them distinctly, although the tables were relatively distant from each other. If one wants to go for it, said one of them, we need to do it right away. If he rides his horse again, we won't be able to catch him up. There is too many people here, retorted another. And he has some mates if they dare to interfere, said a third, we only have to kill them all. How can these 8 individuals appear as cruel? Wondered Kuzhina, but he didn't let anything of it to appear and continued to swallow his dose greedily. We are going to offer this precious horse to the young master, said one of them. Mounted on such beast, his arrival in the Yanjing will be a lot more spectacular. No one will be talked as much as him, not even conceited persons like the immortal of the ginseng, or the virtuous supreme Lingji. Kuzhina had heard to speak already of the virtuous supreme Lingji, that was an eminent personality of the esoteric school of Tibet, known in the whole southwest for his so-called technique stamp of a big hand. On the other hand, he didn't know anything about the immortal of the ginseng. These last days, said another, we met on the road a lot of outlaws, these are all of the men of Penglianhu, called Butcher of the 1,000 Hands. They are probably going to the appointment in Yanjing. If they fall on this precious horse, do you believe that we will get another chance to get it? Kuzhina froze. He knew that Penglianhu was a dangerous strip chief who raged in the region of the Hubei and Shaanxi. He had many henchmen under his orders and acted with cruelty. He had killed so many people that he had received the nickname of Butcher of the 1,000 Hands. Why, did he wonder, all this sinister outlaws are to meet in the capital? And from where did these 8 women came? These women continued to plot to low voice, deciding to lie an ambush on the road, outside of the township, in order to seize the horse of Guojing. Then they chattered, talking of cloths and other business, of the kind, it is you that the young master prefers, or the young master must be thinking about you now, etc. Kuzhina raised the eyebrows, angry, but he could not close his ears and he heard all in spite of him. If we offer the horse to the sweat of blood to the young master, did ask for one among them, what reward do you believe that he is going to give us? He is surely going to spend more nights with you, answered another while laughing. The first protested, sulky. They bickered while laughing. Be quiet, says one among them. Don't unveil our intentions, they don't seem to be that easy. The woman over there, says another in a low voice, carries a sword, she practices the martial arts for sure. And she is rather good looking. If she had 10 years less, the young master would certainly fall for her. Kuzhina understood well that they were speaking of Han Xiaoying and felt even angrier, this young master of which they spoke can't be someone that advisable. The 8 women finished their meal, took their camels and left the hostel. After their departure, Kuzhina asked Guojing, Jing, what do you think if the gongfu of these 8 women? What women? Wondered Guojing. They are disguised in men, explained Zhu Tsong, but you didn't realize it, did you? Who knows the mount of the white camel? Asked Kuzhina. No one had heard to speak of it. Ku informed them about the conversation that he had heard. The other freaks found that these shameless women didn't lack of boldness, but their audacity to want to tackle someone stronger than them was something to laugh of. 2 among them, said Han Xiaoying, have a big nose and green eyes, they probably aren't Chinese effectively, confirmed Han Baoju. And these entirely white camels only exist in the territories of the West. That they want to steal the horse, said Kuzhina, that is not too serious, but they said that numerous dangerous personalities were going to a meeting in Yanjing, it must probably hide an important plot to harm the Song dynasty. It could even have disastrous consequences for our people. Since we fell on such a business, we cannot wash our hands of it. Certainly not, said Quan Jinfa, but the appointment of Jiaxing is near, we can't waste any time. They hesitated, because it appeared impossible to reconcile the 2 missions. That Jing goes there first, says suddenly Nan Shiren. 4th brother wants to say, did decipher Han Xiaoying, that Jing must go alone in Jiaxing, and that we will join it once we will have solved this business in Yanjing? Nan Shiren nodded the head. It is true, says Zhu Tsong, it is time that Jing travels a little alone to acquire some experience all by himself. The young man appeared very saddened to part away from his shifas. You are now big, reprimanded Kuzhina. Don't behave like a child. You go and wait for us there, comforted Han Xiaoying. In less than 1 month, we will join you. The appointment of Jiaxing, said Zhu Tsong, we didn't explain it in detail to you until now. Whatever it arrives, at the 24th day of the 3rd lunar month, at noon, you must imperatively be to the pavilion of the drunk immortals, even if the sky was to fall on your head. Guo Jing acquiesced. These 8 women want to steal your horse, continued Kuzhina. Don't look for the fight, your horse is fast and they won't be able to catch you up. You have important things to attend to, avoid to embark in useless histories. If these women dare to cause any trouble, said Han Baoju, the 7 freaks of the Jiangnan will stop them. Zhang Ashing had died more than 10 years ago, but the 6 always called themselves 7 freaks, never forgetting to associate their dead brother to all their actions. Guo Jing therefore bid farewell to his teachers. They had witnessed his battle against the 4 demons of the Yellow River, and were not too greatly worried. The young man had proved that he knew to use the skills that had been taught to him. Therefore they let him leave alone. On one hand, the meeting of the outlaws in Yanjing worried them greatly, so that they could not make themselves lose interest in it, and on the other hand, a youngster always had to travel the Jianghu alone, in order to learn lessons that no teacher could pass on. At the moment of parting, each made his last recommendations. As usual when the 6 spoke after one another, Nan Shiren was the last one to express himself. If you cannot defeat the enemy, he said, flee. Knowing the dogged character of Guo Jing, he knew that he would prefer to die rather than to surrender. If he met a master, he would certainly fight to the bitter end, even at the risk of death. That was the reason Nan Shiren gave him this common-sense warning. The martial arts have no limits, added Zhu Kong. As the proverb says, for every peak there is one yet higher, so for every man there is one stronger. Whatever your power, you will always one day meet a foe stronger than you. A true man knows to retreat when necessary. When facing grave danger, it is necessary to contain one's impatience and anger. This what is meant by the adage, if one preserves the earth and its forests, one does not fear to lack firewood. It is not therefore not cowardly to take good advice. When the enemy is too numerous and that you cannot face them there, it is especially necessary to avoid being too reckless. Keep in mind 4th Shifa's advice. Guo Jing agreed and kowtowed to his teachers, before mounting his horse to head for the south. He felt great sadness at parting from his masters, with whom had lived every day for the 10 last years, so that the tears flowed down his face. He thought also of his mother, whom he had left alone in the desert. Of course, she did not lack for anything, since Genghis Khan and Taoyui had promised to look after her, but his loneliness weighed upon him nonetheless, and he grieved for her. After traveling about 10 li, he arrived in a mountainous region. The road wound in the bottom of a valley dominated by craggy slopes sprinkled by strange boulders. As it was the first time that he had confronted the outside world, he could not help but feel a little apprehensive at the sight of this threatening landscape. One hand on the hilt of his sword, he paused then while smiling. If 3rd Shifu saw me thus, trembling and terrified, he would certainly make fun of me. The path climbed the mountain flank, becoming more and more narrow and serpentine. After a turn, he suddenly became aware of a mass of white shapes in front of him. 4 women clothed in white, mounted on white camels, blocked the road. Guo Jing halted and pulled up the reins of his horse. From a distance, he shouted, "Excuse me. Please, may I pass?" The 4 women laughed. "Little guy," replied one of them. "What do you fear? Why don't you come over? We won't eat you." Red-faced, Guo Jing did not know what to do. Could he amicably negotiate passage, or was it necessary to rush and force the pass by arms? "Your horse seems not a bad animal," said another woman. "Come, let me have a look at him." She spoke to him as to a little child. Guo Jing felt anger rise within him. But the layout of the terrain worried him. To his right rose a craggy cliff, to the left there was a mist-drowned precipice, whose bottom could not be seen. Eldest Shifu, he said to himself, has given me good advice not to seek trouble. If I ride swiftly at them, those girls will be well obliged to let me pass. He lashed his reins, pressed with his thighs, and the red horse sped forward like an arrow. Sword in hand, Guo Jing cried, "Listen, you people. Let me pass. If someone is jostled and falls in the precipice, it won't be my fault." In an eye blink, he arrived in front of the four women. They had leapt down from their camels and attempted to seize the bridle of the horse. But, with a whinny, the horse leapt over the camels. Guo Jing had the impression that he was flying in the clouds as he landed behind his opponents, who were just as surprised as him. Hearing them scream out their anger, he turned and saw the flash of two projectiles flying towards him. This being his first travels in the Jianghu, he had taken heed of the prudent recommendations of his masters. Worried that the missiles were poisoned, he did not wish to seize them with his bare hand. He waved his leather cap, and gathered them, intercepting their flight. "Well done!" cried two of the women. "Pretty gongfu." Guo Jing dipped his head and saw, inside his cap, two silver darts tipped with extremely sharp fish bones, deadly weapons. He felt disturbed and upset. "There is no ill will between us," he said to himself. "You covet only my horse and here you are ready to injure me mortally." He placed the missiles in his pouch, and fearing to meet the four other women, he loosened his horse's reins. It galloped like the wind and in less than an hour, had covered 80 li. The assailants had to be ambushed more far on the road, but it was passed so quickly that they did not have to have the time to stop it. After a brief rest, he continued on. Before night fell again, he had arrived to Kalgan, sure that he had left behind those following. Kalgan, the crossroads of commerce between the south and the north, was a small but very lively city, where the trade of the region was centered, especially the fur trade. Holding his red horse by the reins, Guo Jing glanced right and left with great curiosity. Never had he seen a town of such importance, so that everything appeared strange and novel to him. Arriving in front of a large restaurant, he felt the pangs of hunger. He tied up his horse in front of the door and went in. Once seated at a table, he ordered a dish of beef, with 2 pancakes, and being of good appetite, he ate in the Mongol manner, winding the meat in the pancake and taking bites out of it. While he treated himself, he suddenly heard a tumult at the door of the inn. Fearing for his mount, he rushed to the doorway. The little red horse was quietly eating his fodder, but 2 inn boys were scolding a young, slender boy, clothed in rags. Aged about 15 or 16 years, on his head he wore an old leather hat with many holes, his face and hands were all dirty, so much so that one could not distinguish his features clearly. He held a big bun in his hand and laughed stupidly, revealing 2 rows of beautiful white teeth, that seemed out of place in comparison with his general appearance. His black, very lively eyes, shone with intensity. "Hey!" screamed one of the boys. "Get lost." "Sure," said the young man, "since you want me to go, I'll go." He turned on his heel, but the other inn boy interrupted, "Leave the bun." He did so, passed back the bun, but it was spattered with the tracks of dirty fingers and could no longer be sold. The inn boy, furious, launched a blow with his fist, that the other ducked. Guo Jing felt pity for him, thinking that he had to be hungry, and interposed himself. "There's no need for violence," he said. "Put that on my account." He obtained the bun and gave it to the young man, who took it, but said, "This bun is no good." "Poor thing, wait, here, for you." He threw the bun to a small skinny dog that started to devour it. "What a waste!" swore the inn boy, giving a dog such a good bun. Guo Jing was taken aback, for he had believed that the boy had suffered from hunger. He returned to his table to continue his meal. Now, the young man followed him inside the establishment and stayed there, looking at him fixedly. Guo Jing felt a little bothered, then he asked, "Do you want to eat here, too?" "Gladly so," replied the young man with a laugh. "Exactly, I was bored all alone and I've been looking for a buddy." He had a Jiangnan accent, and its familiarity delighted Guo Jing. In fact, his mother was from Linan, in Zhejiang province, and the odd 6 all came from Jiaxing. He had therefore, since childhood, been immersed in the accent of the Jiangnan. The young boy seated himself at the table. Guo Jing ordered a cover of more to the waiter. He saw the rags and dirtiness of the new guest, his appearance was not very nice. It was necessary to call him several times before he brought over a bowl and plate, dragging his feet. "You take me for a pauper," said the young boy, "unworthy to eat here." "Pooh! Even if you serve your finest dishes, who knows whether they might be to my taste?" "Ah yes," said the waiter coldly. "We will assuredly follow your orders, sir. The problem is that we don't know if anyone will pay. Whatever the dishes that I order," the boy demanded of Guojing, "will you treat me?" Of course," replied Guojing, who then ordered the waiter, "Quickly, will you cut up a plate of roast beef and a half plate of mutton liver?" For him, roast beef and mutton liver constituted the ultimate in delicacies. "Do you drink wine?" he asked the boy. "Wait," the other replied. "Don't rush into the meat. Let us begin first with fruit." Waiter. Bring us first 4 dry fruit, 4 fresh fruit, 2 salted sweetened ones, 4 preserved fruit in honey." The waiter was shocked, not expecting such orders. "Which fruit and sweets would you wish, sir?" he inquired. "In this little establishment, in this pathetic little town," says the boy, "I imagine it's impossible for you to do anything great. Then, one will content oneself with little. The 4 dry fruit are lychees, longans, jujubes to the steamed and ginkgos. For the expenses, you will choose seasonal fruits. For the salted sweetened, perfumed cherries and plums to the filaments of ginger, but I don't know if one can find some here. As for the preserved fruit and honey, you will bring perfumed orangettes to the rose, preserved grapes, fishing lamelles to sugar freezes, and pear slices." This knowledge of culinary matters impressed the waiter, who no longer dared to act superior. "There is no fresh fish or fresh shrimp here, to accompany the wine," continued the boy, "so I will be content with 8 average dishes." "What would you desire, sir?" asked the waiter. "Of course," said the boy with a sigh. "If one does not explain all the tiniest details, you would be incapable of doing anything. Here are the 8 dishes: steamed pheasant, fried duck's feet, a soup of chicken tongues, deer stomach to rice wine, beef ribs with chives, rabbit in filament to the chrysanthemum, thigh of wild boar stir-fried, pork feet in ginger vinegar. I'm choosing simple dishes only, it's not worth speaking of more sophisticated dishes." The waiter's mouth gaped. "These 8 dishes," he said, "are rather expensive. For the duck feet and the chicken tongue soup, we will require a lot of poultry." "This gentleman is paying," responded the boy while pointing at Guojing. "Do you believe that he does not have the means?" The waiter saw that Guojing carried a sable coat of great value. "Even if you have no means of payment," he said to himself, "this coat will suffice to cover the expenditures." Then he demanded, "Are those all?" "You will also bring," the boy said, 12 more dishes to accompany the rice and 8 different desserts. And it will go on like that." The waiter didn't dare to ask details concerning the dishes, fearing the boy would order dishes he could not provide. He went to the kitchen telling to prepare the best. "Which wine does the gentleman wish to drink?" he returned to ask. "We have white wine 10 years of age. What would you say of 2 horns to start?" "Why not?" said the boy. One continued with a little later the waiter brought fruits and cookies. Guojing tasted each plate and marveled at all those delicious things he had never known. The boy spoke much, telling about the local customs and habits, describing famous characters and famous anecdotes about the country of the south. Guojing was fascinated by his refined eloquence and his immense knowledge. Guojing's second Shifu was a well-read man and a great scholar, but Guojing, who had devoted all his time and energy to martial arts, had only learned from Zhu Tsong, during their rare free time, some basic characters. It seemed to him now that this young boy was as cultivated as second Shifu, and he was filled with wonder. "I believe," he thought, "what seems just a poor beggar was in reality a well-read man of immense culture. The men in China are definitely quite different from those in Mongolia." Half an hour later, the dishes were ready. It was necessary to join 2 large tables together to be able to serve them all. The young boy drank very little and ate in the same way, being satisfied with pickings of the less spiced dishes. Suddenly, he called the waiter and thundered, "This rice wine is 5 years old. How do you dare to serve it with the food? Your palate is really very refined." The manager came to beg for pardon. "Please excuse us. In fact, our humble establishment did not have it. It was necessary to borrow some from the nearest larger restaurant, the House of Eternal Celebration. In general, one does not find fresh wine in Kalgan." The young boy made a gesture to return it and resumed his conversation with Guojing again, asking him 1,000 questions about the desert and Mongolia. As his shifas had reminded him to be discreet, in order not to reveal his identity, he was content to tell anecdotes on hunting for hares and wolves, the shootings of eagles, horse races etc. The boy listened with fascination, applauding the sharpest accounts and often bursting into fresh and childish laughter. Guojing had lived all his life in the desert. He had certainly tied a sincere friendship with Taoyui and Huazheng. But Temujin, who loved his youngest son very much, often kept his son near him, so that Taoyui didn't have much time to play around. As for Huazheng, she had a strong character and often quarreled with Guojing, who felt reluctant to do everything she wanted. Although they always ended reconciled, the relation wasn't easy. However, everything was different with this young boy. They were conversing during eating and Guojing, without knowing why, felt a joy he never experienced before. Usually he spoke little and expressed himself with difficulty. One really needed to pose him with questions forcing him to answer painfully. Han Xiaoying nicely made fun of him by saying that he was the preferred disciple of 4th Shifu, because he had adopted Nan Xiren's motto, "Silence is golden." This time, he surprisingly could speak non-stop, not hiding anything of his life, except his martial arts training in what was related to Temujin, telling even all silly things and his stupidities. He spoke glibly and at a certain moment, he forgot himself and seized the left hand of his interlocutor. He was surprised because this hand was soft and smooth, it was flexible and seemed boneless. The boy smiled slightly and bowed his head. Guojing realized whereas the boy's face was dark with filth, the skin of his nape had the whiteness of jade. Guojing found this a bit strange, but he did not pay further attention. "Well, we've chat for a long time," the boy said, withdrawing his hand. "All are cold now, the dishes and also the rice." "Yes," Guojing said, "but it is not spoilt, it is still good." Nevertheless the boy shook his head. "Then well, let it warmed up." "No," the boy said, "what is warmed up isn't good anymore." He called the waiter, ordered him to throw all away and prepare new dishes with fresh ingredients. The manager, cooks and waiters found this attitude quite strange, but they did it readily. The Mongols had a habit of showing extreme hospitality to their guests, and besides, it's the first time of his life Guojing handled money, he didn't know its value at all. But even if he did know, he got along so well with the boy, he felt such a pleasure in the boy's company, he would have spent 10 times as much without batting an eye. The new dishes were served, the boy ate some mouthful and had enough. "You are really an idiot," the waiter inwardly said to Guojing, "this little urchin has taken advantage of you." He brought the check, which amounted to 19 taels, 74 condorins. Guojing took a gold ingot, ordered the waiter to change against taels at the money changer, and paid. When they left the restaurant, the north wind blew violently. The young boy seemed to feel cold. He shivered and said, "I've disturbed you now, goodbye." Seeing the boy dressed not warm enough, Guojing felt his heart tightening. He removed his black sable coat and covered the shoulders of the boy. "Brother," he said, "I got the impression we've known each other forever. Please accept this coat." He had 4 gold ingots left, he took 2 ingots, slipped them into the coat's pocket. Without even thanking, the boy, wearing the sable coat, stepped along heavily. After walking about 10 steps, he turned and saw Guojing, holding his horse by its bridle, fixedly looking at him. He understood Guojing did not want to separate like that, then he made a gesture with his hand. Guojing approached him eagerly and required, "Does worthy brother still need something?" "I haven't yet asked for the name of my big brother," said the boy smiling. "Indeed," Guojing said laughing, "we forgot about that. My name is Gua and Jing is my first name." And you, brother? My name is Huang and my first name is Rong. Where are you bound for? Asked Guojing. If you want to go towards the south, we could travel together, what do you think? I do not go towards the south, Huang Rong said, shaking his head. Then he said suddenly, Big brother, I'm still hungry very well, Guojing ardently said. Let us eat something together. This time, Huang Rong brought him to the House of Eternal Celebration, the principal restaurant of Calgon, which decoration accurately imitated the great establishments of the ancient capital of Song, Bianliang. He did not order a feast anymore, but asked only 4 plates of fine pastry, a pot of Longjing tea, famous green tea of the province Zhejiang, and both continued their rambling conversation. Having learned that Guojing had tamed 2 white eagles, Huang Rong expressed a certain desire. Very well, he said, I did not know exactly where to go. Indeed, tomorrow I'll leave for Mongolia, to catch 2 white eagles for my amusement. They are not easy to find, Guojing remarked. Then how did you find them? Guojing didn't answer and only smiled. The climate is severe in Mongolia, he said, the north wind blew icy and hard, how would this young boy with such a weak constitution could withstand it? Where do you live? He asked. Why don't you return home? Huang Rong had tears in his eyes, Dad doesn't want me anymore. And why? He locked up somebody, answered Huang Rong, and did not want to set that person free. I took pity on the prisoner, as he is displeased all alone, I brought good things for him to eat, and I tried to converse with him. Dad got angry and cursed at me, I ran away in the middle of the night. Your dad surely thinks of you at this moment, Guojing said. And your mom? Died for a long time. I didn't have a mom since very little. If you have had your fun, it would be better to return home. Dad does not want me anymore, Huang Rong said crying. That's impossible. Then why doesn't he look for me? Perhaps he is still seeking, but haven't found you. You are probably right, Huang Rong said, who changed from crying to laughing. Then when I have my fun, I'll return. But first of all, it is necessary to tame 2 white eagles. They chatted again about what they have seen or experienced. Guojing told the incident of the 8 women in white disguised as men who wanted to take possession of his horse. Huang Rong raised questions about the small red horse, its capabilities, its character, and was full of envy. He drank a mouthful of tea and said smilingly, Big brother, I want to ask for something of great value to you. Would you approve of that? Of course, why wouldn't I? What I would like, is precisely your horse with the sweat of blood. All right, Guojing said without hesitating, I'll give it gladly to you. In fact, Huang Rong was joking, he saw very well that Guojing adored his invaluable horse, and they have met just recently and by chance. He just wanted to see how this good chap was going to refuse his improper request. However, Guojing answered with such an amount of generosity and simplicity that he was taken by surprise. Moved beyond words, he could not prevent himself breaking into sobs and hide his face with his arms. Guojing was even more surprised. Well, brother, he asked with concern. What has occurred? Don't you feel well? Huang Rong raised his head. He had cried, but now a big smile lit his face. The running tears had wiped away the filth, revealing a white skin like pure jade. Big brother, he said, let us go. Guojing paid and they left the restaurant. Guojing took his horse by its bridle, caressed it gently and gave it the following advice, I've given you to my great friend here. You will show yourself obeying and especially not show your foul temper. Then he addressed Huang Rong, brother, mount the horse. Usually, the small red horse did not allow anyone else to mount it, but, during the last few days, it had quietened a lot. And, since its master had ordered it to do so, it didn't make a fuss. Huang Rong leapt on the horse, Guojing let go the bridle, and clapped him lightly on the rump. Rider and horse disappeared in a cloud of dust. Guojing waited till he could see them no more before he returned. It was very late when he obtained a room in a hostelry. The moment he was going to extinguish his candle and to go to bed, he heard a scratch at the door. He thought that it was Huang Rong who had returned, and felt great joy. "Is that you, brother?" he demanded. "That's great. It's your old man," replied a hoarse voice. "What's so wonderful?" Surprised, the young man opens the door and saw, by the glimmer of the candle, 5 men. While looking at them more closely, he felt a shiver go down his spine. 4 of them, armed with saber, lance, whip and twin axes, were none other than the Yellow River's 4 demons, whom he had fought earlier at the hill. The 5th one was a lean man of about 40 years, with a dark and long face, with 3 big bumps on the forehead, that gave him an extremely ugly appearance. The lean man sneered and swept grandly into the room. He seated himself arrogantly on the bed of bricks. In northern China, sleeping arrangements generally were installed on top of a kind of brick oven, that allowed for heating underneath, then turned his head to regard Guo Jing. The senior brother of the Yellow River's 4 demons, Shen Qin Gang, nicknamed Saber Breaks the Soul, declared coldly, "Here is our martial uncle, the renowned Ho Tong Hai, known as 3-Headed Dragon. Kowtow before Lord Ho right now." Guo Jing realized that he was cornered. He already could not defeat the 4 demons of the Yellow River by themselves, to say nothing of their martial uncle, who had to be fearsome. "What do you want?" he demanded, while joining his fists in greeting. "Where are your teachers?" questioned Ho Tong Hai. "My 6 Shifu are not here." "Ha," sneered Ho Tong Hai. "Then I will leave you a respite of a half-day. If I killed you now, one could say that the 3-Headed Dragon was taking advantage of an opponent weaker than him. Tomorrow noon, I will await your 6 Shifus in the Black Pine Wood, 10 li to the west of here." He left without even waiting for Guo Jing's reply. Wu Qinglai, nicknamed Whip, pulls out life, closed the door and locked it from the outside. Guo Jing put out the candle, lay down on the bed, and saw, on the paper of the window, a shadow came and went with no small swiftness. The enemy, clearly, were mounting a watch over him. Shortly after, he heard a noise on the roof, someone hitting the tiles with a weapon, while saying, "Little chap, don't even think about running away, your old man is watching you." Understanding that escape was impossible, Guo Jing lay still, glancing at the ceiling, wondering how he was going to leave tomorrow, but he fell asleep before he found the beginnings to a solution. The next day morning, the inn boy brought hot water for his bath and noodles for breakfast, closely followed by Qian Qingjian, armed with his 2 short axes. Guo Jing reflected that his Shifu were far away and probably could not arrive on time to save him. Since he could not flee, it was necessary to fight and die as a man. His 4th Shifu had for him well says, "If you can't beat the enemy, flee." But to flee without even being beaten, this would not be following the advice. In fact, it would not have been difficult for him to escape from Qian Qingjian alone, but his spirit was not very lively or very resourceful. If only Nan Shiren had said to him, "Flee from danger," he probably would have taken to his heels, and Qian Qingjian certainly would not have been in a position to catch him. The 3-Headed Dragon, Ho Tong Hai, believed that the Jiangnan Odd 6 were located in this area, and that, given their fame, they never would have failed to keep an appointment, so would never have imagined that Guo Jing would flee on his own. Seated on the bed, he practiced the meditations and controlled his breath according to the pointers given by Ma Yu. Next to him, Qian Qingjian whirled his axes while shouting and while criticizing his methods. Guo Jing gave him not the least attention. Towards noon, he rose. "Let's go," he said to his jailer. He paid his expenditures to the innkeeper and both headed for the west. 10 li further on, they indeed came across a wood of thickly foliaged pines. Qian Qingjian left Guo Jing and entered the wood. The young man pulled out the supple whip that he always carried by his side and cautiously entered the undergrowth. Progressing slowly, all the direction to the agates, he followed the small path for a little more than 1 li, without seeing anyone. All was silent, with an occasional bird cry now and then. As he advanced, his apprehension grew. "No one is watching me," he said suddenly to himself, "the wood is so thick, why not hide myself? To hide myself, that's not to flee. He prepared himself to slip into a bush when he heard swearing above his head, little bastard. Idiot. Moron. Guojing jumped back, his whip held on guard. He looked up and burst out laughing. All at the top of 4 big trees, the Yellow River demons, hands tied behind their backs, were hanging at the end of a rope and wriggled in the air. They struggled hopelessly but could not escape. Seeing Guojing, they redoubled their cursing. You playing at swings? Asked Guojing while laughing. This is very funny, isn't it? Then goodbye, I'll take my leave. He took a few steps back, then returned. How did you end up like that? Damn you! Growled Qian Qingjian. We were trapped by surprise, this is not worthy of a real man. Little guy, cried Shen Qinggang, if you're brave enough, let us down, we will fight one-on-one to decide between us. For if we attacked you en masse, we would be cowards. Guojing wasn't very intelligent, but neither was he completely stupid. He burst out laughing again and said, I'll accept that you're brave, without needing to match blows. Afraid that Ho Tonghai, the 3-headed dragon, might arrive, he had no desire to linger, he hastily departed and returned to the city. He bought a horse and resumed without delay his journey south. Who was it that helped me secretly? He asked himself. These 4 demons of the Yellow River have excellent gongfu, who succeeded in tying them up and suspend them in the trees. And this 3-headed dragon that had seemed so frightening, why was it that I didn't see him anymore? My Shifu always said, when an appointment is taken, it is necessary to keep it, even if the sky falls on your head. I've kept his appointment, if he didn't arrive himself, that's not my fault. The journey went on without incident. That day, he finally arrived at Yanjing. It was the capital of the Jin Empire, the most prosperous city in the country. Even the former capital of the Song, Bianliang, or the new, Linen, could not compete with it. Guojing, who had grown up in the desert, never had seen similar organization. Red buildings of cunning architecture, decorated panels, majestic doors, splendid attachments in front of the sumptuous residences, fiery standards disputing the passage in the streets. Merchandises of all sorts were exposed in of immense stores, a colorful crowd to the luxurious clothes pressed themselves in the tea parlors and the debits of drinks. Brilliant signs, multicolored standards, in the air resounded 1,000 musics, 100 perfumes filled with fragrance. Guojing did not know anymore where to turn his head. There were so many things before his eyes that he did not recognize one object out of 10. Not daring to enter a restaurant that was too richly furnished, he chose a small stall where he ate quickly, then continued to walk about at random. Suddenly, he heard a continuous cheering, and saw a crowd in the distance, massed around something. Pressed on by his curiosity, he approached and slipped among the onlookers. They pressed themselves around a wide open area, in the middle of which was planted an ornamented standard with the phrase "Challenge to find a spouse" embroidered upon it. Beneath the standard, 2 persons faced each other in unrelenting combat, one was a girl dressed in red, the other a big fat fellow. Guojing saw right away that the girl, whose every movement was measured and checked, had good gongfu, while the fat fellow was clearly not up to the mark. After some exchanges, the girl feigned to lower her guard, the fat fellow advanced to attack with a blow. Twin dragons leaving their lairs, projecting both fists towards the chest of the opponent. But the girl stepped back lightly, her left arm pivoted and struck the back of the fat fellow, who tumbled to the ground. He got up, covered in dust, an embarrassed look on his face, and disappeared into the crowd. The spectators applauded and acclaimed the girl. She rearranged a strand of hair and returned to the standard. Guojing regarded her more attentively. Aged about 18 years, she was very graceful and her face extremely pretty, lightly marked by life. Gusts of cold wind fluttered the standard, to either side of which had been planted an iron lance and 2 short halberds. The girl exchanged some words in a low voice with a middle-aged man. He nodded, and stepped forward, clasped his hands and saluted the onlookers. Your servant is named Mu-yi. I am from Shandong. In visiting your honorable city, I seek neither fame or fortune. It is just that, my girl is of the age to put a comb in her hair, has to leave 15 years, the girls, considered as adults, can groom and squeeze their hair with a comb, and she has no fiancé. She has formally made a vow, she does not desire a prosperous husband or a noble one, but a valiant expert in martial arts. This is the reason we have the audacity to propose a contest for her to find a husband. All young men, aged less than 30 years and who are unmarried, can match themselves against my girl. If he can vanquish her in a single move, I will give her to him in marriage. We traversed the country of the south to the north, but all the renowned experts already are married, and the young brave ones doubtless did not deign to try. This is the reason we have not been able to find a good husband. Yanjing is a place where tigers and dragons hide in the shadows. Here there certainly are many heroes and valiant men. If my actions seem presumptuous, I beg your kind pardon. This Mu Yi looked sturdy and strong to Guojing, but his back was slightly hunched, he was white-haired and his entire face wrinkled. His air was melancholic and sad. He was clad in coarse fabric, patched in several places, while the girl was clothed in lively colors. After making his speech, Mu Yi listened for some time. He heard louts making vulgar comments, but they did not dare to descend in the arena. He raised his eyes to the sky, saw leaden clouds accumulating and the wind grew stronger. One would say that a blizzard threatens, he said in a low voice. Ah, it was so dark. That day he turned back, took down the banner from the standard and prepared to stow away the banner when two simultaneous cries were heard from the east and west, one moment. And two men leaped in the open space. Upon seeing them, the crowd burst out laughing. The one who had come from the east was obese and elderly. He had a big beard and had to be at least 50 years old. The one come from the west was even more comical, he was a shaven-headed monk. What are you laughing at? The fat one shouted to the crowd. Isn't this a contest to find a spouse? I am not married, why can't I try my luck? Venerable ancestor, said the monk while giggling, even if you win, you wouldn't want this girl, as beautiful as a flower, to become a widow right away. And you, said the fat one angrily, what are you here for? If I can have such a pretty girl, replied the monk, I'll return to the secular world. The crowd was roaring again. The girl frowned her eyebrows, apparently annoyed. She removed the cape which she used to cover herself and wanted to continue the fight. Mu Yi held her arm, saying not to be irritated, and replanted the banner in the ground. The monk and the obese person continued their bickering, each wanted to fight the girl first. Why don't you start fighting against each other first? The hilarious spectators suggested. The winner will have the honor to fight the girl. All right, the monk said. Old chap, let's have a little fun. He threw a blow with his fist, the obese one avoided it by lowering his head, before returning the blow. Guojing recognized the style of the monk, the Arhat style from the Shaolin temple. The obese one practiced the style of the 5 movements. Both were thus practitioners of external gongfu. The monk showed himself of great agility, whereas the obese one, in spite of his age, privileged heaviness and power. Suddenly, the monk stealthily struck 3 blows at the stomach of his adversary, who fought stoically, in order to be able to batter down his right fist on the head of the monk. Who fell to the ground, dazzled, then found his spirits again, took a knife out of his robe and run to attack. The crowd shed a cry of surprise. The obese one leapt back before wielding an iron whip which was rolled up around his waist, thus, both had become armed. The fight began again, still desperate, but more dangerous. The spectators applauded while moving back, fearing to be injured by straying blows. Mu Yi approached the 2 men and said with a loud voice, "Stop. We are here in the imperial capital, it is forbidden to exhibit weapons." The 2 adversaries, carried away by their fight, did not give any attention to him. Mu Yi leapt suddenly, jumping he kicked the knife of the monk while seizing the end of the whip. He drew with force, the obese one could not resist and released the whip. Mu Yi threw the whip onto the ground. The two adversaries, not daring to fight anymore, collected their weapons shamefully and disappeared under the jibes from the crowd. Then tinkling of small bells which were attached to the harnesses of horses was heard, and one saw a flamboyant company appearing, several tens of vigorous servants accompanying a young nobleman. He looked at the brocade banner and examined the girl from head to toes. Then he smiled, got down from his horse and came forward. "Is this the girl who seeks a husband through a contest?" he asked. The girl blushed and turned her head without answering. Mu-yi advanced, joining his fists, and greeted, "My name is Mu. What does the young lord wish? What are the rules of this contest?" Mu-yi explained it to him. "Then I want to try my chance as well." He was a young and handsome nobleman about 18 or 19 years old, dressed in a lavish brocade coat. At last a boy, thought Guo Jing, who would make a beautiful couple with this girl. Unfortunately the monk and the old obese one a while ago were not up to par. If not, your lordship is joking," said Mu-yi, mortified. "What do you mean? We are only wanderers without abode, how would we dare to measure ourselves against you? And it is not an ordinary contest, it decides the marriage of my daughter. Please forgive us. Since when have you held this contest?" "It has been more than 6 months that we traversed the roads. And still nobody could overcome your daughter?" the young nobleman said unbelievingly. "It is undoubtedly," Mu-yi answered smiling, "because the experts in martial arts are all already married, or they condescend to be measured with her." Okay, the young dandy exclaimed. "I will test this as a young man with a refined and distinguished bearing," Mu-yi thought. "If he came from an ordinary family, he would have made a husband of choice for my child. But obviously, he belongs to the nobility. We are here in the capital of Jin, his family is perhaps well known at the court, or in any case, he is certainly rich and powerful. If my daughter wins, that could be worth our troubles. If she loses, would it be bad for us to be united to such a family? We are just wanderers in the realm of rivers and lakes," he said, "we cannot measure ourselves with you. Please forgive us. We will leave." "This is an honorable contest," the young nobleman said, laughing. "I assure you, I will not harm your daughter." He then turned to the girl and said amiably, "It will be enough that the young lady touches me to win, all right?" "In a contest, it is necessary to comply strictly to the rules," the girl protested. "Hurry up with the fight," a cry was heard from the crowd. "The speedier you will fight, the more quickly you will be married, and the more quickly you will have babies." The spectators burst out into laughter. The girl wrinkled her eyebrows and removed her cape sulkily. She greeted the young nobleman, who bowed in return, "Please, young lady." This young dandy grew in affluence, Mu-yi thought, does he know martial arts? It is better to defeat him quickly and to leave the city as soon as possible, in order to avoid trouble. "All right," then he said, "perhaps your lord wants to get rid of his coat." "That is not necessary," the young dandy said, smiling. The spectators, who knew the ability of the girl, thought that to show oneself that careless, one was going to suffer. But, some of them thought, they must have experience in the realm of rivers and lakes. They will certainly not injure a son of a noble family. They probably will arrange that he does not lose face. "Do you believe," whispered the others, "that they really perform a contest to find a spouse?" "Probably, old Mu only wants to benefit from the beauty and gongfu of his daughter to cheat money from fools. This young dandy should watch his wallet." "Please," the girl also said. The young nobleman swiveled towards the right, whereas his left sleeve flew with flashing speed towards the shoulder of the girl. She, surprised by the speed and skill of the attack, leaned and plunged, thus escaping the blow. But the action of her adversary was stunning, the right sleeve already arrived near the head of the girl, clamping both sides. She had to leap back with the quickness of an arrow. "Good!" the young nobleman shouted. He advanced without letting her the time to fall down on her feet. The girl, still in the air, swiveled and attacked to defend herself, kicking with her left foot in the direction of the nose of the young man. He had to move back hastily, and both fell down simultaneously on their feet. The young man had attacked with 3 stances, the girl had defended herself with agility, they both began to feel respect and watched each other. The girl blushed, and took the initiative to attack. The battle started anew, more desperate. It was performed so quickly that the young man looked like a shadow of shining brocade, whereas the girl resembled a red cloud. At the side, Guojing was increasingly stunned. These 2 young people are of my age, he said to himself, and they possess such a high level of martial arts, it is really extraordinary. They would make a perfect pair. If they marry, they could then, during their leisure hours, replay some contest to find a spouse. It would be funny. With his mouth agape, he followed the spectacle with participation, when suddenly, the girl clutched the sleeve of her adversary and tore it off with force. She jumped back immediately, holding her trophy up. "Young lord," shouted Mu Yi, "we are sorry." Then he turned to his daughter, "Well, let us go now." "Not so quickly," the young man shouted with a grim look on his face. "Nothing is really decided yet." He caught the 2 sides of his coat and pulled, causing the jade buttons to pop out. One of his servants helped him to remove his coat, while another collected the buttons. Underneath, the young man wore a water-green satin tunic, tightly held to his waist by a delicate green scarf, which gave him an even more captivating air. He raised his left palm and sent a blow, showing his true gongfu this time. An extremely violent gust of air passed very close to the girl. Guojing, Mu Yi and his daughter were dumbfounded. How could, they wondered, a person of such distinction has such a cruel and brutal gongfu? The young nobleman did not look for fun anymore, his blows were so powerful that his adversary could not approach him anymore. "We have a formidable expert here," Guojing thought, "the girl is no match for him, apparently, marriage is in sight. And I am quite content for them. My 6 shifas always said that exceptional men are legion in the Central Plains. Indeed, this young nobleman has an original palm style with sophisticated variations. Should we fight, I would probably not win against him." For his part, Mu Yi could also foretell the outcome of the duel. "My daughter," he shouted, "it is useless to continue. The young lord is much stronger than you. This young man has excellent gongfu," he said to himself, "thus he is not one of these idle, gambling and whoring sons of certain families. Presently, I will request information about his family. If he is not related to the Jin government authorities, I will approve of a marriage. Then my daughter's future will be secured." He shouted to both to stop their fight. But the battle was full-blown and couldn't cease. "If I wanted to injure you now," the young man thought, "nothing would be easier, but I do not have the heart to do it." Suddenly, his left palm changed into a claw, and he clutched the wrist of the girl. She, surprised, sought to break loose. The young man pushed slightly forward and the girl lost balance. At the time she was going to fall, the right arm of her adversary pulled her gently, and she fell into his arms. The spectators applauded and hollered with enthusiasm, causing a great tumult. Shamefully blushing, the girl begged with a low voice, "Release me, quickly." "Say my dear to me," he answered laughing, "and they'll release you." Outraged by such an impudence, she struggled, but he held her firmly and she could not break loose. Mu Yi advanced and said, "You've won, please release my daughter." The young nobleman burst into laughter but did not do anything. Losing her patience, the girl gave a kick in the direction of the plexus of her adversary, in order to make him release her. He indeed freed his right arm, parried the blow and caught the foot immediately. His Chi-Na technique was perfectly timed and he could seize anything he wanted. The girl panicked, sought to release her foot by pulling with force. At last she succeeded, but by doing so she lost her small shoe which was embroidered with red flowers. She sat down on the ground, head lowered and red with shame, holding her foot covered by a sock of white fabric. The young aristocrat smiled unsteadily, wore the laced boot to his nose and sniffed it. In the situation, the hooligans were obviously not going to let pass this occasion. "That smells good," they shouted in chorus. "What is your name?" asked Mu Yi. "It's not worth speaking of," answered the young aristocrat while laughing. He took again his brocaded coat, cast a glance in direction of the girl, and placed the small embroidered laced boot in his pocket. At that moment, the wind redoubled in strength and large snowflakes started to fall. "We live at the Inn of Prosperity," said Mu-yi, "in the western part of the city. Let us go there thus together, in order to make plans." "To plan what?" the young aristocrat retorted. "It's snowing now, it is necessary that I hurry home." Mu-yi turned pale. "You won this challenge, I made a promise, that I give you my daughter in marriage. It is a serious business, one cannot treat it with lightly." The young aristocrat burst out laughing. "We had a little fun with martial arts," he said, "it was rather interesting, but, as for the marriage, I am obliged to decline this honor." Anger choked Mu-yi and prevented him from speaking. You what do you take our young prince for?" shouted a servant while laughing. "Do you believe that he would wed with vulgar traveling performers from the Jianghu? In your dreams, old man." Mu-yi was so angered that, with a blow, he struck him senseless. The young aristocrat did not seek any explanation. He got his servant to be carried and was on the point of mounting his horse. "You really make fun of us," Mu-yi shouted, clutching him by the left arm. "Well, in any event, my daughter cannot marry such an insolent person as you. But return to us the laced boot." "It's she who gave it to me," said the young aristocrat while laughing. "Why do you interfere yourself? I won the tournament, I've declined your marriage, but I'll keep the consolation prize." He pivoted his arm, exerted some inner force and pulled clear. "It won't happen like that," Mu-yi exclaimed, trembling with anger. He leaps and struck with both fists, in a blow called bell and drum sounds together, towards the temples of his adversary. He turned and returned to the arena. "And if I beat you, old man," he said while laughing, "you won't force me more to become your son-in-law?" The crowd, indignant at the impudent and arrogant attitude of the young man, remained quiet. Only some hooligans and good-for-nothings burst out laughing roughly. Without saying a word, Mu-yi tightened his belt, and leapt with a sea swallow skimming the flood on the young aristocrat. He knew that he was extremely angry and did not take the attack lightly. He dodged, replied with a blow to the belly. "The poisonous snake seeks its den." Mu-yi dodged, struck with his left palm at the shoulder. The young man turned, advanced his right palm under the left arm. It was an extremely vicious blow, called benefit from the cloud to change the sun, executed without the knowledge of the adversary. However, Mu-yi parried effectively and closed again his two hands on the cheeks of the young aristocrat. At that moment, whatever move he made, he could not avoid the blow. He wrinkled his eyebrows, bit his lips, and decided to employ another technique. His two hands flew like flashes and his 10 fingers were planted in the back of the hands of Mu-yi. When he withdrew them, the ends of his fingers were smeared with red. All the spectators shouted in surprise. The girl, thrown into a panic, supported her father. She tore a strip of her tunic to wrap his hands, which bled profusely. Mu-yi pushed back his daughter. "Move aside," he said. "Today, it's either him or me." The girl, pale, looked at the young aristocrat fixedly, drew a dagger suddenly and wanted to plunge it full into her heart. Surprised, Mu-yi sought to stop her hand, and the girl did not have time to draw aside the blade, which was planted in the hand of her father. The spectators sighed and deplored to see a beautiful scene finishing in such a bloody way. Even the hooligans seemed indignant at such an outcome. The comments started to focus on the improper attitude of this young aristocrat. Facing such unrighteousness, Guojing could not remain standing by. He gently drew aside the people in front of him and advanced into the open space. "Ha!" he shouted, "to act like that, that's not good." The young aristocrat, disconcerted for a moment, retorted while laughing, "Ah yes? How is it necessary to act well?" His servants, seeing that Guojing was clad like a peasant and that he spoke with a marked southern accent, made fun of him. Guojing did not understand the mockery, and said seriously, "You should marry this young lady." "And if I don't marry her?" If you don't want to marry her, why did you come down to fight? It was well marked, on the banner, challenge to find a husband. What are you interfering for, kid? Retorted the young aristocrat, in a threatening voice. This young lady is not only very beautiful, but she has excellent gongfu. Why don't you want her? Didn't you see that she felt so offended that she wanted to commit suicide? You're such a moron that it isn't worthwhile to explain it to you. The young aristocrat turned on his heel. Guo Jing re-stained him, huh? How can you leave like that? What do you want? Didn't I tell you to marry this young lady? The aristocrat laughed and was about to leave. Mu Yi, seeing the intervention of Guo Jing, understood that he was generous, but naive and little acquainted with the way of the world. He approached and says to him, "Little brother, don't worry about him. So long as I have a breath of life, I will find to be avenged for this insult." Then he shouted towards the young aristocrat, "At least leave your name." "I told you I couldn't call you father-in-law," he retorted insolently. "Why do you want to still know my name?" Very annoyed by this, Guo Jing leaped forward while shouting, then returned that embroidered laced boot to the young lady. "Is that any of your damn business?" The nobleman said furiously. "You've taken a fancy to this young miss yourself, have you?" Guo Jing shook his head and said, "No." "Look, are you going to return it, or not?" The young aristocrat tightened the hand suddenly and slapped Guo Jing heavily. He moved sharply, and employed a China technique, seizing, by crossing the hands, the wrists of his adversary. He sought to escape, in vain. "Do you want to die?" He shouted then, surprised and annoyed, giving a kick towards Guo Jing's lower belly. He flexed his muscles and pushed back the young aristocrat towards the open space. Obviously, this person had a good lightness technique, Qinggong, for, instead of falling on his back, he corrected himself and landed on his feet. He nimbly removed his brocaded coat and exclaimed, "You don't want to continue living, little idiot? If you've got guts, come and test yourself against me." "Why would I fight with you?" said Guo Jing, shaking the head. "Since you do not want to marry with the young lady, return her laced boot." The spectators, seeing the intervention of Guo Jing, wanted to see what he was capable of and didn't think that he would retreat. Some hooligans even hooted, "Talk without action, it's unworthy of a hero." For his part, the young aristocrat, having been caught by Guo Jing, had realized that his gongfu wasn't insignificant, and especially that he had powerful internal energy. So he was happy not to fight. But, of course, he couldn't return the laced boot without losing face. He therefore gathered his coat and turned on his heel while laughing. Guo Jing caught him by the side of the coat and repeated, "How can you leave like that?" The young aristocrat had a sudden idea. He cast his coat over the head of his opponent and struck 2 fists into his chest. Wrapped up in the coat, Guo Jing could not avoid the impacts. Fortunately, he had practiced 2 years of orthodox Nigong with Ma Yu, so that these blows, although extremely painful, could not truly wound him. Pressed by danger, he launched successively, by changing alternate stances, 9 fast kicks. It was a skilled technique developed by Han Baoju, which had already enabled him to beat many enemies. Even if the disciple did not have yet the skill of the master, and even if these kicks were made while he was blinded, they disturbed the young aristocrat, who could avoid the first 7, but was caught by the 2 last fully in his chest. The 2 young men simultaneously leapt back. Guo Jing, still amazed, got rid of the coat that hampered him. He could not believe such treachery on behalf of his adversary. He knew well, he thought, that he entered a challenge to find a husband, he had one, and yet refused to marry the young lady. Moreover, when I tried to reason with him, not only was it he who struck first, but he used a shameful trick. If I hadn't practiced Nigong well, he would have broken my ribs and crushed my internal organs. Being of a simple and frank nature, he had always lived with decent people, so that he did not know anything about the perfidy of the human nature. Even though, during the last years, his masters had not failed to warn him against tricks and treacheries which one might meet in the Jianghu, he listened to them like one listens to stories, which could not remain engraved in one's consciousness as long as they had not been lived oneself. At that moment, he was at the same time furious and perplexed, unable to believe in the existence of such frauds. The young aristocrat, angered by the 2 kicks he had received, advanced, his fist raised, on Guojing. He parried, but could not face the rain of blows which fell on him, and fell down. The servants were filled with laughter. Their master puffed out his chest and said while laughing, "Then, you think you can play a deliverer of justice with your 3-legged cat technique? Go back home and tell your Shirmu to give you lessons for 20 more years." Guojing got up, breathed in deeply, and circulated his breath in his whole body, so that the pain diminished. "My Shifu doesn't have a wife," he retorted. "Then tell him to marry one quickly." Guojing was going to answer, "I have 6 Shifu, whose wife but did not have time." He saw that the other was going to leave, then advanced on him, his fist raised, while shouting, "On guard." The young aristocrat dodged, Guojing struck a left hook right at his face, the other blocked. They stood, their arms supported upon their adversaries, each one trying to use internal energy to overcome the other. Guojing was a little stronger, his opponent had a better technique, it was difficult to immediately decide between them. Guojing inspired deeply to concentrate its internal energy, while the other loosened its pressure, making Guojing fall forward. He tried to re-establish his balance when he felt a stroke coming from his back. He hastened to avoid it, but, not having a strong basis, he stumbled. While falling, he took support on his elbow and rebounded, while spinning in the air he threw a stroke of his left foot. Watching this fast and spectacular recovery, the crowd applauds. The young aristocrat moved away and attacked with 2 palms, one was a feint to disturb the adversary, while the other was the real stroke. Guojing used then the technique to dissociate the tendons and to dislocate the bones, his hands fluttered in all senses, aiming the tendons and the joints on the whole body. Seeing the virulence of this attack, the aristocrat changed suddenly of tactic, he also started to use the same technique. Only, the one learned by Guojing had been invented by Zhu Tsong, the literate to the quick hands, and diverged from the orthodox technique transmitted by the masters of the Central Plains considerably. The two looked alike in their principles, but had some differences in the execution. One threatened with the index and the thumb the point food of the old man behind the wrist, the other tried to pick the joints of the fingers. But the two felt mutual apprehensions and didn't dare to go all the way, hardly sketching a movement before passing to another. Thus, after 40 or so exchanges, they still couldn't see who had the upper hand. Snow continued to fall, and a fine white layer covered the head and the shoulders of the spectators that surrounded them. Suddenly, the young aristocrat seemed to have an opening on his chest. Guojing saw it immediately and tried to benefit from it by pointing his index on the point tail of turtledove of his adversary. But he had some scruples when passing to the action. There is no hate between us, he said to himself, I can't use such a deadly stroke on him. He then deviated his finger and touched another point, what had no effect on his adversary. This one had the whole leisure to catch his wrist and pull him, while making a hook foot. Guojing lost the balance and fell once again. Mu Yi, whose hands had just been bandaged by his daughter, also watched the two. He saw Guojing fall for the third time and understood that he was not of size to face the insolent youngster, and he hastened to raise him from the ground. Little brother, he said, let it go. There's no point to stay any longer among scoundrels of this kind. Guojing, that had seen the stars and was hurt already, felt the rage mount on his head. He moved away from Mu Yi and rushed on his adversary, while increasing in strokes. The young aristocrat, surprised to see him to insist on it of the sort, in spite of the beating that he had just received, moved back 3 steps. Don't you recognize your defeat? Guojing didn't answer and continued to attack. If you don't stop, threatened the young aristocrat, I am going to be obliged to kill you. If you don't return the handkerchief, retorted Guojing, I will never finish with you. But this girl is not even your sister, why do you persist to want to be my brother-in-law? To be the brother-in-law of someone constituted an injury on the capital. The scoundrels exploded to laugh while hearing it, but Guojing didn't understand a drop of it. I don't even know her, he said, she isn't my sister. The young aristocrat didn't know anymore if he had to laugh or to be angry, then in guard, he ended up saying, "Stupid." The two young people restarted to fight. This time, Guojing appeared more prudent, and didn't fall anymore in the repeated traps that the adversary prepared him. In fact, from a strictly technical viewpoint, the gongfu of the young aristocrat was superior, but Guojing never gave up and fought like a barbarian. He had good receive some strokes, he always restarted to the attack with persistence, without renouncing. He had already fought like this when he was small, during the fights with the kids of the Dushi's gang. Now, he had acquired more agility while learning the martial arts, but his way of fighting didn't fundamentally change since it was in his nature to fight with savagery, not taking note of the recommendation of his fourth Shifu, unbeatable enemy, flee. In his mind, the more important formula had always been unbeatable enemy, insist. Except that he didn't realize it. The spectacle attracted more and more world, the place was completely cluttered. Wind and snow increased in intensity, but no one left. Mu Yi, because of his big experience of the streams and lakes, knew well that, if the fight continued, the crowds were going to attract the attention of the authorities and maybe provoke their intervention. He knew that it was better to not eternalize themselves there. Only, this young man had come generously to help them, he could not leave him alone here. But he felt very anxious. He raised the eyes and vaguely browsed the assembly, when he noticed, in the crowd, several individuals who seemed to belong to the world of the martial arts. He had been so concentrated on the fight that he had not even realized their arrival. He moved then slowly, approaching of the servants of the young aristocrat who were held in a corner. Watching them of the corner of his eye, he saw, among them, 3 characters to the martial look. The first wore a big scarlet bonsai dress and a golden cap, it was a very tall Tibetan Lama. The second, medium-sized, had silvery white hair but a rubicund and beaming face, to the smooth skin as the one of a baby, without only one wrinkle. He was clothed of a long dress, one didn't know if it was a Taoist or a bonsai. The third was very small, but his blood-injected eyes had a piercing look, and he carried a proud small mustache. The presence of these original faces astonished Mu Yi. He then heard one of the servants to say, "Supreme Virtuous, have the goodness to rid us of this stupid, please. If that continues and that it arrives whatever to the young princes, us other servants would be good for the gallows." Mu Yi shaked hearing it, thus, he thought, this scoundrel is a young prince. Effectively, if the fight continues, it could happen a misfortune to him. Apparently, all these people are experts belonging to the royal house, that the servant summoned here to lend assistance to the prince. The Tibetan Lama smiles without saying a word. The old man shouted while laughing, "The supreme virtuous Lingji is an eminent member of the esoteric school of Tibet, he cannot fall as low as to come to the hands with a rookie of this kind, it would be too disrespectful and then, if it was to arrive something, the prince would at most break your legs, he wouldn't go as far as wiping you out, wouldn't he?" Anyway, did intervene the small man of the eyes injected of blood, "The young prince is stronger than this kid, what do you have to fear?" He was small, but had a piercing voice. The spectators around them jumped while hearing it and turned around to look at him but, nervous by his menacing look, all lowered the eyes immediately. "Our young prince had such a hard work to learn all this gongfu," said the silvery old man, "if he can't even make a demonstration publicly of it, he would be really frustrated if all these years of efforts were just wasted. If someone takes the liberty to go help him, he will be surely very vexed." "Venerable Liang," says the small man, "according to you to what school the technique of palm of the young prince does belong?" "Brother Peng," did answer the old man, while laughing, "do you want to put me to the test? The young prince has a technique of palm allying agility and complexity, that are indeed difficult to acquire. If I am not mistaken, he should have learned his gongfu with the Taoist of the Absolute Perfection sect." Mu Yi jumped again, would this inconsiderate youngster be a disciple of the Absolute Perfection sect? "The Venerable Liang has a remarkable eye," says the small man. "You spend your life to the foot of the mountain of the eternal whiteness and you dedicate yourselves to the meditation and to the alchemical practices. One says that you rarely come in the central plains, and yet you seem to know by heart the styles of the Chinese schools. I'm very admired of you. Brother Peng is too laudatory, says the old man while sketching a smile. Only, pursued the small man, the Taoists of the Absolute Perfection sect are all of the bizarre and unforeseeable characters. How could they accept it to take the young prince for disciple? It is rather astonishing. When the prince wants to ensure the collaboration of someone, did retort the old man, do you believe that he doesn't have the arguments to what he wishes? As yourself, for example, Brother Peng, who dominates the Shandong in the Shangxi, don't you now make part of the prince's house? The small man agreed. Their attention was again concentrated on the fight. They noticed that Guo Jing had changed style again, his technique of palm adopted a slower rhythm, but permitted an extremely tight defense. The young prince had, repeatedly, searched to attack but had been repulsed by very heavy strokes. In your opinion, asked the old man to the small man, from where comes the gongfu of this small boy? His gongfu is very mixed, he answered after one moment of hesitation. One would say that he had several shifts. Chief Peng is right, intervened someone nearby. This kid is the disciple of the seven fanciful of the Jiangnan. Mu Yi examined the person who had just taken the word. It was a skinny man with a dark face, with 3 bumps on the forehead. He called him of Chief Peng. Would this small man therefore be the bandit Peng Lianhu, the butcher to the 1,000 hands, who slaughters without frowning? As for the 7 fanciful of the Jiangnan, it has been since a long time that I didn't hear their name anymore. Would they still be part of this world? During this time, the skinny man with the dark face roars suddenly, little brat, I finally found you. He drew a steel trident with short-sleeved and bounded in the arena. Hearing the noise behind him, Guo Jing turned around and fell nose to nose with the 3 bumps on the forehead. It was the dragon with 3 heads, Bu Tonghai, the uncle in arms of the 4 demons of the Yellow Stream. Surprised and worried, he hesitated, not knowing what to do. The young prince took benefit out of this hesitation to hit him on the shoulder, thus making Guo Jing come back to the fight. Seeing Bu Tonghai to bound in the arena arms to the hand, the spectators believed that he was going to help one of the fighters and, finding this unworthy attitude, began to hoot it. Mu Yi, that had understood that he was part of the royal house, moved forward, ready to fight him if he intended something against Guo Jing, while being conscious that the enemy was superior in number. However, Bu Tonghai was not angry at the young man. He sped along directly into the crowd, to the other side, where a young boy, puny, in rags, jumped while seeing him and turned the heels. The dragon with 3 heads rushed after him, himself followed up by 4 men. Of the corner of eye, Guo Jing had well seen that it was Huang Rong, the new friend that he had gotten used to since Calgon, and that Bu Tonghai pursued the weapons to the hand, with the help of the 4 demons of the Yellow Stream. Very worried, he throwed a kick and jumped backward, a moment. He exclaimed. I need to stop for one moment, we will continue our fight later. The young prince, tired of this fight, had lost all desire to continue and had not asked better to stop. If you recognize your defeat, he sneered, you can go. Preoccupied by his friend's security, Guo Jing got ready to be going to lend him assistance when he heard noises of step. It was Huang Rong that came back while dragging a worn-out old shoe while laughing, pursued by Bu Tonghai. That called him names and tried to hit him with its trident on the back. But Huang Rong was of an extraordinary agility, and the trident always missed its target of little. The young boy adroitly slipped through the crowd and had already come out again on the other side. When Ho Tonghai came nearer, one could notice black marks of 2 palms on his cheeks. Obviously, the fragile boy had managed to slap him twice. Ho Tonghai hustled everyone, managing to find a path through the crowd, but Huang Rong was already far. Ho Tonghai stopped and maliciously made gestures to show Huang Rong what he had in mind. If I don't succeed in catching and slicing you up, howled Ho Tonghai insane with rage, I don't want to be called a man anymore. Huang Rong waited until Ho Tonghai came nearer before fleeing again. Everyone bursted out laughing. In the meantime 3 breathless men arrived. They were the 3 demons of the Yellow River. The only one missing was Qian Qingjian, known as Killing Axe. Seeing such a spectacle, Guo Jing was surprised and pleased at the same time. Thus, he thought, this friend of mine must have excellent gongfu. The other day, in the Black Pine Woods, it must be him who had lured Ho Tong Hai away and hung the 4 demons of the Yellow River on the trees. The surprise was not less in the opposite camp. Supreme Virtue Lingji asked, Ginseng Immortal, that little beggar has a remarkable agility, to which school does he belong? Apparently, Brother Ho has lost the skirmish. The white-haired master of the Eternal White Peak was called Liang Zaiwang. Since his youth, he had consumed natural ginseng and other remedies, which had protected him from attacks of old age. He didn't recognize the gongfu of the little beggar and shook his head. Then, after a moment, he said, when I am way beyond the pass, Yen Men Guan, I often heard claims that the Dragon King of the demonic group was a frightening expert. Who would have thought that his apprentice brother was such a pitiful figure, at the point of not being able to handle a mere child? The small man was Peng Lianhu. He frowned without really answering. He was a great friend of the Dragon King of the demonic group, with whom he often collaborated, assisting on robbing raids. He knew the gongfu of Ho Tong Hai, which was not bad, but he couldn't explain how Ho Tong Hai could be ridiculed that easily. The diversion with Huang Rong and Ho Tong Hai thus stopped the duel between Guo Jing and the young prince. The latter had clearly an edge on Guo Jing, since he succeeded several times to make his adversary fall, but he himself had to receive a multitude of blows and felt tired out. He wiped up the sweat which ran abundantly on his face with a scarf wound as a belt. Mu Yi, who had rearranged the brocade banner, held the hand of Guo Jing, thanking him warmly and urging him to leave the place. Suddenly, a pitter-patter was heard. Huang Rong and Ho Tong Hai returned running, one chasing the other. The former held 2 pieces of fabric, 2 pieces which were missing precisely on the tunic of the latter. The torn tunic exposed a hairy chest. A little later, Wu Qinglai and Mai Qingxiong appeared, weapons in their hands, following arduously and breathless. Missing was the one called Shen Qin Gang, whom Huang Rong apparently managed to dispose of in some mysterious way. The commotion provoked laughter and jibes among the audience. Suddenly, one heard shouts from the west. Several tens of soldiers, wicker rods in their hands, shouted and struck the onlookers to open the way for a large red and golden palanquin carried by 6 Mussulmen. "It is the princess," exclaimed the servants of the young prince. "Which idiot has the insolence to inform my mother?" The latter thundered frowningly. The servants, who did not dare to answer, hastened to approach the palanquin which halted at an emptied spot. "You fought again." A soft female intonated voice was heard from the inside. "It has been snowing and you don't have your coat on, you will certainly catch a cold." Upon hearing that voice from a distance, Mu Yi seemed to be struck by lightning. How is this possible? He thought dumbfoundedly. That voice resembles hers so much. But it's impossible, she is a Jin princess. I believe I've thought too much of my wife and I've become crazy despite everything. He could not stop himself from nearing the palanquin. He saw a dainty hand with a handkerchief appearing from inside the palanquin and tenderly wiped up the sweat on the face of the young nobleman, who listened to the words pronounced in a low voice, undoubtedly of reproach and admonition. "But Mom," the young prince said, "I have fun. All is well. Put your coat on quickly," the princess said, "and let us go home." How could 2 voices be that similar? Mu Yi was still astonished. He saw the white hand disappearing behind a silk curtain on which peonies were embroidered in gold wire. He tried to peer in but his glance failed to penetrate the bright curtain. One of the servants collected the brocade coat of his master and bawled at Guo Jing, "Animal! Look, what a state you've put this coat in." One of the soldiers who came with the princess raised his wicker rod and violently bashed down on Guo Jing's head. Guo Jing dodged, seized the wrist of his attacker, took the rod away, tripped him up. The man fell on the ground. Guo Jing then whipped him with the rod. "You dare to strike wrongly and rampantly," he shouted. The crowd, some of whom had received blows from the rod, applauded with appreciation. The other soldiers shoutingly hastened to the rescue of their companion, but Guo Jing took them by pairs and threw them away. "You are still bragging?" the young prince shouted. He leapt to Guo Jing and both exchanged blows again. The princess shouted to stop, but the son did not seem to fear his mother. On the contrary, "Look at me, Mom," he exclaimed. "This bloody peasant is doing wicked things in the capital. If he is not taught a good lesson, he wouldn't respect his old man." He wanted to exhibit his best performance. He redoubled his efforts. Guo Jing, not being able to parry his nimble and fast palm, was struck by several blows and stumbled twice. Mu Yi, for his part, was magnetized by the palanquin. A corner of the curtain had been drawn. He saw two gracious eyes appearing, some hair strands, a part of the face of a mother, full of tender worry regarding her son. Mu Yi remained petrified. Guo Jing had changed for the better, but was confronted with an adversary with renewed vigor. The young prince sought to execute mortal blows, hoping to injure his adversary seriously, in order to definitively put an end to the combat. But Guo Jing had a thick skin, and a good basis of Nigong, so that he was able to endure many blows. Moreover, the technique of the prince did certainly miss sophistication. His power was limited because of his youth and lack of experience. He tried on several occasions to grab Guo Jing with 10 fingers forming claws, using the technique which had enabled him to injure Mu Yi, but the disciple of the 6 freaks defended himself using the technique to detach tendons and disjoint bones. As the brawl climaxed, one still could see Huang Rong and Ho Tonghai run one behind the other. This time, the latter carried a long straw in his hair. Usually, it was a sign indicating the setting on sale of something. A bit of straw on a head thus meant that the head was to be sold. Obviously a joke of Huang Rong, of which Ho Tonghai was not aware of, occupied he was in chasing. The remaining 2 demons of the Yellow River had also disappeared, obviously dispersed in some way. Liang Zaiwang and his companions lost themselves in racking their brains about the identity of Huang Rong. They saw Ho Tonghai run really swift, but he never managed to catch up with the boy in rags. This kid, would he be a member of the beggar clan? Peng Lianhu asked suddenly. The beggar clan was at that time the most powerful secret society in the realm of Jianghu, rivers and lakes. Liang Zaiwang twitched, but didn't answer. The 2 young people attacked each other swiftly with increasing strength. Sometimes Guo Jing received a palm blow on his shoulder, sometimes the prince got a kick on his thigh. They fought really body against body, raging and panting. Even a beginner could see that the fight became increasingly dangerous. The least distraction could cause a fatal injury. Peng Lianhu and Liang Zaiwang prepared their invisible projectiles covertly, in order to intervene when necessary. Guo Jing was a very obstinate person, his gongfu was not yet up to par, and the 2 experts persuaded themselves to be able to control the situation in time. In fact, Guo Jing's development was difficult to reproduce. Having grown in the desert, he had undergone all rigors, had experienced and was hardened through numerous battles. The prince on the other hand, had always lived in luxury. No wonder, in this utterly brutal and merciless carried endurance battle, he began stumbling into lapses of fatigue. Suddenly, Guo Jing uttered a great cry, seized his adversary by the collar, raised him high and violently threw him to the ground. It was neither the technique to detach tendons and disjoint bones nor the Qinna, but a unique Mongolian technique that Jib, his teacher, had taught him. The prince reacted promptly, jumping up as soon as he touched the ground, seizing the legs of Guo Jing, and they both fell. He got up quickly, tore from the hands of a soldier a long lance and thrust it towards Guo Jing's stomach. Guo Jing rolled to the side, whereas the other continued handling the long lance with dexterity. Guo Jing wanted to grab the lance with the stance to seize a blade with naked hands, but in vain. "My son," exclaimed the princess, "do not injure him. Be satisfied with winning." However, the prince, who seemed really eager to nail Guo Jing down, turned a deaf ear. Guo Jing, seeing the gleaming tip of the lance a few inches from his nose, parried with his arm. Something collapsed behind him. He seized the brocade banner of Mu Yi. With the stance to draw aside the clouds to peer at the sun, he used the pole like a long stick to counter the circling lance. Both fighters armed from now on, Guo Jing employed the techniques of the exorcising cane taught by his first shifu. In spite of the length of the pole, which obstructed him a little, he could deploy all subtleties of this art, methodically developed by Kuzhini in order to counter Mei Chaofeng. Each movement comprised a variance, often unexpected, always effective. Surprised by the ability of that weapon, the prince was forced into defense. But his dexterity with the lance was also impressive. As Mu Yi saw the prince handling that weapon, he grew astonished. Indeed, all its stances corresponded with the lance style of the Yang family. This technique, which was only handed down from father to son, could rarely be seen even in the south. He was really astonished seeing it now in the capital of Jin. But, in spite of its nimble movements, this version of the lance style did not seem completely orthodox. It appeared devoid of its essence, as if it had been copied without the knowledge of its rightful owner. Thus, one saw crossing and swaying of the lance and the banner pole, fluttering the snowflakes in all directions. The princess, seeing her son sweating blood and water, could not keep her anxiety anymore. "Stop!" she exclaimed. "Stop fighting, both of you." Hearing these words, Peng Lianhu advanced with big steps in the arena. He struck the banner pole brutally. Guo Jing felt a sharp pain in his hands and released the pole, which flew away, the brocade spreading in the wind, and one could read, through the falling snowflakes, the golden letters, "Contest to find a spouse." Very surprised, Guo Jing did not even have time to distinguish the face or the silhouette of his adversary as he felt the coming blow. He leapt back, but rather slow. The palm of Peng Lianhu had already touched him on his arm. He lost balance and fell to the ground. "Young prince," Peng Lianhu said laughing, "I will get rid of this thoughtless young man, so that he cannot intrude any more." He raised his palm, inhaled deeply, and sent a brutal blow on the head of Guo Jing. Guo Jing, who was on the ground, knew that he did not have any chance, but regardless, he raised his arms to parry the blow. Supreme Virtue Lingji and the Ginseng Immortal exchanged glances. The arms of the young man would be lost. The blow of the Butcher of 1,000 was violent and was obviously going to break them. At this critical moment, a shout from the crowd was heard, "Hold on!" A grey silhouette holding a strange weapon leapt, and wrapped up the right wrist of Peng Lianhu. Peng Lianhu drew with force, cracking and breaking the weapon, attacking with his left palm immediately. The man avoided the blow by lowering his head, while seizing Guo Jing by the waist and carrying him away. Then one could see him clearly. He was a middle-aged Taoist, dressed in grey, holding a mop in his hand, of which only the handle remained. The torn-off strands were around the wrist of Peng Lianhu. Both looked at each other. They had exchanged only one stance, but had been able to fathom each other's gongfu. "You are undoubtedly the famed Master Peng," the Taoist said. "It is a great honor to meet you here today. You are over-courteous. May I ask the name of Master Taoist?" The Taoist, on which all glances were fixed, did not answer, being satisfied to advance his left foot and then to withdraw it. Then one could see on the ground, covered with a very fine layer of snow, a deep hole of 10 inches. A simple pressure of the foot had dug such a deep hole, that revealed an extraordinary gongfu. Peng Lianhu was startled and said, "Are you the immortal with iron foot, Jade Sun Wang?" "Master Peng is overpraising," the Taoist answered. "I am indeed Wang Qi, but I am not worthy of the title immortal." Peng Lianhu, Liang Zaiwang and Supreme Virtue Lingji knew very well that Wang Qi was an eminent member of the Quanzhen, Total Perfection, sect. His fame was only a bit less than Perpetual Spring, Chiu Chuji. They only had heard, but had never seen him, and they examined him attentively. He was a man with fine features, with a little goatee on his chin. He wore immaculate white socks, grey shoes, and seemed to heed much care to his clothes. If he had not made a demonstration of his gongfu, nobody there would believe that he was indeed the immortal with iron foot, who, in keeping one foot at the cliff's edge and swaying like a lotus leaf in the wind, had definitively impressed the brave men of Hebei and Shandong. Wang Qi smiled and said, pointing at Guo Jing, "I don't know this young friend at all, but seeing him intervening with such an amount of bravery and courage, I was full of admiration. That is why I allow myself to beg Master Peng to let him alive." The request was courteously uttered, said Peng Lianhu, and if a Quanzhen eminence personally interfered, who wouldn't grant him a wish. Very well, Wang Chui answered by cupping his hands, thank you. After thanking, Wang Chui turned. His expression changed, his face darkened, he asked the young prince severely, what is your name? Who is your Shifu? The young prince, after having heard the name of Wang Chui, felt ill and would have liked to disappear unnoticed. However, the Taoist had kept an eye on him. My name is Wanyan Kong, he answered, I cannot reveal the name of my Shifu. Your Shifu has a red mole on his left cheek, hasn't he? Wanyan Kong wanted to dodge the question with a witty remark, but the terrible glance of the Taoist frightened him. He suppressed what he intended to say, and nodded. I suspect it, Wang Chui said, you are the disciple of Brother Chiu. What had your Shifu said before teaching you martial arts? Wanyan Kong understood the situation had turned very unsound for him. If Shifu, he thought, get to know what has happened today, it would be a catastrophe. If Master Taoist knows my Shifu, he said servilely, you has the right to my whole respect. Why don't you come to my modest residence, so that I can benefit from your advices? Before Wang Chui could answer, the prince had turned to Guo Jing and said bowing, after exchanging blows, a friendship could grow, he said smiling. I admire the gongfu of Brother Guo very much. I invite you both to come to my house in order to know each other better. And what will happen with the marriage? Guo Jing asked, pointing at Mu Yi and his daughter. Wanyan Kong seemed embarrassed. This matter deserves further pondering, my friend, Mu Yi said, drawing Guo Jing by his sleeve. Let us go, we don't need to occupy him anymore. Wanyan Kong bowed again in front of Wang Chui. Master Taoist, I thus await you at home, you only have to ask for the residence of Prince Zhao. The weather is very cold, all things are freezing. It is an ideal time to sit together by a fire and admire the snow. We shall drink to celebrate this meeting. He climbed on the horse whose bridle his servant held and galloped, without being concerned of trampling somebody, full into the crowd, who immediately dispersed. This contemptuous behavior triggered the anger of Wang Chui. My little friend, he said to Guo Jing, come with me. I must wait for a very dear friend, Guo Jing said. As he said these words, he saw Huang Rong making a jump in the middle of the crowd and shouting to him, don't worry about me, they'll find you in no time at all. Huang Rong stood back on his feet and his diminutive figure soon disappeared in the crowd. One saw Ho Tong Hai, the three-headed dragon, giving chase. Guo Jing turned and kowtowed on the snow, to thank Wang Chui for saving his life. The Taoist raised him, took his arm. Both found a path among the crowd and ran in the direction of the outskirts. The Legend of the Condor Heroes Chapter 8. Everyone showing off their abilities. Original translation by Strunf. Wang Chui went extremely quickly. In little time, they left the city. Some li further, they arrived at the foot of a hill. Eager to test the abilities of Guo Jing, the Taoist did not slow and ran more and more quickly. At the time Guo Jing learned from Ma Yu to control his breath, he had climbed and descended a high mountain many times. Today, even after a heated battle, this race did not frighten him. Going against the wind, as snow fell heavily, Wang Chui sprang up the small hill, its sides covered with slipping snow. At the end, the slope became increasingly steep. But the progress of Guo Jing made him wonder. He advanced without being blown, as though his pulse did not accelerate, as if the ground were flat. The Taoist, extremely surprised, released Guo Jing's arm. Your Gongfu foundation is rather well established. How is it made that you are not able to beat him? Guo Jing had no answer and could only remain silent. Who is your Shifu? Wang continued. Guo Jing knew of the Taoist, since, at the top of cliff, he had received the order to play the part of Yin Jiping, to mislead Mei Chaofeng. He remembered that Wang Chui was one of the martial brothers of Ma Yu. Therefore he did not hesitate to tell the truth, telling quickly how he had been taught by the Jiangnan Odd Seven, and also by Ma Yu. My senior brother gave you lessons. Wang exclaimed, delighted. He is formidable. Then I don't see why I should worry. Guo Jing's eyes widened, looking at him without understanding. This so-called young prince, Wanyan Kong, explained Wang, is the disciple of my brother-in-arms Qiu Chuji. Did you know? Ah, Guo Jing was astonished. I was unaware of it indeed. Ma Yu had taught to him some bases for the control of internal energy, as well as the Qingdong technique called Flight of the Golden Eagle, in order to enable him to climb the cliff. But he had never given him the least indication in battle technique or in weapon skills. This is why Guo Jing did not know any Chuanjin Gongfu at all. By hearing the remarks of Wang Qi, he remembered his battle, that night, with the young Taoist Yin Jiping, whose movements seemed to come from of the same style as those of this Wanyan Kong. He believed that he had done wrong and bowed his head. I did not know, he said humbly, that this young prince was a disciple of Master Qiu. I behaved out of order to him, please do not hold it against him. Wang Qi burst out laughing. Your righteousness and gentlemanly spirit suits me right to the heart. How could I reproach you? The rules in our sect are extremely strict. If a disciple is at fault, he will be punished accordingly and justice will be done. This young boy was impudent and arrogant, I will ask Brother Qiu to punish him severely. If he agrees to marry this young lady, Mu, pleaded Guo Jing, please agree to forgive him. Wang Qi shook the head without answering. He could see that Guo Jing had good heart, and that he forgave readily, and looked upon him with still more sympathy. Brother Qiu always hated evildoers, and especially Jin, he thought. How did it come about that he agreed to take on a Jin prince for his disciple? The more so as the knowledge which it seems to have of our Gongfu appears rather thorough. That means, obviously, that Brother Qiu devoted to him much time and energy. However, in his Gongfu, one senses the pernicious influences of unorthodox and perverse schools. I'm totally mystified. Brother Qiu told me he was going to Yanjing, he said to Guo Jing. He should arrive in the next few days. We will ask him for explanations when we see him. I intended to say that he took a disciple of the name of Yang, who must go to contest himself against you in Jiaxing. I do not know how powerful this chap is, but don't be worried, I will be there, and am sure you will come out on top. Guo Jing had obeyed the order given by his 6 masters, to go, at the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, to the prefecture of Jiaxing. But they had not explained to him for what reason. Master Taoist, he asked then, why must I test myself against him? If your teachers did not think it well to explain it to you, answered Wang, it would be wrong for me to do it in their place. He had learned, from Qiu Chuji, the origin and outcome of this business, and he felt, for the generous actions of the odd 6, an immense admiration. He had had the same thoughts as Ma Yu, and hoped for the victory of the 6. However, as a junior, he could not require of Qiu to step down. Today, encouraged by the personality of Guo Jing, he wondered how he could help him secretly, without damaging to the reputation of his martial brother. He thus decided to also go to Jiaxing, and to think on the spot some way to support him. Let us return and visit Mu Yi, proposed the Taoist. His daughter seems to be rather stubborn, I fear this will cause him problems. Guo Jing started. Both went to the Prosperity Inn, in the western part of the city. When they arrived at the door of the inn, 10 servants richly clad in brocade were there. They came to them while greeting, our master humbly requests of the master Taoist and Lord Guo, whether they would agree to a banquet held at his modest residence. The red invitation card respectfully carried the inscription Your disciple Wanyan Kong invites. Well, Wang Qi said, shaking his head. We will come presently. These cakes and fruits, declared the chief of the servants, are a modest present from the young prince. If the master Taoist and Lord Guo indicate to me where to place them, I will bring them over there. The servants presented 12 large boxes, filled with various fresh fruits and fine cakes, very appetizing. Brother Huang Rong likes finely made pastries, thought Guo Jing, I will keep some for him because of his aversion to Wanyan Kong. Wang Qi intended to return the present. But, seeing that Guo Jing seemed to appreciate them, he ordered to leave them at the counter. Young people are covetous, he said with a smile. It's normal. They went then in the room of Mu Yi. He was stretched out on the bed, his face pale, his daughter in tears sitting by his bedside. By seeing Wang and Gua to enter, they pushed a cry of surprise. The girl rose to her feet, the man tried to get up. Wang Chui examined the wounds of Mu Yi. On each hand, the 5 wounds dug by the fingers of Wan Yen Kong were open to the bone, as if they had been inflicted by a weapon. The hands were extremely swollen, they had been coated with alleviating balsam but, because of fear of infection, no bandage had been applied. Wang Chui could not understand the nature of the wound, who taught Wan Yen Kong such a cruel and brutal technique. Looking at the seriousness of those wounds, it isn't superficial, it would take a long time for someone to reach this power. How could Brother Chiu not realize this at all? Or if he had some idea about it, why didn't he do anything to stop him? He turned to the girl, "Young lady, you are." "I am called Mu Niancy, to remember the mother," she answered, casting a grateful glance towards Guo Jing before bowing her head. Guo Jing saw that the pole of the banner was at the foot of the bed, but the banner itself, with the inscription "Tournament to find a husband" had been torn into shreds. "Don't you wish to see a husband?" He wondered in surprise. "Your father's injury is quite serious," continued Wang. "It should be looked after properly." Seeing the destitution in which they lived, he understood that the father and the girl had few means, and would have probably found it very hard to find the money for the medicines. He left 2 ingots money from his pocket and placed them on the table. "I will return to see you tomorrow," he promised. Without awaiting the thanks of Mu Yi and his daughter, he took Guo Jing by the arm and left. At the door of the inn, the 4 brocade-clothed servants advanced towards them and bowed. "Our young master awaits your honorable visit, please follow us." Wang Chui agreed. "Master," Guo Jing said, "wait to me one moment." He turned and ran to the counter of the inn, opened the boxes of delicacies offered by Wan Yen Kong, chooses 4 cakes, carefully wrapped them in a handkerchief and put them in a pocket. Then he followed Wang Chui to the residence. On the 2 sides of the large door painted in bright red, flags were spread on high poles. 2 lions of jade, majestic and fierce, stood guard. A flight of white jade steps carried out to the large hall. The effect was impressive. Above the large door, there was an inscription in gold letters, "Residence of Prince Xiao." Guo Jing knew that Prince Xiao was the title of the 6th prince of the Jin Empire, Wan Yen Honglai. So, he said to himself, full of fear, this young prince is the son of Wan Yen Honglai. He knows me, it'll be terrible if I come upon him here. As he hesitated, there came the sound of drums and trumpets. The young prince, wearing gold crown and a red tunic, a gold belt tied around his waist, descended the steps to meet them. However, he had a black eye, and a swollen face, marks of the keen combat of a few hours ago. Guo Jing was not in better state, with a swollen eye, bruises on his lips, his face and the cheek ravaged. Both felt amused, and could not prevent themselves from smiling. Seeing the luxurious garb of Wan Yen Kong, Wang's eyebrows came together and he followed him to the large room without saying a word. Wan Yen Kong requested him to sit down in the place of honor. "It's a distinguished honor that Master Taoist and Brother Gua have agreed to come here." As he did not kowtow to him and did not seem to recognize his membership of the Chuanjin sect, Wang felt anger rise within him. "For how many years were you taught the martial arts by your shifu?" he asked. "I know nothing in martial arts," answered Wan Yen Kong while laughing. "My shifu gave me lessons for several years, but what he taught me would make you laugh, because that it's no more than a 3-legged cat's skills." "The skills of the Chuanjin sect are nothing exceptional," Wang said, containing his anger, "but it is nonetheless better than a 3-legged cat's skill." "Your shifu, did you know he will arrive in a few days?" "My shifu is here," retorted Wan Yen Kong, always smiling. "Do you wish to see him, master?" "Where is he?" exclaimed Wang Chui, amazed. Without waiting for him to answer, Wan Yen Kong struck in its hands, and ordered, "Serve the banquet." Then he took his 2 guests towards the banquet hall. They crossed several corridors, several decorated pavilions. Guo Jing, who had never seen such a pompous residence, was overwhelmed. But he was especially worried about the coming confrontation with Wanyan Honglai, because he did not know what he should do. The great Khan wants me to assassinate the prince, he thought, but it turns out his son is the disciple of Taoist elder Chiu. Should I kill him or not? He did not manage to decide, so uneasiness plagued him. In the banquet hall, 6 or 7 people have already awaited them. One of them had 3 lumps on his face, it was Ho Tong Hai, the 3-headed dragon. Hands on his hips, he looked at them with anger. Guo Jing made a movement of retreat, then he was reassured, thinking that the presence of the Taoist elder at his side would dissuade Ho from undertaking anything. However, not being able to suppress a certain feeling of apprehension, he averted his head, avoiding the glance of his adversary. Then, recalling the foolish behavior of Ho during the chase of Huang Rong, he laughed up his sleeve. Taoist elder, said Wanyan Kong, a charming expression on his face, here are several people who admire you and have wished, since a long time, to get acquainted. You have already met Chief Peng. Here is the Honorable Liang Zaiwang, also called the Ginseng Immortal, who is from the Eternal White Peak. Liang Zaiwang, an old man with a florid face and immaculate hair, greeted by joining his hands. What an honor to meet the perfect Wang, the immortal with iron foot. I will now be able to claim that my voyage beyond the pass has not been in vain. Here is Supreme Virtue Ling Ji, also known as Distinguished Big Hand, from the esoteric school of Tibet. I myself came from the northeast, he from the southwest, it had required a voyage of tens of thousands li, one could say that ours is a predestined encounter. Obviously, Liang Zaiwang was a very glib talker. Wan Qi greeted Supreme Virtue Ling Ji, the Lama answered by joining his hands. Suddenly, a raucous voice was heard, thus, it is because they feel supported by the sect of total perfection, Quan Zhen, that the 7 freaks of Jiangnan dare to be conceited. Wan Qi turned his head and saw a completely bald man with gleaming skull and bulging red eyes. That man reminded him of someone. Are you possibly the Venerable Sha, the Dragon King of the demonic group? Precisely, the man retorted with an angry voice. Thus, you still remember my name. We have never met, Wang thought, in what affair could I have offended him? I've heard of your great reputation for a long time, he answered in a conciliatory tone, and I much admire you. This Dragon King of the demonic group was Sha Tong Tian, and he was much abler than his brother-in-arms Ho Tong Hai. However, he possessed a quick temper, was constantly enraged when teaching, that's why he had only been able to transmit a negligible part of his ability to his 4 disciples. That was the reason why the 4 demons of the Yellow River, as they fought against Guo Jing in Mongolia, were not able to win and had to lose face in front of Wanyan Honglai. Since then, Prince Zhao did not grant any more credit to the 4 men. When he heard about that, Sha Tong Tian got in a terrible fury, he punished his unworthy disciples viciously, the 4 demons nearly turned into 4 ghosts. Then he ordered his brother-in-arms to capture Guo Jing, but Ho Tong Hai only turned out to be a teasing object for Huang Rong, and had to undergo an even larger humiliation. More and more annoyed, Sha Tong Tian, without being concerned any more about courtesy in front of others, sprang to Guo Jing, his hands forming claws. Guo Jing retreated 2 steps, Wang Qi, with a protecting movement, put himself in front of Guo Jing. You really want to protect this little rascal? Sha exclaimed angrily. And he struck a palm in the direction of Wang. Wang, considering the brutality of the attack, was forced to defend himself. Their 2 palms clashed, and as they were both going to channel their internal energy, suddenly a man appeared, who with each of his hands, pressed their respective wrists and in that way separated them. Wang and Sha felt a shock and withdrew their hands immediately. Both being eminent personalities of the Jianghu realm, both had anticipated very well the real ability of their adversaries, and had already activated their own internal energy. That somebody was able to separate them easily with such a move were unbelievable to them. The man, dressed in white, carried a light fur coat and a broad belt. Aged about 35 or 36 years, he moved elegantly, had a distinguished appearance, and an undeniable martial air. He seemed to be a scion of a noble family. "Here is," said Wan Yen Kong laughing, "the junior chief of the White Camel Mountain from the Kunlun Mountain range in the Western Territories. His name is Ouyang Ku." Honorable Ouyang had never been in the Central Plains before. It is thus for the first time you all meet him. The sudden appearance of this man surprised not only Wang Chui and Guo Jing, but Peng Lianhu and Liang Zaiwang as well, who also didn't know him. After seeing a demonstration of his ability, everyone was secretly very admiring, but nobody had ever heard about the White Camel Mountain in the Western Territories. "Brothers, I should have arrived in the capital since several days," said Ouyang Ku while greeting. "But I had a small hitch in the way, which caused a certain delay, that is why I have just arrived, please excuse me." After learning that he was the junior chief of the White Camel Mountain, Guo Jing understood that he was related to those young women wearing white clothes who had tried to burgle his horse on the road. He felt his heart tightening. Have my 6 shifus already clashed with him? He wondered. Have they been injured? Wang Chui noticed that all adversaries were of frightening ability, particularly he himself had experienced the pressure of Ouyang Ke's hand, who had an internal energy by no means inferior to his own, though it contained a strange viciousness. If dialogue turned out to be impossible, and it turned into a fighting, he himself was not even sure of being able to beat Ouyang Ku. Then, should the enemy attack in mass, how could they defend themselves? "And your Shifu?" he asked Wan Yen Kong. "Why don't you ask him to come?" "I will," the young man agreed, turning to his servants. "Request Shifu to come and meet the visitors." Wang Chui was feeling more reassured. "If Brother Chiu is here," he mused, "though the enemy are dominant in number, we will be able at least to remain unscathed." Some time later, one heard noises of boots. Through the large door a big old officer of 40 years dressed in brocade entered, with a thick beard on his chin and a martial air. Wan Yen Kong advanced. "Shifu," he said respectfully. "This Taoist elder wishes to see you, and have already asked about you on several occasions." Wang felt upsurging anger. "Ah, wicked one," he thought, "you dare to make fun of me? The way this officer moves, he can't have a remarkable skill, he is certainly not the one who taught this rascal his strange techniques." "Taoist," said the officer, "what do you want from me?" "Normally I hate seeing monks or Taoists." The anger of Wang was so strong that he burst out laughing. "Would like," he said, "to request alms from your excellency, alms of 1,000 silver taels." The officer was called Tang Zuda, captain of Prince Chao's personal guard. When Wan Yen Kong was small, Tang Zuda had given him some martial arts lessons, that's why everybody in the household called him Shifu. On hearing the outrageous request from Wang Chui, he was startled. "Rubbish." He retorted. "1,000 taels in silver," Wan Yen Kong said, "is nothing, nothing at all. Let someone quickly prepare 1,000 taels, and present it to the venerable Taoist." Tang Zuda remained baffled. He examined Wang Chui from top to toe with his mouth agape, then upwards, without managing to understand why one should show such benevolence. "Please all take a seat," Wan Yen Kong invited. "Taoist Elder Wang, it's the first time you've come to us, the place of honor is reserved for you." Wang Chui refused modestly, but ended up settling at the place of honor. 3 wine rounds were served. "You are all eminent personalities of the Jianghu realm," Wang declared then. "You all shall judge how well regulate the affair of Mr. Mu and his daughter." All glances were fixed on Wan Yen Kong, waiting to see his reaction. Wan Yen Kong poured wine and raised the wine cup. Respectfully presenting the cup before Wang, he said, "Senior, Qianbei, do me the honor and accept this cup first. As for the affair in question, it will be dealt according to Senior's instructions. Your junior, Wanbei, dares not to disobey." Wang was amazed to see him accepting so easily. He took the cup and drank the wine in one go. "Very well," he said. "Let us take Mr. Mu here and let him speak." "Thus someone must take him here," Wan Yen Kong said. "Could I charge Brother Guo then with the task of bringing Mr. Mu here?" Wang Chui nodded. Gu Jing immediately left the banquet to go to the Prosperity Inn. But the room of Mu Yi was empty. The father and the girl had left, carrying all their belongings with them. Questioned, the boy at the inn answered that someone had come to seek them and had paid the room and the meals, but he could not say who. Gu Jing hurriedly returned to the residence of Prince Xiao, where Wan Yan Kong greeted him with a great smile. "Brother Gu, thank you for your effort. Where is Mr. Mu?" Gu Jing told him that he had sought in vain. "Ah, it is my fault," sighed Wan Yan Kong. Turning to one of his servants, he ordered, "Take several men with you, go quickly in all directions. Must absolutely find Mr. Mu." The servant obeyed and left. Thus, without the main person of interest, it was impossible to continue. Wang Chui could say nothing, but his head was full of suspicions. To go and seek Mr. Mu, he said to himself, it is enough to send 1 or 2 servants. This rascal insisted that Gu Jing should go. Obviously he wanted that Gu Jing himself should notice the departure of Mu, and can give testimony on it. It doesn't matter that mysterious things happened, he sneered, in the end the truth will always triumph. Taoist elder, you have reason to believe that Mr. Mu did mysterious things. Wan Yan Kong answered laughingly, it is really odd. The officer Tang Zuda, already furious to see how the Taoist had easily extorted 1,000 taels, found it intolerable to see him also showing insolence to the young prince. He vented his anger, thus, "Taoist, to which temple do you belong? What right do you have to swindle our master?" "Thus, officer," retorted Wang Chui. "To which country do you belong? What right do you have to occupy an official position here?" He had well seen that Tang Zuda was Chinese, but occupying an officer rank in the Jin army, benefiting from it to oppress his compatriots, it was for this reason he made fun of him. The thing that Tang Zuda hated most was people mentioning that he is a Chinese. He felt that he is highly skilled in martial arts, is loyal and willing to risk his life for the Jins, but yet, they still do not allow him to lead an army. He has worked hard for 20 years but is ultimately kept in the Zhao Prince residence for show. Wang Chui's comments have hit his sore point and his face immediately changes before roaring out in anger. He stands up, opposite Liang Zaiwang and Ouyang Ku and releases a fist towards Wang Chui's face. The latter glances at the fist coming towards him and stretches out 2 fingers from his left palm to grab Tang Zud's wrist, laughing, even if you are not willing to answer, there is no need to resort to violence, right? Tang Zud's fist is stopped in mid-air, and finally is unable to move. He is surprised but angry, and scolds, "Brilliant witchcraft, you used witchcraft." He uses his might to release his fists but is unable to, and scowls, feeling very embarrassed. Liang Zaiwang, who is sitting beside him, laughs, "General, fret not, come, sit down for a cup of wine." And with that, stretches out his fingers towards Tang Zud's left shoulder. Wang Chui is aware that although his 2 fingers can suppress Tang Zud's fist, but is unable to prevent Liang Zaiwang's one press. Not very sure of this part, he releases a finger and aims for Tang Zud's right shoulder. With this quick change of stunt, Liang Zaiwang is unable to restrain himself and 2 fingers press both sides of Tang Zud's shoulders at the same time. It is really Tang Zud's honor to have 2 highly skilled fighters to ambush him at the same time, and his both hands uncontrollably punches forward, with the sound of 2 clashes, his left hand punches into a plate of leftover fish and his right hand enters a bowl of hot and sour soup. 2 of the dishes break into small pieces. The fish bones and broken fragments of the dishes pierce into Tang Zud's hands, mixing flesh blood with remains of the soup, causing him to yell out in pain. The crowd laugh out aloud and quickly move aside. Tang Zuda by this time is furious and very embarrassed, thus dashes out of the hall. The servants then suppress their laughter and move forward to clean up the mess. Sha Tongtian marvels, Chuanzhen's sect really lives up to its name. Brother here wants Taoist Wang to enlighten me on something. Wang Qi replies, it's nothing much, please ask, Elder Sha. Sha Tongtian replies, Yellow River Clan and Chuanzhen sect have all along been at peace, so why does Taoist Wang make things difficult for brother here by going all the way to support the 7 freaks of Jiangnan? Chuanzhen sect may have many disciples, but brother here is not afraid. Wang Qi replies, I think there is some misunderstanding. I have heard of the 7 freaks of Jiangnan but I don't know any of them. I have a martial brother who made a little bet with them. But I have never planned on helping the 7 freaks of Jiangnan against Yellow River clan. Sha Tongtian exclaims, that's great, then please hand over this rascal to me. Speaking, he reaches forward to grab Guo Jing's throat. Wang Qi knows that Guo Jing is unable to avoid that grab and will get injured, thus stretches out his arm to push Guo Jing's shoulders gently. Guo Jing falls out of his chair uncontrollably and a ku-cha sound is heard, with Sha Tongshan's 5 fingers changing direction towards the ground, the back of his chair is broken. This claw, smashing wood like bean curd, correct me if it's wrong, is indeed one of the least seen but powerful stunt in the Wulin world. Sha Tongtian, who has failed in grabbing Guo Jing, furiously asks, so you are going to protect this rascal? Wang Qi replies, I brought this child in, so I will naturally bring him out safely. Why not brother Sha let him off today and find him another day? Ouyang Ku speaks up, this young chap offended brother Sha, let's talk this out shall we? Sha Tongtian thinks, this Taoist priest's skills are definitely not below mine, me and martial brother alone may not be able to make that little rascal stay behind. This Ouyang Ku has good skills and am not sure of his background, if he gangs up with that idiot, then there will be trouble. He then speaks, I have 4 useless disciples who followed Prince Xiao to Mongolia for a big mission. They were about to succeed and this rascal whose surname is Guo appeared and spoilt everything, making Prince Xiao extremely furious. Gentlemen, please think, if we cannot even overcome a little rascal, how can we still accept the invitation to eat and drink in the place of Prince Xiao? Although Sha Tongtian is very bad-tempered and rash, he is not stupid. With this speech, Guo Jing immediately became the center of suspicion. With the exception of Wang Chuji and Guo Jing, everyone else was invited by Prince Xiao. Wan Yenkong is Prince Xiao's eldest son. After hearing what Sha Tongtian said, he is a little displeased and everyone present decides to capture Guo Jing and present him to Prince Xiao. Wang Qi is anxious deep down and tries to think of a plan to escape, but there are so many strong opponents that it is quite impossible to do so. Actually he thought that since Wan Yenkong is his martial brother's disciple, even though he is a Jin, he won't dare to attack his teacher's martial brother. However, he did not expect Wan Yenkong to be so insolent and even planned to trap them with the help of skilled experts. If he knew this would happen, he would not have rashly come. Even if he knew, he shouldn't have brought Guo Jing along. If he wanted to leave himself, no one had any reason to stop him, but to escape with Guo Jing at the same time was very tough. He thinks, under this situation, it's best to stretch time thus saying, every single one of you are highly skilled and well known. I have the utmost respect to each of you, to be able to meet you all today is my honor. Pointing to Guo Jing, this child is unaware of the serious trouble he has caused you all and offended Elder Sha. If you all want him to stay, I am powerless to stop it, but even so, I cannot agree to that. Thus, I daringly request that each of you display your superior skills to Guo Jing so as to let him know that it is not that I don't want to fight, but it is I am unable to help him. I'm not very sure of this part. Ho Tonghai has been suppressing his boredom all the while and immediately jumps out from his chair, pulling his sleeve, let me taste your skills first. Wang Qi replies, my shallow skills are unworthy to exchange stunts with all present. I hope that Brother Hao's superior skills will impress and teach this little rascal a lesson, allowing him to know the existence of many skilled experts so that he won't dare to be arrogant in the future. Ho Tonghai has a feeling that there is sarcasm hidden in his speech but is unaware what is it, thus is unsure how to answer. Sha Tongtian thought, it's very tough to compete with Taoists from Chuanzhen sect. So it's also good that I don't have to do so. Turning to Ho Tonghai, martial brother, why not display the burying one in the snow skill for Elder Wang? The snow outside had not stopped. Ho Tonghai rushed to the center of the courtroom and swept both of his arms up, bringing the snow in until there was a huge pile of snow in front of him. He used his legs to arrange the pile neatly, retreated 3 steps and turned upside down, with his legs on top and head below, and with a paw sound, he thrust forward himself and landed into the middle of the snow pile. The snow was not up to his chest. Guo Jing rubbed his head in confusion when he saw this skill as Ho Tonghai's head was in the snow pile, motionless. Sha Tongtian turned to Wan Yen Kong and the others and said, "Everyone, please kick all the remaining snow onto the snow pile which my brother Hao's head is in." The audience all felt curious, and laughingly kicked the snow, making the pile Ho Tonghai's head is in, even deeper. Actually Sha Tongtian and Ho Tonghai frequently practice on the Yellow River, thus their water skills are excellent. Those who practice water skills focus on controlling their breathing underwater, and Ho Tonghai is able to bury his head in the snow without breathing and still use Kung Fu to fly out after a long while as he is used to it. The audience raised their cups of wine and praised this display of skill. After a long while, Ho Tonghai finally used both his palms to pull his head out of the snow and flipped back to his normal standing position. Guo Jing, being an inexperienced youth, was the first to applaud out loud. However, Ho Tonghai returned to his seat and drank a cup of wine, before stared at Guo Jing fiercely. Guo Jing saw that there were remains of snow on Ho Tonghai's head and couldn't control himself. He said, "Third Master Ho, there's snow on your head." Ho Tonghai angrily retorted, "I am known as the 3-headed dragon, but I am not third in position. Why call me third master? Even if I am 4th Master Ho, is it any of your business? How would I not know if my head has snow? I wanted to wipe it away, but now that you ask me to, I will purposely not wipe." The warm temperature in the room caused the snow on his head to melt and drops of water flowed down Ho Tonghai's head, but he is a stubborn man who keeps to his word, so no matter what, he did not even try to wipe the water off his face. Sha Tongtian said, "My martial brother's skills are rough and clumsy, please pardon him." With that, he stretched his hand into a plate, grabbed some melon seeds, and the seeds were shot out in a straight line with a flick of his middle finger. The seeds were stuck into the snow pile which Ho Tonghai earlier built and formed a huang, yellow, word. The snow pile was quite a distance from Sha Tongshan's seat, and yet, he was still able to form a word on it neatly with the mere use of melon seeds. His eyesight and accuracy was indeed amazing. Wang Chuyi thought, no wonder the Dragon King of the demonic group rules the Yellow River, his skills are indeed spectacular. Turning his head, he saw that the snow pile had another wave of seeds, forming a he, river, word and a jiu, 9, word. It seems like Sha Tongtian wants to form 4 words, reading Huang He Jiu Chu, 9 tunes of the Yellow River. Peng Lianhu laughed out, "Brother Sha, I cannot help but really admire your remarkable finger skills. Let's make a deal. Since this elder Wang wants to study our skills, I will borrow Brother Sha's finger skills to display some of my skills." With that, he flung his body and landed near the doorway. At this time, Brother Sha had already shot out the rest of the seeds to form the remaining chu, song, word, but Peng Lianhu suddenly stretched out both arms to catch the seeds. It looked as if he were picking the seeds from midair. The seeds were very tiny and traveled at an amazing speed, but Peng Lianhu did not miss out a single one and had them all in his palms. The audience broke into praises and Peng Lianhu retuned to his seat with a smile. Sha Tongtian then only managed to finish forming the chu, song, word with the seeds. Peng Lianhu's sudden display did steal away some of Sha Tongshan's limelight, but the two were very close and Sha Tongtian did not seem displeased and even smiled a little. He turned to Ouyang Ku and asked, "What does Mr. Ouyang plan on displaying so as to enlighten us inexperienced people?" Ouyang Ku heard the sarcasm in Sha Tongshan's words and knew that he was still sore at him for interrupting his hits earlier on and thought hard on what to display so as to allow Sha Tongtian to admire him. At that moment, the servants brought up 4 types of dessert and replaced the used chopsticks with clean ones. Ouyang Ku snatched up the used chopsticks and with a wave of his hand, 20 chopsticks flew out at the same time, stuck into the snow and neatly formed 4 shapes of 4 flowers. To snatch a chopstick up and stick into the snow with a wave is child's play, but to form the shape of a flower neatly using 20 chopsticks was very way difficult. This skill was deep and complex, such that Guo Jing and Wanyan Kong were not able to comprehend fully, but people such as Wang Qi and Sha Tongtian were secretly in praise. In view of the high experts, Wang Qi thought, one of them is already quite a hassle, and yet there are so many grouped here together. Why? Even people like young chief of White Camel Mountain, Supreme Virtue, Lingji and Ginseng Immortal who do not reside in the Central Plains are here. There must be some suspicious plan going on. Ginseng Immortal, Liang Zaiwang laughed as he stood up before acknowledging the rest and reached the center of the room with light steps. He stretched out his right foot and landed on the chopsticks, which Ouyang Ku had stuck, into the snow. Then he started his display of skills, hugging the moon, 2 gentlemen up the hills, pulling arrow stunt, turning without shoes, and displayed his sparrow-like fists. His feet looked like he was jumping one moment and flying at another moment, every step he took would end by landing on top of the chopsticks. After his giving way to step on a tiger and retreating to wrap it up. Liang Zaiwang finished displaying his sparrow-like fists and the amazing thing was that the 20 chopsticks were still neatly in place, as before. With a constant smile on his face, Liang Zaiwang retreated back to his seat. The hall exploded into applauses and even Guo Jing gave his praises. At this moment, the banquet was over and the servants brought up golden bowls of warm water for the guests to wash up a little. Wang Qi thought, now, it remains Superior Virtue, Lingzi to display his skills before they all attack together. Wang Qi glanced at him only to see him still dipping his hands in the water slowly, disregarding of everything else. After everyone finished washing, his hands were still in the bowl of water, as if thinking of something, everyone was feeling curious and after a while, steam was rising up from his bowl of water, the bowl gave out some noise before bubbles rose from the bottom of the bowl of water, as if water was boiling. Wang Qi was secretly anxious, his internal energy is powerful. I have to grab the chance to attack first. Seeing that all attention was focused on Lingzi, Wang Qi thought, I have to take them by surprise and make the first move to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, he flew forward, with supreme speed, caught and pulled Wanyan Kong away with his right hand, before sealing the back of Wanyan Kang's acupoints. At that moment, Sha Tongtian and the rest were taken back by surprise and did not know how to react. Wang Qi picked up a bottle of wine with his left hand and said, to be able to meet up with so many heroes today is my honor, let me give everyone a toast. Wang Qi used the bottle to serve wine. With that he drank a large mouthful and spat out, drops of wine landing into everyone's cups. No matter whether the person's cup was near or far away from him, whether the cups were half filled or empty, the wine kept landing beautifully into the cups and every cup had the same proportion of wine, there was not a single drop of wine spilled or wasted. From the way Wang Qi spat the wine, Superior Lingzi knew that he had excellent internal energy, and he was still able to carry the wine bottle in one hand while holding Wanyan Kong in another. Although they knew that it was possible to attack Wang Qi at this moment, but no one dared to in fear of Wanyan Kong getting hurt. Lastly, Wang Qi served wine for himself and Guo Jing, and raising his cup, he said smoothly, I have no animosity towards everyone and have no strong relations to little brother Guo, but seeing that he is compassionate, heroic and has backbone, I want to plead with all present to let him go on my behalf. Everyone was silent. Wang Qi continued, if everyone is able to be magnanimous, I will free little prince, a royal descendant in exchange for a commoner is a very good deal, right? Liang Zaiwang laughed, since Taoist Wang is so easygoing, it's a deal then. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Qi released Wanyan Kong. Wang Qi knew that although these people were well known for their evil, cold-blooded, unorthodox methods and underhand means, they would not dare break their promise and attack in front of so many other fellow Wulin experts in fear of tarnishing their reputation. Bidding farewell, Wang Qi pulled Guo Jing's hand and said, I'll bid farewell from here, and may we meet again. The crowd, watching their praise escape from the trap but not being able to stop them, sighed with pity and looked crushed. Wan Yen Kong recovered himself and laughed. Taoist Wang is superior, please feel free to visit anytime so that I can learn from the great elder. Wang Chui snorted, I haven't solved our problem, we will definitely meet again. They walked towards the doorway when Superior Lingzi suddenly said, Taoist elder has brilliant skills which I am in awe of. He joined his palms in a prayer position and bowed. All of a sudden, he released both palms in the air and dashed forward with all his might. Wan Qi also pushed out both his palms in defense, using the internal energy, which he had cultivated for more than 10 years to meet Superior Lingzi's blow. Just as they were about to meet and exchange blows, Superior Lingzi suddenly switched from internal to external energy and used his left palm to grab Wang Qi's wrist. Within a flash, Wang Qi reacted swiftly by grabbing back his opponent's wrist. Both sides used the utmost force and both wrists met briefly before separating. Superior Lingzi's face paled, but he forced himself to say, I really admire Taoist skills. Before retreating back, Wang Qi laughed, Abbot is famous throughout Wulin, but why do you not keep your word? Superior Lingzi is furious and spits out, I wanted to make you stay behind, not that Guo rascal. He had received a blow from Wang Qi and was injured. If he had quietly sit down to recuperate, it would not have become serious, but being mocked by Wang Qi had made him furious and he had not finished talking when he started to vomit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Wang Qi did not dare stay any longer, and taking Guo Jing's hand quickly made his way out. Sha Tongtian, Peng Lianhu, and the rest did not want to break their promise, and seeing that Superior Lingzi had suffered, they did not dare go forward to stop them. Wang Qi had quickly left and was quite a distance away from Prince Zhao's residence before he turned back to check whether there was anyone behind. When he confirmed that there was no one, he lowered his voice and said to Guo Jing, carry me back to the inn. Hearing his weak voice, Guo Jing was shocked. He later studied Wang Qi and realized that the latter's face was very white, and he looked very sick. It was a vast difference from the quick and swift Wang Qi earlier on. Guo Jing hurriedly asked, Taoist Wang, are you injured? Wang Qi nodded and could not balance himself properly. Guo Jing quickly lowered his back to carry Wang Qi and hurriedly ran to a large inn. He was about to enter when Wang Qi whispered, find the most desolated and smallest inn. Guo Jing thought for a while and then understood that Wang Qi was afraid that enemies may be looking for them, and if they really meet rivals, with Wang Qi injured and himself so lowly skilled, they would definitely lose out. With that, Guo Jing lowered his head and started running to look for another inn. Guo Jing was unfamiliar with the roads and headed for routes with very little people. The further he walked, the more deserted the road seemed. He could feel Wang Qi's breath getting weaker and weaker before finding a very small inn after much difficulty. Guo Jing saw that the inn was small and dirty, but fearing for Wang Qi's safety, he immediately dashed in and placed Wang Qi down. Wang Qi said, find me a big tank of water. Fresh clean water, hurry up. Guo Jing asked, is there anything else? Wang Qi remained silent and just waved his hands to hurry Guo Jing. Guo Jing hurried out of the room, asked the inn waiter to help him prepare the water and gave him some money to do so, before rewarding the boy with some coins. Ever since Guo Jing came to the Central Plains, he came to understand the importance of bribing. The inn boy was overjoyed, and hurriedly fetched a huge tank and filled it with clean water. Guo Jing went back to inform Wang Qi that the water was ready. Wang Qi responded, good child, now carry me and put me in the water, don't allow anyone to come here. Guo Jing did not understand why Wang Qi wanted to do this but did as he was told. The clean water covered Wang Qi's head and Guo Jing instructed the inn boy to keep everyone out. Wang Qi sat quietly with his eyes closed and breathed urgently. After a while, the water turned black and color began to return to his cheeks. Wang Qi said to Guo Jing, help me out and change the water. Guo Jing changed the water before helping Wang Qi in again. It was after a while before Guo Jing learnt that Wang Qi was using his internal energy to force out the poison in him, and allow the poison to float in the water. Guo Jing changed the water 4 times before no more poison came out of Wang Qi and the water stayed clear. Wang Chi finally smiled and said, "It's okay now." He climbed out of the water and sighed, "This llama's skills are deadly." Guo Jing was relieved and asked whether was there poison on the llama's palms. Wang Chi replied, "Yes, I have seen the poison sand palms many times, but this is the strongest one yet, such that it almost cost me my life." Guo Jing replies, "Luckily you are alright now. What do you want to eat?" "I'll ask the inn boy to buy." Wang Chi asked Guo Jing to borrow some ink and a brush before writing down some medicine formula. Wang Chi explained, "Although my life is not in danger now, my internal organs is not fully cleansed off the poison. If I do not cleanse the poison in 12 hours' time, I may be crippled for life." Guo Jing received the medicine formula and rushed out. He saw that there was a medicine shop nearby and quickly asked the owner for the medicine formula. The owner checked his shelves, but returned empty-handed after a while and said, "So sorry, you came at the wrong time, the medicine herbs that you need are out of stock." Guo Jing did not wait for him to finish and dashed to find another medicine shop, but to his surprise, the second medicine shop he went to also did not have the formula he wanted. It was the same result even after he went to 8 shops. Guo Jing grew anxious and angry at this time and ran to all the medicine shops in the city, only to get the same answer, that they had huge stock of the herbs he wanted but was all bought by someone earlier. It was then that Guo Jing realized that the people in the Zhao residence must have guessed that Wang Chi needed the medicine for his injury and thus, purposely buy up all the medicine herbs, so as to harm Wang Chi. Dejected, Guo Jing returned to the inn and told Wang Chi what had happened, and the latter responded with a sigh and also looked dejected. Guo Jing was so miserable that he leaned on top of the table and cried out aloud. Wang Chi laughed, "Everyone has to die sooner or later, it is up to heaven, we have no say in any way. I may not die, so why all this crying?" And started singing. Guo Jing dried his tears and looked better. Wang Chi laughed out aloud and sat upright on the bed before using strength to recuperate. Guo Jing did not dare to make any noise and crept out of the room. He suddenly thought, "If I rush to another nearby city, they may not have finished buying up the medicine." Happily, he was about to set off when he saw the inn boy running towards him with a letter, on top of the letter spelt, "Please read it yourself, Big Master Guo." Guo Jing felt curious and wondered who would write to him. He hurriedly tore open the letter and shook open a white piece of paper which wrote, "I have something urgent to tell you, will be waiting for you at the river which is 10 meters, west away from the city." At the bottom of the letter, was a vivid drawing of a little beggar who was laughing. It was Huang Rong. Guo Jing thought to himself, "How does he know that I am here?" And turned to the inn boy, "Who sent this letter here?" The inn boy replied, "It was sent here by a wandering commoner." Guo Jing returned to his room and saw that Wang Chi was stretching his limbs. He said, "Taoist Wang, am going to the nearby cities to buy the medicine." Wang Chi answered, "If we are able to think of this, they will able too, there's no need to go." Guo Jing would not give up and was determined to try. He thought, "Brother Huang is so intelligent, so I will discuss with him first." He told Wang Chi, "My good friend wants to meet me, I will immediately return after meeting him." And with that, he showed the letter to Wang Chi. The latter thought a while and asked Guo Jing how he knew this fellow. Guo Jing related the story to Wang Chi and the latter thought, "I saw how this fellow tricked Ho Tong Hai, his skills are very weird and unusual." He turned to Guo Jing and said, "You must be careful, this kid's skills is much higher than yours, and his skills seem unorthodox. Up till now, I cannot guess his origins." Guo Jing replied, "He is my best buddy, so he will not harm me." Wang Chi sighed, "You have not known him for long, how can you be sure whether he is your best buddy? He may be petite in size, but if he wants to trick you, you won't be able to defend yourself." Guo Jing was not the least suspicious of Huang Rong and thought to himself, "Taoist Wang says this because he doesn't know Brother Huang's character." And with that, kept singing praises of Huang Rong non-stop. Wang Chi laughed and said, "All right, go then, young people must meet some danger so as to gain experience." This person. Seeing his figure and voice. He is not a. Can't you tell? Wang Chui stopped here and just shook his head. Guo Jing placed the sheet of medicine formula in his pocket and ran out. When he reached the outer city, he could see snow, but it was isolated all around. He walked 10 meters west and some reflections of water. It was indeed a small lake. The weather was not the coldest, so the lake was not frozen. Flower petals covered with snow floated on the water, and beside the lake were rows and rows of plum trees. The plum flowers looked magnificent beside the snow flowers. Guo Jing could not see anyone about, and for an anxious moment, he thought, what if he waited for me too long and so left? And began to shout out loud, Brother Huang, Brother Huang. Guo Jing suddenly heard a sound and turned around sharply, only to realize that it was made by river birds. Guo Jing was very disappointed, and called out 2 more times, before thinking, maybe he hasn't reached yet, I'll wait for him here then. Sitting down by the lake, Guo Jing thought about Huang Rong, then he thought about Wang Chui's injuries and no mood to enjoy the sceneries. Besides, he was used to seeing snow as he has grew up in Mongolia, and he did not bother to look out for the differences in landscape between Mongolia and the Central Plains. He waited for a long while and suddenly heard some noises among the trees. Feeling curious, he walked over and heard a rough voice, why still act like a big brother when all of us, including you, wasted time just now? Another voice answered, damn it. If it were not for you being such a coward, we would have won if 4 of us ganged up on one. Another one answered, what's the big deal when you even tripped while running it away? It sounded like the 4 demons of the Yellow River. Guo Jing summoned all his courage and stepped into the trees, only to see no one. He suddenly heard a voice, if we fought up front, how can we lose? But who we have thought that the little beggar had so many tricks up his sleeves. Guo Jing looked up and saw 4 men dangling in mid-air, swinging to and fro, yet squabbling non-stop. It was indeed the 4 demons of the Yellow River. His heart jumped for joy, as he knew that Huang Rong was nearby, and let out a laugh before asking, hey, are you guys practicing your lightness skill again? Qian Qingjian retorted angrily, who says that we are practicing our lightness skills? Haven't you any eyes to see that we were hanged here? Guo Jing laughed out loud, and Qian Qingjian angrily tried to use his leg to kick Guo Jing, but how could he when the distance between them was so huge? Ma Qingxiong scolded, rascal, if you don't go away, I will pee on you. Guo Jing laughed till he could not stand up straight and said, I stand away then, your pee can't reach me. Suddenly, there was a sound of gentle laughter, and Guo Jing turned around, only to hear the splashing of water and see a leaf floating down from a tree. Then, he saw a girl at the tail of a boat, rowing gently. She had long hair beneath her shoulders, was dressed in white from head to toe, and had some golden pins in her hair, which shone like fire, amongst the snow. Guo Jing saw that the girl's dressing looked like a fairy and was dumb. The boat slowly rowed nearer, and he saw that the girl was barely 15 or 16 years of age. She had very smooth skin that was as white as snow, a beautiful color on her cheeks, and had an incredible beauty which was incomparable. Guo Jing was struck by her amazing beauty and retreated a few steps, before turning away, not daring to look at her. The young girl tied the boat near the bank and called out, Brother Jing, come on board. Guo Jing was astonished, and turned around, only to see the girl smiling sweetly and her robe floating gently in the wind. Guo Jing felt like he was in a dream and used both hands to rub his eyes. The young girl giggled and said, why? You don't recognize me? Guo Jing thought that she sounded like Huang Rong, but how can a dirty and lowly male beggar suddenly transform into a beautiful fairy? He couldn't believe his eyes. He heard the voices of the 4 demons of the Yellow River behind him shouting, Little miss, help us to cut off the ropes that are hanging us up, let us down. If you help us, I'll give you 100 taels of gold. Each one of us will give you 100 taels, you'll get 400 taels altogether. We can even give you 800 taels. The young girl ignored them and smiled at Guo Jing, I am your brother Huang, why, don't you care about me anymore? Guo Jing studied her face and saw that her features were exactly the same as Huang Rong's and stuttered, he only managed to say the word, you before stopping. Huang gave a little laugh and said, I am actually a girl, who asked you to call me Brother Huang. Hurry, come on to the boat. Guo Jing felt like he was dreaming, he moved forward a little and tripped onto the boat. On the other hand, the four demons kept making a whole lot of noise in the background, raising the price of their reward higher. Huang Rong rowed the boat to the middle of the lake, brought out some dishes and wine and giggled, and don't you call me Sister Huang, call me Renjir. My dad always calls me that. Guo Jing suddenly remembered something and said, I brought some cakes for you. He took out the cakes that Wan Yen Kong gave earlier on, but because he had carried Wang Qi, took care of the latter and ran all around finding medicine that the cakes were already smashed up into little pieces. Huang Rong saw the smashed up cakes and laughed softly. Guo Jing reddened and said, it can't be eaten now, and was about to throw the smashed cakes into the water when Huang Rong stretched out her hand and took the cakes from him before saying, I like to eat it. Guo Jing was surprised, but she had already placed a small piece into her mouth and started eating. After watching her eat a few mouths, his eyes grew red and tears started forming slowly, he didn't understand her actions. Huang Rong said, my mother died ever since I was born, no one has ever remembered my likes and habits so well before. And a few tears flowed from her eyes. She took out a clean handkerchief. Guo Jing thought that she was going to dry her eyes, but she used it to wrap the smashed cakes instead, and placed it in her pocket, before turning back to him with a smile, he'll eat it slowly. Guo Jing did not know much about romantic relationships, but he felt that Brother Huang's actions were very special and unique. He asked her, you said you had something important to tell me, what is it? Huang Rong giggled, I wanted to tell you that I'm not Brother Huang but Renjir, isn't this important? Guo Jing smiled and said, you are so pretty like this, why disguise as a little beggar? Huang Rong turned her head slightly and said, you say I'm pretty. Guo Jing replied, yes, very beautiful, like the fairy on top of our snow mountain. Huang Rong laughed and said, you've seen a fairy? Guo Jing said, of course not, if I've seen one, how can I still live? Huang Rong asked, why? Guo Jing replied, the elders in Mongolia always say that whoever sees the fairy would never want to return back to the grasslands again, he would just stay in a daze and freeze to death after a few days. Huang Rong laughed and asked, then do you feel dazed after seeing me? Guo Jing reddened and quickly answered, we are good friends, so it's different. Huang Rong nodded and said seriously, I know you sincerely care for me, regardless whether I'm a girl or a guy, pretty or ugly. If I dress up like this, it's not surprising if people are good to me, but you were nice to me even when I dressed up like a little beggar, so you are truly good to me. At this point, Huang Rong was in high spirits and smiled, they'll sing a tune for you, alright? Guo Jing replied, can you sing tomorrow instead, we have to get the medicine for Taoist Wang first. With that he related how the story of how Wang Qi got injured and how the medicine was all bought up by Wan Yen Kong. Huang Rong replied, no wonder you were anxiously going to one medicine shop after another. Guo Jing thought, she was following behind me, that's why she knew where I stayed. He said, Brother Huang, may I ride your little red horse to buy the medicine? Huang seriously said, firstly, I am not your Brother Huang. Secondly, the horse is yours, do you think that I would actually take it? I just wanted to test you. Thirdly, you may not be able to get the medicine even if you travel to the nearby cities. Hearing what she said, Guo Jing felt anxious. Huang Rong smiled a little and said, I am going to sing now, listen well. Huang Rong gently turned her head, rowed the boat and started singing in a crystal clear voice. Sorry, I can't translate the lyrics, Guo Jing listened carefully to each and every word. Although he didn't know the meaning, but Huang Rong's voice was gentle and sweet such that he felt like he was in a daze. The beautiful scenery gave him a feeling of warmness, one that he had never felt before. Huang Rong finished singing and said in a low voice, this is a song composed by official Xing, which describes the plum flower which blooms after winter, is it good? Guo Jing replied, I don't know all these, but the song sounds very nice. Who is official Xing? Huang Rong answered, official Xing is Xing Qiji. My father says that he is a good official who loves his people. When the Genes captured the north, and after villains harmed Mr. Yu, official Xing was the only one left struggling to restore our lost lands. Although Guojing often listened to his mother talk about how violent the Genes were, and how they mercilessly kill many Chinese, he grew up in Mongolia and so, did not feel so strongly towards the Genes. Guojing replied, I have never been in the Central Plains before, you have to tell me stories slowly another time, the most important thing now is to save Taoist Wang. Huang Rong said, listen to me, let's play a little while more, don't worry. Guojing replied, Taoist Wang said that if he doesn't eat the medicine in 12 hours' time, he will be crippled. Huang Rong retorts, let him be crippled then, anyway it's not you or me who will be crippled. Guojing let out an ah sound and jumped up saying, this. His face turned furious. Huang Rong giggled, don't worry, they'll make sure that you get the medicine. Guojing heard the confidence in her tone and thought, she is way smarter than me and besides, I don't have any brilliant ideas, so I should listen to her. So he had no choice but to succumb to her wishes for the time being. They both clapped in laughter when Huang Rong talked about how she tricked the 4 demons of the Yellow River and how she disturbed Ho Tonghai. The colors of white snow, water in the lake and plum flowers were beautiful. Huang Rong slowly stretched out her hand into Guojing's and whispered, I'm not afraid of anything now. Guojing asked, why? Huang Rong replied, even if my father doesn't want me anymore, you will also want me to follow you, right? Guojing answered, of course. Renjir, too like being with you. Huang Rong leaned gently on his chest and Guojing felt a sweet scent surround his whole body, surround the whole lake, surround the whole earth. He didn't know whether it was the plum flower scent or was it coming from Huang Rong. The two just held hands silently. After a very long while, Huang Rong sighed and said, it's so nice here, such a pity that we have to go. Guojing asked, why? Huang Rong said, don't you want to get the medicine to save Taoist Wang? Guojing rejoiced, where do we go then? Huang Rong asked, where have all the medicine in the shop gone to? Guojing answered, the medicine have been bought up by people in Prince Zhao's residence. Huang Rong said, yup, that's right, so we'll go to his residence to take it. Guojing was shocked, Prince Zhao's residence. Huang Rong replied, that's right. Guojing said, we can't go there, we'll only lose our lives. Huang Rong said, then can you bear to see Taoist Wang crippled? Or if his injuries take a turn for the worse, do you want to see him dead? Blood rushed up to his face, and Guojing replied, all right, but, you can't go. Huang Rong asked, why? Guojing answered, just promise me that you won't go. But he couldn't find a reason. Huang Rong lowered her voice and said, I won't be able to stand it if continue to worry for me. If you meet with any danger, how do you expect me to live alone? Guojing's heart gave a leap and gratitude, happiness, love dashed to his brain. He suddenly felt 100 times braver and wasn't the least afraid of people like Shi Tongtian and Peng Lianhu. It was as if nothing was impossible in the world. He said, all right, we will both go to get the medicine. Both of them rowed the boat to the bank and started towards the city. Halfway there, Guojing suddenly remembered that the 4 demons of the Yellow River were still stuck in midair and said, hey, do you want to release those 4 people? Huang Rong giggled, this 4 fellows call themselves iron strong heroes so they are very powerful, they won't freeze nor starve. Even if they starve to death, 4 demons of the Plum Forest is superior to the 4 demons of the Yellow River. The Legend of the Condor Heroes Chapter 9. Iron Spear, Damaged Plow. Original translation by Sunny Snow. Guojing and Huang Rong went to the back of Prince Zhao's palace and leaped over the wall into the courtyard. Huang Rong whispered to Guojing in a soft voice, your light body gong fu is excellent. Guojing crouching by the foot of the wall watching out for any movement in the courtyard felt ecstatic at hearing such praise from her. After a moment they heard some footsteps approaching. 2 men were laughing and talking as they walked towards them. One man was saying, what do you think the prince has in mind with the young lady? The other man laughed and said, not sure of this translation, it's obvious isn't it? This type of pretty woman, after giving birth who would give her another glance? The first man retorted, with your dirty mind, you had better be careful that the prince doesn't cut your head off. This girl, although her face is pretty, she cannot compare to the princess. The second man exclaimed, this peasant, girl. How can you compare her with the princess? The first man replied, the princess, you said she. He suddenly stopped, coughed twice and changed the subject, saying, the prince really suffered a loss at the hands of that big fellow today, you better be careful not to give him any cause for offense or you are sure to get a real beating. The second man said, if the prince tries to beat me, they'll simply dodge and return with a kick. The first man laughed, stop talking. Guo Jing thought to himself, so, that Yuan Yen Kong already has a pretty sweetheart, no wonder he cannot marry the Mu girl. But if this true, then he shouldn't have even taken up the challenge in the first place, let alone grab her shoe. Why would he want to concern himself with other people's affairs? Could it be that if a person is not willing to agree then he would use force to coerce them? At this point the two men had walked very close, to Guo Jing and Huang Rong. One was carrying a lamp and the other a basket of food. They were dressed as servants, wearing green clothes and caps. The man with the basket laughed and said, talking about other people, I fear that someone has already become very hungry, we had better deliver these vegetables quickly. The other man replied, how can he win a young girl's heart if he doesn't gain her sympathy? Both men laughed as they walked away into the distance. Huang Rong became very curious. She whispered to Guo Jing, let's go and see what type of pretty girl they are talk about. Guo Jing asked, what about getting the medicine, isn't that more urgent? I want to see the girl first, said Huang Rong stubbornly, and she started off after the two servants. Guo Jing thought, what's so interesting about seeing some girl? Really strange. What he didn't know was that invariably when a woman hears about another beautiful woman, they will never be satisfied until they have seen them with their own eyes. If the woman that hears about this other woman is herself especially beautiful, then all the more is the desire to see that other woman so she can compare herself to her. Guo Jing however did know enough about girls to know that they can be extremely difficult at times, so he had no alternative but to follow. The Zhao residence was huge. Guo Jing and Huang Rong followed the two servants for quite some time before arriving in front of a big house. At the entrance stood a few guards with weapons in their arms. Guo Jing and Huang Rong hid behind a corner and heard the two servants whispering something to the guards before the guards opened the door and allowed them in. Huang Rong picked up a stone and flung it at the torches to put out the lights, before pulling Guo Jing with her to follow the servants in. Huang Rong was so swift that she and Guo Jing overtook the servants and were in front of them. The servants and guards didn't notice that they slipped in and cursed and joked while starting the fire for the torches again. They entered a large room, before opening a small door at the corner and walked in. Guo Jing and Huang Rong followed them in silently and noticed rows of iron bars, forming a large prison cell. Behind the bars sat a woman and a man. One of the servants lit a candle and placed it on the prison table. Under the candlelight, Guo Jing saw the man's face, which was anxious and furious. It was none other than Mu Yi. A young girl was sitting beside him and it was his daughter, Mu Nian Ci. Guo Jing was suspicious and thought, how did they end up here? Ah, it must be Yuan Yen Kong who captured them. What does he intend to do with them? Does he love this lady or not? The two servants took out some wine and dishes from their basket and pushed it into the cell. Mu Yi picked up a plate of snacks and flung it out before yelling, I have already fallen into your trap. Kill me if you want to. Why pretend to be so nice? Amongst the commotion, the guard outside suddenly said, Greetings, little prince. Guo Jing and Huang Rong exchanged glances and hurriedly hid behind the door, only to see Yuan Yen Kong rushing in and scolding, who made Hero Mu angry. Let's see whether I will break your legs when we leave later. The two servants were frightened and dropped on their knees, we dare not. Yuan Yen Kong answered, hurry up and get lost. The two servants replied, "Yes, yes," and turned to leave, but when they reached the door, they stuck their tongues out at each other, made funny faces and left. Wan Yen Kong waited till they closed the door, before saying gently, "I invited Hero Mu and Miss for something else, please don't get offended." Mu Yi was furious, "You lock us up here like prisoners, and you dare use the word invite?" Wan Yen Kong said, "I'm so sorry. Please bear with it for the time being, I'm really sorry." Mu Yi retorted angrily, "You can use this to cheat a 3-year-old. I've seen enough of vicious officials." Wan Yen Kong tried to speak out several times but was shut up by the angry Mu Yi. Yet, he still remained good-natured and laughed joyfully without a tint of anger. Moon Yen Si listened to the argument and whispered to her father, "Father, let's hear what he has to say." It was then that Mu Yi grunted before becoming silent. Wan Yen Kong said, "Your daughter has rare talents and beauty. I'm not blind, so how can I possibly not like her?" Moon Yen Si blushed deeply and lowered her head. Wan Yen Kong continued, "However, I am the eldest son of Prince Xiao and my family rules are very strict. If people know that I marry a commoner, my father will be furious and will face a lot of trouble." Mu Yi replied, "Then what do you plan to do?" Wan Yen Kong replied, "I was thinking of letting Hero Mu and Miss stay here for a few days to recover from any injuries, before going back. After a year or half, when the situation is better, I will either go and ask for your daughter's hand in marriage or Hero Mu you send Miss to me so as to complete the marriage. Isn't this a perfect solution?" Mu Yi remained silent, though he was thinking about another thing. Wan Yen Kong continued, "My father has gotten into trouble all because of me. The emperor even reprimanded him 3 months ago. If my father learns about this now, he will never agree the marriage. So I hope that Hero Mu keeps this secret tight." Mu Yi turns furious, "If I listen to what you say then my daughter will suffer if she is with you since everything has to be kept under wraps." Wan Yen Kong replied, "I have everything planned out already, I will get some grand officials to ask for her hand in marriage, it must be a grand and joyous affair." Mu Yi's face suddenly paled and he said, "Please ask your mother to see me so that I can discuss this with her." Wan Yen Kong smiled and said, "How can my mother meet you?" Mu Yi yelled, "If I don't get to meet your mother, I won't give in to you no matter what you come up with." With that, he picked up the jar of wine and threw it out. Ever since Moon Yen Si fought with Wan Yen Kong, she already fell for him and was delighted after she heard his plan. But her father's sudden outburst changed everything and she didn't know whether she was surprised or dejected. Wan Yen Kong flipped over and caught the wine jar in time before putting it back on the table and laughed, "I'm leaving." Before turning to go. After hearing Wan Yen Kang's words, Guo Jing felt that the former had his reasons and a very good plan, but who would expect Mu Yi to lose his temper? He thought, "I will try to convince him now." He was about to go out when Huang Rong pulled his sleeve and brought him out of the house. They heard Wan Yen Kong ask a servant, "Have you brought it?" The servant nodded and raised his arm to reveal a rabbit. Wan Yen Kong took the rabbit from him and broke its hind legs in a flash, before placing it in his pocket and hurrying off. Guo Jing and Huang Rong felt curious and followed behind him. After a while, they saw a small 3-roomed hut. It was a normal hut like any other commoners but stood out amongst the grand surroundings of the Zhao residence. The two felt very curious. They saw Wan Yen Kong open the door and enter the hut. They tiptoed to the back of the house and peered into the window. They were sure that there was something secretive in the hut, which Wan Yen Kong kept. However, they heard something they did not expect when he called out, "Mother." A woman's voice answered him. Wan Yen Kong walked into the room. Huang Rong and Guo Jing saw a middle-aged woman sitting beside a table, gazing blankly into space. This woman looked no more than 40, had very delicate features but wore little powder on her face and very common robes. Huang Rong thought, "This princess is indeed prettier than Miss Mu, but why does she dress so shabbily and live in such a hut? Has she fallen out of Prince Xiao's favor?" Guo Jing was thinking about the same thing at first but later felt that it was nothing special. He thought, she must be like Renjir. She purposely dress up shabbily like a peasant for fun. Wanyan Kong walked to her side, pulled her arm and said, "Mother, are you ill again?" The woman sighed, "I was worrying for you." Wanyan Kong leaned on her and giggled, "But your son is standing healthily in front of you." The woman replied, with swollen eyes and a broken nose. "You call that fine? You are getting more and more naughty. It's all right if your father knows, but if your teacher learns about it, you'll be in hot soup." Wanyan Kong giggled, "Mother, do you know who is the Taoist priest who came today?" The woman asked, "Who?" Wanyan Kong replied, "He is my teacher's martial brother, and is my elder. But I purposely pretend to be ignorant of that fact and called him Taoist this, Taoist that." He scowled and was furious but couldn't do anything. With that, he started laughing again. The woman was alarmed and said, "Oh no. I've seen your teacher flare up before and he can kill people. It's really a frightening thought." Wanyan Kong was curious and asked, "You've seen teacher kill before? When? Why did he kill people?" The woman lifted her head and gazed at the light, as if she was somewhere far away and said gently, "That was a long time ago. Ah, I cannot remember anymore." Wanyan Kong did not probe further, instead he grinned smugly and said, "That Taoist Wang came to ask me how was I going to deal with the marriage and I told him that if he brought Miss Mu to me, I would listen to whatever he say." The woman asked, "Have you asked your father permission? Has he agreed?" Wanyan Kong smiled, "Mother, you are too honest. I asked my men to trick them into coming here and locked them up in the back cell earlier on. How does Taoist Wang expect to find them then?" Wanyan Kong was going through the events in an excited manner while Guo Jing was fuming outside. Guo Jing thought, "To think that I actually thought that he had good intentions just now. Luckily Hero Mu is wise not to fall into his trap." The woman answered exasperatedly, "How can you make fun of his daughter and lock them up? Hurry and release them now, and remember to apologize and give them some money." Guo Jing nodded his head and thought, "That's more like it." Wanyan Kong said, "Mother, you don't understand. These swordsmen don't care about money. If I release them and they go round telling people what happened, father will hear about it." The woman became anxious, "Then do you want to lock them up forever?" Wanyan Kong smiled, "I sweet-talked them into going back to their village and let them stupidly wait for me forever." With that, he burst out laughing. Guo Jing was shaking furiously at this time. He raised a palm towards the window frame and was about to yell out when he felt a soft and smooth palm cover his mouth and someone grab his left wrist. A gentle voice whispered into his ear, "Calm down." Guo Jing recovered and turned towards Huang Rong with a faint smile before looking back into the room again. Wanyan Kong continued, "That Mu fellow is really cunning, he doesn't take the bait. But let's see how long he can last if I lock him up for another couple of days." His mother answered, "I've seen Miss Mu and I find her beautiful and talented. She is quite likable. Why not I talk to your father and ask him to let you marry her, then everything will be solved." Wanyan Kong laughed, "Mother, for the last time, we are royalty. How can I marry such a commoner? Father always tells me that he will arrange a respectable match for me. But it's a pity that we are the Wanyans." The woman asked, "Why?" Wanyan Kong replied, "If not, I can marry the princess and become the crown prince." The woman sighed and said in a low voice, "How can you look down on poor commoners? Do you really think that?" Wanyan Kong laughed, "Mother, I have a joke for you. That Mu fellow says that he will only believe me if he meets up and discuss with you." The woman replies, "I won't help you to lie and do such despicable things." Wanyan Kong giggled aloud and walked around in circles. He said, "Even if you are willing to do so, I will not allow it. You don't know how to lie and will be exposed on the spot." Huang Rong and Guo Jing studied the room, which was furnished with normal wood furniture and normal farming tools. On the wall hung a moldy sphere and a broken plow. An old wooden carriage was placed in the corner of the room. Both of them thought, this woman is a princess. Why is her house so plainly furnished? Wan Yen Kong pressed his chest and the rabbit in his pocket let out a squeal. The woman asked, what's that? Wan Yen Kong replied, I almost forgot. I saw an injured rabbit just now and picked it up. Mother, please tend to it. He took out a little white rabbit and placed it on the table. The rabbit's hind legs were broken and it couldn't move. The woman asked, good child. She hurriedly took out some tools and medicine and tended to the rabbit's injury. Guo Jing started to fume again and thought, this man purposely injures the rabbit as he knows that his mother is kind-hearted and will tend to its injuries. Therefore, the woman will forget about the bad stuff that he has done. How can he be so evil as to make use of his mother's kind nature and cheat her? Huang Rong was leaning on him and felt Guo Jing's whole body quiver. She knew that he must be fuming with anger and was afraid that he couldn't control it and burst out at Wan Yen Kong. She pulled his hand and said, let's ignore them, come, let's go and find the medicine. Guo Jing asked, you know where they hid the medicine? Huang Rong shook her head, no. So we have to go and find out. Guo Jing thought about how huge the Zhao residence was and wondered where to start finding. It would be disastrous if we alert Xiao Tong Tian and the rest. He was about to discuss this with Huang Rong when there was a flash of light in front of them. A man was carrying a small lantern while humming a tune. He was walking nearer and nearer to them. Guo Jing was about to slip behind a tree when Huang Rong rushed forward, towards the man. The man was alarmed and before he could say anything, Huang Rong flipped her palm and shot out a shiny steel object, direct translation, which pierced into his throat. She asked, who are you? The man got a fright of life and only managed to answer after a while, am the caretaker. What are you doing? Huang Rong answered, what am I doing? I am going to kill you. You are the caretaker. That's great. Where did you keep the medicine that your little prince asked people to buy during the day? The caretaker replied, don't know. Little prince kept it himself. Huang Rong used her left hand to twist his wrist and used her right hand to push forward slightly, causing the steel object to pierce even deeper into his throat. The caretaker felt strong pain shoot through his wrist but didn't dare scream out loud. Huang Rong said in a low voice, are you going to tell me or not? The caretaker responded, I really don't know. Huang Rong used her right hand to remove his cap and stuffed it into his mouth. Following that, her left hand pulled and twisted his arm. A crack sound was heard as she broke the bone of his right shoulder. The caretaker yelled out aloud before fainting onto the ground. However, the cap in his mouth muffled his voice. Guo Jing was stunned as didn't expect this young petite lady to be so vicious and cruel in her actions. Huang Rong shook the caretaker and he came around. She swiftly removed the cap from his mouth and placed it back on his head before saying, do you want me to break your left shoulder as well? The caretaker wept in pain and answered weakly, I really don't know. Even if Miss kills me, I still won't know. Huang Rong only believed him then. She lowered her voice and said, go and find little prince now and tell him that you fell and broke your shoulder. Also tell him that you suffer serious internal injuries and the physician says that you must take the medicine which he bought up earlier and is not available in the shops now. Beg him to give you some of the medicine. The caretaker listened attentively to Huang Rong's instructions and dared not question anything. Huang Rong continued, hurry up, little prince is at the prince's place. I am going to follow you and if I see that you do not act properly, I will break your neck and dig out your eyes. With that, she stretched out her fingers and made a clawing sign at the skin of his eyes. The caretaker shivered and stood up, he clenched his teeth, ignored the dreadful pain and dashed towards the prince's house. Wan Yen Kong was still talking with his mother when the caretaker suddenly dashed in, sweating and crying. He repeated what Huang Rong instructed him to say. The princess saw that his face was as white as a sheet and knew he was in great pain. She didn't wait for Wan Yen Kang's answer and immediately ordered him to give the caretaker the medicine. Wan Yen Kong frowned and said, the medicine is with Mr. Liang, go and find him yourself. The caretaker wept and said, "Little prince, please write a note for me." The princess immediately took out some paper, ink and a brush, and Wan Yen Kong wrote the note. The caretaker bowed and thanked them while the princess said gently, "Hurry and take the medicine to cure your injuries." The caretaker came out of the house and walked a few steps when he felt the cold blade of a knife on the skin of his neck. He heard Huang Rong say, "Go to Mr. Liang now." The caretaker walked a little, but he could take the pain no longer and fell to the ground. Huang Rong said, "If you don't get the medicine, your neck will be broken into two." With that, she pressed onto his head and turned it forcefully. The caretaker got a shock and had a sudden wave of determination. Sweating non-stop, he hurried on. They passed by 7 or 8 servants, but no one questioned anything when they saw Guojing and Huang Rong. When they reached Liang Zaiwang's quarters, they found the door locked. A servant then tells them that he has gone to the Fragrant Snow guest hall. Guojing saw the caretaker having difficulty walking and helped him along the way. They were reaching the guest hall, when 2 guards carrying lanterns in one hand and sabers in another said, "Stop, who's there?" The caretaker took out the note written by Wan Yen Kong and gave it to the guards. They glanced at it and let him through before going up to question Guojing and Huang Rong. The caretaker said, "It's our own people." One of the guards said, "The prince is having a banquet with important guests, so no one is allowed to disturb them. If you have anything, you can come back tomorrow." He didn't finish his sentence when the 2 guards felt strength less, numb, and were unable to move as Huang Rong had sealed their points. Huang Rong hid them in the bushes before grabbing Guojing's hand and made their way towards the entrance of the hall. She gently pushed the caretaker forward and swung up with Guojing. They caught the wooden window frame and peered inside the hall. The hall was brightly lighted with a huge banquet table in the middle. Guojing looked at the people sitting around the table and his heart beat furiously. He saw the same people in the same room as earlier, such as the junior chief of White Camel Mountain, Ouyang Ku, the dragon king of the demonic group, Sha Tong Tian, his martial brother, the 3-headed dragon, Ho Tong Hai, Jinsang Immortal, Liang Zaiwang, the slaughterer of 1,000 hands, Peng Lianhu, and the head of the banquet was the Jin's 6th prince, Wan Yen Honglai. At a corner of the table was a thickly padded grand chair, which sat superior Virtue Lingji, who had a golden complexion and looked seriously injured. Guojing laughed in glee, "You ambushed Taoist Wang, so it serves you right, have a taste of your own medicine." The caretaker entered the room and bowed towards Liang Zaiwang before handing him the note written by Wan Yen Kong. Liang Zaiwang read the note, glanced at the caretaker and handed the note to Wan Yen Honglai. "Prince, is this written by Little Prince?" Wan Yen Honglai looked through the note and said, "Yes, please follow what it says, Mr. Liang." Liang Zaiwang turned behind and instructed a dwarf dressed in green, "Go and take out 5 grams each of the medicine which Little Prince delivered today and give it to the caretaker." The dwarf nodded and followed the caretaker out. Guojing whispered to Huang Rong, "Let's go, these people here are too formidable." Huang Rong smiled and shook her head. A strand of Huang Rong's soft hair brushed past Guojing's face and he felt a tickling sensation not only on his face but also in his heart. He didn't argue with her and jumped down. Huang Rong hurriedly grabbed his wrist, flung her body forward, locked her legs on the high wooden pole and gently released Guojing onto the ground. Guojing was relieved. "What a close shave, if I just jumped that like that, won't it alert the top fighters inside?" Guojing was not a veteran Jiang Hu traveler and tended to be careless at times. The caretaker and the dwarf came out and Guojing followed behind them. He walked 10 steps before turning around and saw that Huang Rong had done a somersault and was peering into the hall with her legs hooked on top and her head below. There was a light breeze, causing her white robe to float gently. The image looked like a blooming white lily amongst the darkness. Huang Rong glanced into the hall and saw that no one had noticed her presence. She turned around and watched till Guojing's figure disappeared into the darkness before turning her attention back to what was going on in the hall. Suddenly, Peng Lianhu turned around, and with eyes quick as lightning, he did a check on the windows. Huang Rong didn't dare look anymore, and only crouched near the window to hear what was going on. She heard a rasped voice say, "Do you people think that Wang Chi turned up coincidentally or was it for a reason?" A high-pitched voice replied, "No matter whether he has ill intentions or not, having been injured by superior virtue Lingzi would leave him dead, or at least crippled." Huan Rong glanced into the hall and saw that the person talking was Peng Lianhu, who was petite and had eyes that looked like lightning. She heard a clear voice laugh, "We would hear of the 7 sons of Chuanjin even when we are in Tibet. They really live up to their name. If it were not for superior virtue Lingzi's attack, we would have been defeated by him." A deep and rough voice answered, "Mr. Ouyang, you don't have to flatter me, both me and that Taoist priest are injured, there is no winner." Ouyang Ku said, "Anyway you just have to recuperate quietly for some time, whereas even if he doesn't die, he would end up a handicapped." After this comment no one spoke. The host could then be heard toasting all the assembled guests. Guest by guest he said, "Sir has come from a great distance to visit, I am deeply honored. It reflects greatly on the Jin nation to have such honored guests as yourself." Huan Rong thought to herself that the person speaking must be Prince Zhao Wanyan Honglai. The assembled guests then all answered with modest protestations as decorum required. Wanyan Honglai then continued, "Lingji is Tibet's foremost monk, Liang is a master of great learning and integrity, Chief Ouyang is an legendary leader of military virtue, Master Peng's prestige is widely feared on the Central Plains, formidable Sha rules over Yellow River. If any one hero among the 5 of you lent a hand, the Jin nation's challenges could be overcome. Imagine what could be achieved with all 5 of you united together. Ha ha! That would be akin to having a lion using all its strength to catch a rabbit." At this he sounded very arrogant indeed. Liang Zaiwang smiled and said, "If your lordship has a task for us to carry out, you need only say it and we will gladly carry it out. Only this old man's, referring to himself, Gong Fu is very shabby and weak. I fear that if I was to be entrusted with such a task by you lordship I would fail and not be able to show my worthless face again, aha." Peng Lianhu also added a few self-depreciating remarks in the same vein. These men have always been the center of attention and power in their own areas and were not used to having to make humble and polite comments in the presence of a noble such as Wanyan Honglai. Wanyan Honglai again toasted each guest in turn with a cup of wine. "Humble prince is deeply moved by your presence here tonight. I talk of a great matter with you all. This matter cannot be mentioned to any other person outside of this room. If it were to escape it would cause great trouble for my Jin nation. This humble prince places his great confidence in your hands." These words, although humbly spoken, implied a great importance and caused everyone to present to take note that this must be a very serious matter that required the utmost secrecy. Everyone therefore replied, "Your lordship need not fear, no words that are spoken here tonight will leave this room." The 5 invited guests all knew that the reason for their invitation must be a matter of great importance. Something that would require no small measure of effort to carry out. Although having spared no expense in sending them presents of gold, silver and other valuables, Wanyan Honglai had still not made any mention of what task he would be asking them to perform. Now that he was about to reveal such a deeply held secret, there was not one person present who didn't feel highly interested and excited. Wanyan Honglai spoke again boasting about the weakness of the last 2 emperors Huizong and his son Qinzong and how the mighty Jin army secured a crushing victory over the northern Song Empire. All the guests cheered at this speech. Huan Rong thought to herself angrily, how shameless. Everyone aside from that Tibetan monk are Chinese. The Jin prince is boasting about how his country had invaded our country and held our 2 emperors captive and you are all actually cheering him on. She heard Wanyan Honglai again speak, "At that time our great Jin soldiers were vigorous, their numbers were vast, but now after almost 100 years the Zhao officials serve our emperor at Huangzhou. Esteemed guests, can you guess why they serve there?" Liang Zaiwang said, "Please enlighten us your lordship." Wanyan Honglai sighed, "This year Yu Fei had defeated us and he had us in his hands and although there was no one who did not know it who dared to say it out loud. Our Jin generals knew how to lead troops, but when they encountered Yu Fei they were always defeated. Even after Qin Gui ordered Yu Fei's execution, our soldiers were still demoralized by their earlier defeats that they lacked the willpower to act against the Southern Song. However, although the humble prince has the ambition to act, he lacks the abilities to succeed. If my guests with their godlike abilities were to help with this enterprise, then there is no way that we could not succeed and earn great merit. All the guests looked at each other without fully understanding exactly what was being asked. They all thought, charging enemies and fighting valiantly, taking cities and seizing territory, truly all of us can do, but could it be that he actually, only, wants us to go and kill the Southern Song Palace's general, Yuan? Wan Yen Honglai's face showed self-importance, de 2e4. His voice was slightly trembling. A couple of months ago, this humble prince was looking through some old files in the palace when I stumbled across a letter left behind by the former emperor. It was actually a few lines written by Yu Fei, the phrasing of which was most peculiar. I puzzled over this for a few months until at long last I figured out its hidden meaning. It turns out that when Yu Fei was languishing in prison he realized that he had no hope of leaving with his life. His loyalty towards serving his country was so great that he wrote down his entire life's learnings regarding battle tactics and other secret military arts in this letter in the hope that it could be passed on to other loyal countrymen who could put them to use in defending China against the Jin invaders. Luckily Qin Gui was very clever and feared that Yu Fei would try to communicate with people outside of prison, so he was very careful to prepare against such an event. Every guard assigned to watch over Yu Fei was personally selected by Qin Gui as to be known as completely trustworthy and loyal to him, Qin Gui. If the troops formerly under Yu Fei were to get word from Yu Fei and rise up in rebellion against the court, who would stop them? At that time the only reason that there was not such a rebellion was in fact entirely due to Yu Fei not being willing to rebel against his emperor. If he changed his mind and decided to do so he would have certainly succeeded. What Qin Gui did not know though was that Yu Fei didn't have any desire to save his own life, only to save the rivers and mountains of the Song Empire, i.e. his country. Fortunately this letter never left the palace even after his execution. Everyone was listening intently to this story, so intently that they forgot to drink their wine. Huang Rong hanging outside the window was also listening mesmerized. Wan Yen Honglai continued, Yu Fei had no way to communicate his military strategies except through hiding them in his writing. He wrote 4 pieces entitled Pu Sa Man, Buddhist Barbarian, Cho Nuer, Shameful Slave, He Xing Zhao, Congratulating the Sage Imperial Court, and Qi Tianyu, Level Heaven Music/Happiness. Each piece of writing appeared to be nonsense. The style did not follow the proper rules and the tonal sequence was all wrong. The sentences were jumbled to the point of incoherence. Qin Gui, who was said to have wisdom and talent the size of the oceans, was not even able to figure out what meaning lay in these pieces, so he dispatched some men with these letters to the Jin. Many years later these 4 pieces of nonsense writing found their way into the secret files of the Jin palace. No one was able to comprehend the meaning of these letters. Everyone thought that Yu Fei, who was near execution at the time he wrote these letters, was giving vent to his anger and frustrations by writing such disjointed and senseless verse. Nobody guessed that apparently nonsense verse was in fact a riddle hiding a very great secret. This humble prince though continued to work on these letters until I finally discovered its secret. It turns out that if you took every third word in a piece and put them together then reversed, the order of the hidden message was revealed. In these 4 letters Yu Fei instructed his successors/followers in the arts of military strategy, to continuously attack along the Yellow River and wipe out our Jin armies. But for all of his diligent work for his emperor, it turned out to be all in vain. Ha ha! All the guests gasped in surprise, then one after another began praising Wan Yen Honglai's intelligence for cracking such a difficult code. Wan Yen Honglai said, Yu Fei's military abilities were supernatural, when he attacked there was no one more formidable or successful. Imagine if we were to have his book of secret military strategies, the whole empire would be ours for the taking. Note, from the above context it seems that Yu Fei's letters refer to a book that is hidden in his tomb. I must have missed that in the above translation, but can't see where in the Chinese text. Everyone suddenly realized what was being asked. Prince Zhao invited us here to do a bit of grave robbing. Wanyan Honglai went on, this humble prince thinks that this great book must be with Yu Fei in his tomb. At this point he paused before continuing, honored guests, you are all brave heroes, and now you must be wondering how I could be asking you to rob a tomb. Furthermore, although Yu Fei is the Jin's sworn enemy, but his spirit and loyalty is something that is world-renowned, we couldn't possibly disturb his resting place. Humble Prince searched through the historical reports from spies of the Southern Song to look for further clues. It turns out that the day Yu Fei died he was buried nearby beside Zhong'an Bridge. Later Emperor Xiaozong moved his body to Shihu, Westlake, in a temple he had built for him. His cloth cap however was buried at another place, and this must be where his book is. This other place is near Linen. As he spoke this last sentence he watched his guests intently. Everyone was listening intently for him to reveal the exact location of the book. Wanyan Honglai however suddenly changed the topic. Humble Prince again had another thought, since someone moved Yu Fei items then I fear that the book must have been taken by them as well. But after some very detailed research I know that this could not be possible. The people of Song venerated Yu Fei so much that they would not have dared interfere with his belonging. We are certain to find the book at this place. However, in the south there are many martial people of high ability. If we are to succeed we cannot allow the slightest word of this to get out, or else some of them might try to search for the book themselves, which would cause no end of trouble. This task concerns the fate of two nations, and it is not something I would lightly undertake unless I had the help of the greatest heroes of the Wulin world. Everyone nodded their head at this. Wanyan Honglai then said, although the location of this book is no small matter, because this affair is indeed difficult to speak of, however with the presence of people of such great ability it is easy to speak. The location of the book is at this point. The door to the hall was suddenly pushed open and one man rushed in, his face all swollen and pale. He rushed forward to Liang Zaiwang and called out, Master. Everyone recognized him as the dwarf dressed in green that Liang Zaiwang sent to fetch the medicine. When Guojing went with the caretaker and dwarf to fetch the medicine, he used his left hand to not only support the caretaker and help him walk, but also to ensure the caretaker would not dare try warn the dwarf in any way about Guojing. The three of them went along a long corridor past some rooms before arriving at Liang Zaiwang's storeroom. The dwarf lit a candle, opened the doors and entered. Guojing stepped close to the room where he smelt the pungent scent of various medicinal herbs. He also saw that the table, couch, floor and everywhere else was covered with all types of dried herbs, bottles big and small, jars, bowls, vats and so forth. It seems that although Liang Zaiwang was a guest here, he still couldn't help but play around with different medicinal herbs and concoct different drugs. The dwarf seemed to be well versed in the nature of herbs as well, as he quickly selected portions of 4 different herbs and wrapped them up in separate packets of white paper which he gave to the caretaker. Guojing reached out and took the packets before turning and leaving the room. Now that he had the medicine in his hands, he didn't pay any attention to the caretaker. Unfortunately for him though, the caretaker was a slippery fellow. When Guojing and the dwarf left, he deliberately hung back, waiting until they were past the door. Then he suddenly slammed the door shut, grabbed the door bolt and locked the door, shouting, "Robber, thief!" Guojing got a big shock, and immediately turned to try and push open the door only to find that it wouldn't budge. The door was firmly shut. The dwarf, although he was small, he was by no means slow-witted. He immediately sized up the situation and took advantage of Guojing's distraction with trying to open the door to quickly snatch the 4 medicine packets out of his hand and threw them into the pond beside the room. Guojing tried to hit the dwarf with his fists, but the dwarf was too quick and managed to slip away. Guojing became more frantic and angry. He placed both his palms against the door and used his internal energy to break the door. There was a loud crack as the door bolt snapped and the door flew open. Guojing rushed in and smashed the caretaker's jaw with one swing of his fist, which silenced him immediately. Luckily for Guojing, Liang Zaiwang liked not to be disturbed, so his room was located in an out-of-the-way place in the palace far from anyone else, so the caretaker's screams had not alerted anyone. He rushed out of the room and saw that the dwarf was already a long way off. Guo Jing sprinted after him and in no time at all had caught up with the dwarf and grabbed him by the neck. The dwarf, when he heard Guo Jing behind him, tried to use his leg to sweep Guo Jing off his feet. The dwarf was no stranger to fighting, having encountered many rough types in his travels with Liang Zaiwang, so his skills were not weak. Guo Jing knew that he was in danger of not only failing to get the medicine for Wang Qi, but also if the alarm was raised, Huang Rong would also be in mortal danger if she was caught. Since there was no time to lose, he made use of his most vicious moves, such as bone and tendon splitting move, the one taught by one of the 7 freaks of the south, I think. Guo Jing soon had the dwarf knocked unconscious and he hastily hid him in the bushes beside the path. He then hurried back to the medicine store room and lit a candle, which revealed the caretaker still lying unconscious on the floor. Guo Jing cursed himself silently for being so careless. Which 4 jars did the dwarf select the medicine from? I wasn't paying attention and now I have no idea of which herbs he used. All the jars were marked with strange signs but no words. He thought hard. I remember he was standing here, so maybe I should just grab a little from each jar around here and bring them all back to Wang Qi to select from. He hurriedly snatched a pile of paper and began grabbing a handful of each type of herb/medicines, which he then wrapped up in several packets, all the while worried that someone had heard the caretaker's shouts earlier. As soon as he had packed up all the medicine, he felt much more relieved. As he turned to leave, his elbow accidentally knocked over a large bamboo basket which fell to its side. As soon as the lid fell off, there was a sudden hiss and a huge blood-red snake shot out of the basket straight towards his face. Guo Jing was startled and jumped back. He saw the snake was still half coiled in the basket, so he wasn't sure how long it was. Its head waved back and forth as its forked tongue flickered at him. In Mongolia it was a cold climate and all the snakes that he had seen were small. This blood-red snake certainly didn't look like any snake he has seen before. He felt petrified as slowly stepped back until he knocked against the table, sending the candle tumbling over. In an instant the candle went out and the room was plunged into pitch-black darkness. With the medicine in hand he quickly rushed towards the door, but just as he reached it he felt something grab onto his leg as if someone was wrapping a thick rope around it very tightly. Without time to think he tried to jump up. However, the thing wouldn't let go and immediately he felt a cold sensation on his right arm and found that he could no longer move it. Guo Jing knew that the snake had already wrapped around him, so he madly used his left arm to feel around his waist for the knife that Ji Sihan had given him long ago. A sudden stench of pungent fishy medicine-like smell assailed his nostrils and he felt something cold on his face. It was the snake's tongue licking his cheek. At this point there was no time to find his knife, so he grabbed the snake firmly around its neck. The snake was incredibly powerful and began to squeeze tighter. Its head inched closer towards his face. Guo Jing tried to hold back the snake, but his arm was becoming numb and it became difficult to breathe as the snake tightened its grip around his chest. When he tried to use his internal energy to loosen the snake's grip, it gave him slight relief before the snake resumed its crushing grip. Guo Jing's left arm was beginning to lose strength. The stench of the snake's breath was unbearable and made him feel nauseous. He knew that he would not be able to hold off the snake for much longer. Eventually he might lose consciousness and loosen his grip, then the snake would strike. When the dwarf, who was knocked unconscious by Guo Jing, eventually came around, his first thought was, where was Guo Jing? He looked over to his master's storeroom but saw it was dark and silent. He assumed Guo Jing had already fled. So he rushed back towards the fragrant snow hall to report to his master Liang Zaiwang. Huang Rong got a shock when she heard the dwarf's report. She executed the move goose lands on flat sand to quietly drop to the ground. When the guests in the hall were listening to Wanyan Honglai's story, no one paid any attention to what was going outside. However, as soon as they were interrupted by the dwarf's news, this was no longer the case. In a room full of people with such high martial arts abilities who were no longer distracted, could any of them now fail to notice Huang Rong's almost silent move outside? Liang Zaiwang was the first to move. In a flash he was outside and standing in front of Huang Rong, blocking her path. "Who are you?" he demanded. Huang Rong could see by the way Liang Zaiwang moved that his ability even exceeded hers. Considering that there was a room full of other highly skilled martial artists, this was no time to start a fight, so she simply smiled and said sweetly, "This plum tree has such beautiful blossoms, could you please break a twig of them off for me?" Liang Zaiwang didn't expect to see such a beautiful young woman standing outside dressed in such splendid clothing. When he heard her delicate laugh, like pearls tinkling on jade, he couldn't help being surprised. He thought that she must be a palace lady, possibly, Lady Chen Jin, so he immediately broke off a twig of plum blossoms to give to her. Huang Rong smiled and received the blossoms saying, "Thank you, kind sir." By this time all the rest of the guests were standing by the door watching the proceedings. Peng Lianhu turned to Wan Yen Honglai and asked, "Sire, is this lady from the palace?" Wan Yen Honglai shook his head and said, "No." Peng Lianhu went over and stood in front of Huang Rong blocking her way, saying, "Please wait a moment, lady. Let me also break off some blossoms for you." His right hand moved to execute a holding lock, grabbing her wrist, extending his 5 fingers towards her side, then suddenly flipping his hand to a claw and striking at her throat. Huang Rong initially intended to pretend to be a simple lady with no martial abilities and not that bright, so that play for time and find a way to escape. She didn't expect that Peng Lianhu not only had great martial ability but that he was very sharp and saw right through her deception. His blow was so strong that she had no alternative but to dodge, raising her right hand in a sweep, thumb touching index finger, the remaining fingers outstretched, as if like an orchid shooting out. Her execution of this move was not only of the highest skill but also exquisitely beautiful. Note things are a little hard to figure out hereafter. Peng Lianhu knew that if she landed her strike on his corner pool acupoint then his whole arm would become numb and useless, so he was forced to suddenly change his strike to avoid her counterstrike. He was shocked that not only did this very young lady have such outstanding skill and speed, but that she also knew such secret acupoint gongfu. Although he had seen many types of gongfu in his time, he had never seen this orchid touch acupoint style before. This orchid style relies upon speed, accuracy, surprise, and purity. Of these, purity was the most important. It requires graceful execution and easy and relaxed manner to execute properly, as if the person using it had not a care in the world. If it was executed with too much urgency or viciousness then it would lose its advantage in a fight. As Huang Rong executed the orchid style everyone else watched in astonishment. Peng Lianhu laughed, "Little girl, what is your good name please? Who is your honorable master?" Huang Rong smiled and replied, "This sprig of plum blossoms is quite pretty, is it not? I must go and put it into a vase." She didn't answer Peng Lianhu at all. Everyone else looked at her suspiciously, wondering where on earth she came from. Ho Tonghai said sternly, "Elder Peng asked your name. What's the matter, didn't you hear?" Huang Rong asked innocently, "He asked something." Peng Lianhu actually saw Huang Rong earlier during the day, in disguise, making fun of Ho Tonghai. Now seeing her here again, acting so impertinently, he suddenly thought, that filthy beggar boy is actually you in disguise. Suppressing a laugh he said, "Elder Peng, don't you recognize who that girl is?" Ho Tonghai was shocked. He looked Huang Rong over a couple of times while Peng Lianhu said, "You were chasing someone all day today around in circles, how could you forget?" Ho Tonghai again looked at Huang Rong blankly until at last he recognized her, "Yeah, that filthy boy." When he was chasing Huang Rong, he never stopped cursing her as, "filthy boy," however even though he had now become a she he couldn't help but curse her as before. He raised both fists and charged her, but only grasped some air as Huang Rong deftly dodged aside. The Dragon King of the demonic group Sha Tongshan's body became a blur as he moved forward and clutched Huang Rong's right wrist, calling out, "Where are you running to?" Huang Rong shot her left hand up and struck at his eyes with her 2 fingers, but Sha Tongtian was too fast and grabbed her left wrist as well. Huang Rong struggled to free herself, but try as she might she was not able to. Instead she shouted out, "Shameless." Sha Tongtian asked, "What is so shameless?" "Big men bullying a girl and trying to take advantage of her," she replied indignantly. Sha Tongtian was surprised at this. He was after all a famous elder martial artist, and this did appear to be a case of the strong bullying the weak, so he relaxed his grip and said, "Go into the hall and we will talk." Huang Rong saw she had no alternative but to step into the hall. "Before we do any talking, let me first cut this filthy tyke down to size," Ho Tonghai angrily demanded as he raised his fists to strike. Peng Lianhu stopped him, cautioning, "First we need to find out exactly who her shifu is and what school she belongs to." He could see from her fighting style and appearance that she must be from a great school and that it would be better to find out who she was before doing anything too hasty. Ho Tonghai didn't pay any attention to him though and launched an attack at Huang Rong. She dodged aside and responded, "So you really want to fight, eh?" "You're not going to get away," Ho Tonghai retorted. He was afraid that if she did get away then he would never be able to catch her again. "If you want to have a little competition with me, no problem," she said as she took up a wine bowl full of wine from the table and placed it on her head. She then grabbed another full wine bowl in each hand and continued, "Do you dare to take up this challenge?" Ho Tonghai was suspicious. What kind of mischief is this? Huang Rong looked around at all the assembled guests and smiled, saying, "Me and this big horn uncle have no deep grievance. If I am able to defeat him, what does everyone think?" Ho Tonghai angrily stepped forward and yelled, "You defeat me? Listen, you little smelly brat, this is a carbuncle, not a horn. Take a good look and stop spouting crap." Huang Rong didn't pay any attention to him, but rather continued addressing the others. "Let me and him compete with 3 full bowls of wine each. Whoever is the first to spill a drop will be considered the loser. Is this fair enough?" She had seen Liang Zaiwang, Peng Lianhu and Sha Tongtian in action and knew that she would be no match for any of them in a fight. However, if this 3-horned dragon, through increased teasing, can be enticed to fight using light body skills and quick wits, she would hold the advantage. If you were to compare true martial ability, she may not be the equal, but she thought, right now my only chance is to play the fool and hope they don't find me a threat and let me go. Ho Tonghai yelled, "Who wants to play monkey tricks with you?" And with that he launched into another fierce attack. Huang Rong again dodged aside, still holding the wine, and laughed, "Okay. I'll hold the 3 bowls of wine and you can attack without any bowls. Let's compete." Ho Tonghai was more than twice as old. Although his name was not as widely renowned as that of his martial brother Sha Tongtian, he was still a fairly respected member of the martial arts world. To receive such a taunt in front of his peers was enough to drive him even more angry. Without a further though, he grabbed up 3 bowls of wine, placing one on his head and the others in his hands. He crooked his left leg and sent a vicious kick towards Huang Rong with his right. Huang Rong laughed, "Well done. This shows the talents of a true hero." She then began to display her lightness Qin Ganfu by moving all around the room. Ho Tonghai launched a series of kicks against her, but she was able to dodge them all. Everyone began to roar with laughter to see such a ridiculous fight. Huang Rong kept her upper body completely steady as she glided about the room, while lumbering behind her with big steps was Ho Tonghai. She began spinning as she moved, her skirt forming a circle, as she alternated between dodging and attacking, trying to use her elbows to knock over Ho Tonghai's wine cup. However, he was always able to avoid her attacks. Liang Zaiwang thought to himself, "This girl's gongfu is certainly trained to a high degree, but all things considered, she is still no match for Brother Ho. However, who wins and who loses is of no concern to me." His main concern was for his treasured medicinal herbs in his storeroom, so he immediately thereupon turned and headed out the door to find this thief. The 4 medicines listed on the prescription, dragon's blood, pseudo ginseng, bear gallbladder and myrrh, translator's note, these names are straight out of the dictionary and all appear to be real plants judging from their scientific names also quoted under the same entries. are all the same ones as those the prince ordered to be brought up. These herbs are nothing special and not very expensive, so their loss is no big deal, but what does concern me is what else he may have taken whilst he was in there. Guo Jing was beginning to lose consciousness as the snake squeezed tighter and tighter. From the smell and the feel of the snake's breath on his face he knew the sake must be getting closer. He knew that once the snake was able to bite him, then he would surely be dead. Already the snake's body was brushing against his mouth. His whole body was immobile, held fast in the snake's deadly vice-like grip, or his left hand, which was desperately trying to hold back the snake, and even this was growing weaker. The only thing that he could move was his head and teeth, so he opened his mouth and bit hard into the snake's neck. The snake began to writhe and squeeze even tighter as it felt the pain from Guo Jing's teeth sinking in. Guo Jing felt a gush of snake blood flow into his mouth. It tasted extremely bitter and was hard to bear. He didn't know if it was poisonous or not, but he was too afraid to let go and spit it out, as he feared he may never get a second chance to latch onto the snake again, so he had no option but to swallow it. He also thought that the more blood the snake lost, then the more strength it would also lose, and it must eventually loosen its grip, so he redoubled his efforts to start sucking out the snake's blood and continue to swallow. After continuing in this manner for a while, his stomach was full and the snake gradually began to loosen its grip. Finally, after a few spasms, the snake loosened its grip entirely and moved no more. Guo Jing was by now exhausted and had to lean heavily against the table to remain upright. His first thought was to flee, however both his legs were still numb from the lack of blood flow, and so he was forced to wait for his circulation to again reach through all his limbs. After a few minutes he felt his whole body getting hotter as if he was burning up. This made him very worried until after a short while he found that he could move again. However, the feeling of extreme heat still continued to course through his whole body. When he pressed the back of his hand against his cheek, it felt like it was scalding hot. The packets of medicine were still safely in his coat. Now I have the medicine, I can help save Wang Daochang. Mu Yi and his daughter, though innocent of any wrongdoing, are locked up by Wanyan Kong and are probably certain to be killed. I must help them escape before I leave. With this he went out of the storeroom and, after looking about for the right direction, headed off to the prison where Mu Yi and his daughter were being held. When he arrived at the prison, he saw a bunch of guards patrolling around, keeping a tight watch around the prison. Guo Jing waited a while but found no way to get in the same way they did the first time. So he went around to the back of the building and waited for a patrol of guards to go past. He then leaped lightly onto the roof of the building wall and then quietly into the courtyard within. Leaning against the building wall, he listened for any presence of soldiers. When he was sure that the coast was clear, he whispered quietly, "Elder Mu, I've come to help you get out of here." Mu Yi got a shock. "Kind sir, who are you?" he asked. Guo Jing replied, "Junior's name is Guo Jing." Mu Yi vaguely heard the name Guo Jing, but after all the events of the past day and even being weak from injuries, when the two words Guo Jing hit his eardrums, it was like a thunderclap. With a trembling voice he asked, "What? Guo Jing? Your Yorkland name is Guo?" Guo Jing replied, "Yes, Junior is the one who fought with the young prince earlier today in front of the stage." Mu Yi asked, "What is your father's name?" "My late father's name is Xiaotian." When Guo Jing was young he didn't know his father's name. It was only later when Zhu Tsong taught him to read that he was able to learn his father's name. Mu Yi's eyes began to swell up with tears. He raised his head up and said softly, "Heaven, oh heaven." He reached his hands through the bars and tightly held Guo Jing's hand. Guo Jing could feel Mu Yi's hands trembling and at the same time could feel tears dropping onto his hand. He thought to himself, "Tr," implied mild surprise at the depth of emotion shown, like a gosh or gee was here. "I think, Elder Mu is very grateful to me that I am coming to rescue them." He quietly whispered, "I have a sharp knife here which I am going to use to cut away the lock, then you both can come out." Just before I heard the young prince talking. "I know he is trying to deceive you, please don't trust him." Mu Yi however asked, "Your mother, is her clan name Li?" Has she passed away or is she still alive? Oh. Guo Jing asked surprised, how do you know my mother's clan name? My mother is in Mongolia. Mu Yi became even more excited upon hearing this. He continued holding Guo Jing's hand. Guo Jing said, let my hand go so that I can break off the lock. Mu Yi held Guo Jing's hand as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. He was afraid if he let it go he would lose Guo Jing, so he continued to hold fast, sighing, you have grown up into such a big man now. I only have to close my eyes and I can see your father, now long ago departed from this world. You knew my father? Your father was my sworn brother. We swore to help our fellow countrymen. At this point his throat became choked with emotion and he was unable to continue. When Guo Jing heard this, he found his eyes become moist with tears as well. Mu Yi was in fact Yang Tixin. During the battle with the government troops he suffered a deep wound from a spear in his back. He managed to cling onto a horse and was carried for several miles before he finally lost consciousness and fell off into a clump of bushes. The next morning when he awoke he crawled to a nearby farmer's hut where he remained for over a month recovering before he could struggle out of bed with the aid of a walking stick. The village nearby was called Lotus Pond Village and was only about 7 to 8 kilometers, 4 to 5 miles, from his own ox village. Luckily the farmer's family was very kind and took care of him as he slowly recovered. However he was worried about his wife and wanted to go back and look for her in Ox Village. Since he was afraid that government troops may still be there searching for him, he waited until midnight to return to his old house and look around. When he arrived there he saw the door was ajar which made him fear the worst had happened. He pushed open the door and walked in. He looked around and saw things were very much like they were the night that they had to flee. There were some half-finished new cloths that his wife, Baosher, had left still lying on the bed. On the wall where his two family spears had once hung one was missing, probably taken by one of the soldiers that night, leaving only one hanging there looking lonely as if like himself it had lost its old partner/wife. Apart from this nothing else was disturbed, all covered by a thick layer of dust in the wall where his two family spears had once hung one was missing, probably taken by one of the soldiers that night, leaving only one hanging there looking lonely as if like himself it had lost its old partner/wife. Apart from this nothing else was disturbed, all covered by a thick layer of dust. When he went over to his sworn brother Jing's house it was also much the same as the night they had left. He thought about the old wine seller Chu San, the cripple and keeper from Ch1, with his incredible martial arts skills he might be able to help him find his sworn brother's family and his wife, however when he went to the wine shop he saw it was locked up and no one was there. Yang Tixin, now disguised as Mu Yi, then went and made inquiries amongst his acquaintances in Ox Village but they all said that after the soldiers had left there had been no news of Guo or Yang. He then returned to Red Plum Village to ask about his wife at his father-in-law house only to find that his father-in-law had died of shock shortly after hearing the news of the soldiers' attack from that night. Yang Tixin wanted to cry, but had no more tears to shed. Dejected he returned to the farmer's family who had cared for him in Lotus Pond Village. However as the saying goes, troubles never visit in isolation. An epidemic of plague had broken out and one by one the farmer's family were stricken. After only a few days 6 of them died leaving only a newborn baby girl alive. Yang Tixin was duty-bound to care for her so he made her his adopted daughter and took her with him on his quest to find Li Ping and Bao Shiro. But since one was halfway to the northern desert and the other already in the north what chance did he have of finding them? Yang Tixin however didn't dare to use his real name since he was a wanted man hunted for by government soldiers. So he split the character for his surname, Yang in half and used the left side to form the new character Mu for his assumed/new surname and the right half to form the character E for his personal name. TR note, the character Yang is made up of the character Mu or wood and Yang for the sound. The whole character actually means poplar tree as well as being a surname. The Mu of his assumed name actually means solemn and has another part of a character on the right side. The yang character is pronounced as E when by itself and means change as well as other meanings. This is coincidentally the same E as the I Ching or I Ching classic of changes. I'm sure there are quite a few allusions in this simple name change from which those who know Chinese history and culture well could have hours of fun analyzing. Also, it is a common fact that when a man is forced to alter his name he is reluctant to lose touch with the original name, so the name Yang Taixian choose is not in keeping with custom. Anyway, on with the story. After 10 years of fruitless searching among the rivers and lakes all over the country, the Chinese south, not the Jin north, his adopted daughter Moon Yenci had grown like a flower into a young woman. Yang Taixian thought that his wife must have probably died at the hands of marauding troops by now. But he still held out the hope that heaven was not blind to the suffering of man, and that Guo Xiaotian's wife had borne a son, Guo Jing, who had lived. As soon as Moon Yenci was of marriageable age he stuck his spear into the ground, erected a banner proclaiming a competition to win the hand of his daughter and waited in the hope that Guo Jing would one day come and win her hand in marriage, thus fulfilling his hope and pledge to become father-in-law to his sworn brother's son. Although many tried, no Guo Jing was among them, and so after the best part of a year even this hope of finding Guo Jing began to fade. Now he would even be content to find any man of good character and martial ability to marry his adopted daughter. Then, all of a sudden, on this one day, to encounter embarrassment at the hands of Wan Yen Kong and help from a heroic stranger, yet by nightfall to find that the heroic stranger is none other than Guo Jing, well, how could he help but become overwhelmed with emotion? Meanwhile, Moon Yenci was beginning to grow impatient listening to them talk about the past. She wanted Guo Jing to help them escape first and then when they were safe to talk over old times at leisure. But then she had a sudden thought, if we leave now, I will never see him again. As soon as such a thought came to her, she hurriedly pushed it aside. Guo Jing was also thinking that getting everybody out was the most important thing, so he slowly raised his golden knife ready to strike the lock and cut it open. Suddenly a glint of light appeared under the door and the sound of many footsteps could be heard approaching. Guo Jing quickly slipped behind a door just as the prison doors were pushed open and in marched several people. Through the crack in the door Guo Jing could see the person in front was a bodyguard carrying a lantern. Behind him was the prince's consort, Wan Yen Kang's mother. She asked the bodyguard, "Are these two the people whom the young prince imprisoned?" The bodyguard replied, "Yes," confirming it was them. She then ordered the guard on duty, "Release them immediately." The bodyguard hesitated, reluctant to obey the order, so she said, "If the young prince asked why you released them, tell him I did it, now quickly open the lock and free them." The guard dared not refuse the order any longer and opened the lock, freeing both of them. The consort then produced 2 ingots of silver from her cloak and passed them to Yang Taixian, saying softly, "Please go safely." Yang Taixian however didn't take the silver but just stared at her without so much as a blink. The consort assumed from his stare that he was angry with her and felt remorse at what they had suffered. In a gentle voice she apologized, "Please forgive us, my son has wronged both of you most gravely today through his disgraceful behavior." Yang Taixian stared at her for a little while before slowly taking the silver and putting it in his robe without a word. He then took his daughter's hand and walked out of the prison. The bodyguard called after him, "Hey you scum, don't you know any manners? When Our Lady saves your life you should get down on your knees and kutu to show your thanks." But Yang Taixian kept on walking as if he had not heard a thing. Guo Jing waited until they had closed the door and left. Only when he heard the consort was far away did he emerge from hiding and look around. But by then there was no sign of Yang Taixian or his daughter. He thought that they must have left the palace by now, so he had best return to the fragrant snow hall and pull Huang Rong away from listening so they could hurry back with the medicine for Wang Qi. He rushed off to the hall following the winding path when he saw 2 figures carrying red lanterns coming directly towards him in what also looked like a great hurry. Guo Jing tried to duck and hide behind a scenic rockery, but he was too late, he had already been spotted. "Who's there?" shouted the man as he dashed forward with his hands raised in a claw stance. Guo Jing could only raise his arms to block the strike. In the light of the two lanterns he was now able to clearly see that his attacker was none other than Wan Yenkong. As it turned out, the bodyguard, after releasing the prisoners, had hurriedly reported the consort's actions to the young prince. Wan Yenkong got a shock when he heard this. He thought to himself, mother's heart has always been too soft and she never sees the consequences of the old man and his daughter getting away. If my Shifu were here about this, and were to bring them to face me, how could I deny what's been going on? I would really be in deep trouble. He immediately rushed to search for them and see if he could cut them off in time before they really escaped from the palace. Running into Guo Jing was the last thing he expected. Both of them had already fought heavily that day and now they meet again in the middle of the night, one in a hurry to rush back with medicine, the other in a hurry to kill two people so as to seal their lips, thus they fought even more tenaciously now. Guo Jing tried to escape a couple of times but was always blocked by Wan Yenkong. When Guo Jing saw the bodyguard coming forward drawing out his sword ready to assist his master he thought things were going badly indeed. Liang Zaiwang thought that Huang Rong was about to be defeated when turned to leave but to his surprise he heard a cry from the crowd that indicated a change of situation. Huang Rong suddenly raised up both her arms and head sending the 3 bowls of wine soaring straight up in the air. She then swung both her fists towards Ho Tonghai and struck using a move called 8 steps to overtake the moon, or something like that. Because Ho Tonghai was carrying the wine bowls he couldn't block the strike so instead he had to dodge quickly to the left. Huang Rong followed through with a flash of her right hand leaving Ho Tonghai no option this time but to block with his arm. Not only was he unable to stop the wine from spilling in his hands, but the bowl perched atop his head also tipped over and fell with a crash to the floor. Huang Rong instantly leaped back and caught 2 of her bowls in mid-air while the remaining one fell neatly on her soft cloud-like hair, all without spilling so much as a drop of wine. Everyone present could not help quietly murmuring, excellent upon seeing such a brilliant performance of skill. Ouyang Ku however didn't murmur his praise, but said it out rather loudly. Sha Tongtian shot him an angry glare but Ouyang Ku did not notice and again called out, brilliant indeed. Ho Tonghai's cheeks flushed red, try that again. Huang Rong laughed and scratched her cheek with a finger saying, now, aren't you ashamed? Sha Tongtian seeing his junior disciple's loss of face gave a grunt, young girl you are certainly full of devious tricks. Tell us, who is your master? Huang Rong smiled sweetly, I'll tell you tomorrow. Right now I must be on my way. Without appearing to bend a leg or take a step Sha Tongtian suddenly appeared in the doorway blocking Huang Rong's exit. Only just a few minutes earlier Huang Rong had already learnt just how powerful Sha Tongshan's gongfu was when he had grabbed and locked both of her hands and this latest change form exchange place maneuver only served to highlight just how powerful an opponent he would be. Although she felt a slight wave of worry, her face didn't betray her feelings. Instead she gave a slight frown and asked in a slightly annoyed tone, why are you blocking my way? Sha Tongtian replied, I want you to tell me which school you belong to and why you came barging into the palace. Huang Rong arched her pretty eyebrows and asked, and what if I don't tell you? Sha Tongtian snapped, when the Dragon King of the demonic sect asks a question, there is no choice but to answer. Huang Rong saw that she was surrounded in the hall and there wasn't much chance of her making a run for it. She saw Liang Zaiwang was about to leave and so called out to him pleading sweetly, Uncle. This bad man is blocking my way and won't let me go home. Liang Zaiwang laughed when he heard her grumbling in such a cute manner, the Dragon King has only asked you a question, why don't you be a nice girl and answer him? I'm sure he will let you go then. Huang Rong laughed in her most charming way and replied, but I just don't feel like answering. And then to Sha Tongtian, okay if you don't make way, you'll just have to dash through. Sha Tongtian laughed coldly, only if you have the ability to get through. Huang Rong demanded, you must not lay a finger on me. Sha Tongtian replied, what need is there for me, the Dragon King, to move a finger in order to stop a little girl like you? Huang Rong exclaimed, good, it's settled then. A gentleman cannot go back on his word. Dragon King Sha, do you see that? She pointed with her left hand off to one side of the room. Sha Tongtian looked over to where she was pointing, and at this point Huang Rong made a dash to get past him whilst he was distracted. She moved with blinding speed, but Sha Tongtian's reaction was even faster. He shot his right two fingers up and aimed towards her eyes as she moved forward. If she didn't stop, she would be blinded. Luckily, she was agile enough to stop in time and leap back away from the danger. She immediately tried again and again from many different angles, but each time she found her way blocked no matter how quickly she moved. Finally, when she found her nose almost smashing into Sha Tongtian's shiny bald head, threatening to stain it with blood from her broken nose, she gave up with a little shriek of frustration. Liang Zaiwang laughed heartily. Dragon King Sha is a master at this, there is no point in continuing. Why not just admit defeat? He then turned off and set off at a rapid pace back to his medicine storeroom. As soon as he stepped into the room, he smelt fresh blood and knew that all was not well. He looked down and saw by the glow of his torch the shriveled body of his prized red snake. All its blood had been drained and his stores of medicines were strewn about the place. Liang Zaiwang's blood ran cold. 20 years of work had been destroyed in one night. He clutched the body of his dead snake and couldn't control his tears. Later he killed a seriously wounded senior master, and from inside his sack he took a manual of martial arts secrets along with 10 or so prescriptions for the preparation of different types of medicines/drugs/potions. Study of this book combined with use of these drugs would lead to martial arts of incredible power. Part of the preparation of the drugs required the raising of a special type of venomous snake. He searched deep in the forests and mountains to find this type of snake and fed it upon the most precious of herbs and other medicines. The snake's body was originally black, but over the years as her fed its cinnabar it gradually began to turn into a bright red. After 20 years of feeding the snake, it had only just a few more days to complete its transformation when he was called to Yanjing to meet with the prince. When the snake was ready, he only need drink the blood of the snake and meditate to gain the full benefit of the martial arts power, which would make his Gongfu more powerful than ever. Now to see his life's work not only lost to him, but to possibly in addition have someone else benefit instead was more than he could bear. After a few moments he managed to compose himself and saw that the traces of blood on the snake had not yet congealed. He realized then that it couldn't have been very long since the snake had died, so the culprit must still be nearby. He immediately leapt up into a tall tree and looked all around for any signs of the thief. From there he saw the vicious fight between Guo Jing and Wan Yenkong going on in the garden. Burning with fury and anger, he leaped down and sped off towards the fight. As soon as he arrived, he could already smell the pungent smell of the snake's blood coming from Guo Jing. Guo Jing was not Wan Yenkang's equal yet when it came to fighting, and from the start he was already at a disadvantage. To make matters worse, he felt his stomach burning up with an unbearable heat as if it were full of boiling water. He was terribly thirsty and itched most terribly all over his body. This time I'm certain to die, he thought, the snake's poison is beginning to take hold. In the midst of these fearful thoughts he was being struck repeatedly by Wan Yenkang's fists, which were made even more painful by the effects of the poison. "You filthy bastard!" yelled Liang Zaiwang, "who sent you to steal my precious snake?" He couldn't imagine that some stupid kid would know about such a secret as that of the snake. He thought it must be someone else who put him up to the task. In fact, he was almost certain that it was Wang Qi who had sent Guo Jing. When Guo Jing heard this he was furious. "That precious snake of yours attacked and poisoned me. I've got a bone to pick with you." Sorry, it's hard to render it into better English without becoming too inaccurate, and he leaped toward Liang Zaiwang with his fists raised for attack. Liang Zaiwang however smelt the medicine smell mingled with the snake blood and had an evil thought. He has drunk the snake's blood. If I kill him now and drink his blood, then I may still be able to gain the beneficial effects. Who knows, maybe the drug's effects will be enhanced. As soon as he thought of this his anger vanished and he leaped towards Guo Jing to meet his attack. With his superior gongfu he was able to easily lock Guo Jing's arms and legs and hold him down. He then prepared to bite into Guo Jing's neck to extract his precious drug/medicine. Meanwhile Huang Rong, no matter how quickly she moved, had not been able to get past Sha Tongtian. She was already getting anxious about what would happen if he decided to catch her. She decided that a change of tact may be more appropriate. If I can get through the door, then you promise to leave me be, okay? She asked. If you can get through the door, I will admit defeat, replied Sha Tongtian. Ayo. What a pity my father only taught me the skill of entering, not the skill of leaving. She sighed. What is this entering and leaving skill? Sha Tongtian asked, half doubting, half curiously. Your change form exchange place skill, although not bad, is still far below that of my father's skills. Way below, in fact. She boasted. Don't talk crap, you stupid girl. Sha Tongtian retorted angrily. Anyway, who is your father? If I told you my father's name, I'm afraid I would scare you out of your wits, so it's best if I don't say. Huang Rong replied mischievously. When he taught me the skill of entering, he hid by the doorway and I tried to rush in from outside. I tried many times but was never able to get past him. However, even though I cannot get out against you with your piddling skills, there is no way that you could stop me from getting back in. I wouldn't even have to raise a sweat. Sha Tongtian laughed coldly and said, from outside going in or from inside going out, what's the difference? Okay, you come here and show me. With that he moved aside to let her demonstrate the great entering gongfu which she boasted. Huang Rong immediately shot outside and laughed, ha, you fell for my trick. You said a minute ago that if I could get through the door that you would admit defeat and would let me go. Well, am I outside now? Did I not go through the door? Come now, Dragon King Sha, you are an honorable man, your word is your bond. You cannot think of going back on what you promised in front of all these gentlemen. Although Sha Tongtian knew that she had tricked him, she was correct. His word was his bond and he could hardly go back on what he promised. He scratched his bald head and flushed red but could see no way to get out of this. Peng Lianhu, however, was not about to let Huang Rong get away. He suddenly shot out a stream of darts towards her. The darts were extremely fast but they were aimed close to the back of her head rather than right at her. However, when they hit the stone pillar they ricocheted towards her. They were too fast for her to catch and she had no choice but to leap forward a pace to avoid them. The darts continued in a stream and each one forced her to move forward half a few inches. Before she knew it, she had moved back inside the hall again. Peng Lianhu's objective all along had been to force her back into the room and everyone watching exclaimed their praise at his skill. He just laughed and said, "What's this? You've gone back inside again." Huang Rong scowled, "Ha! You used your ninja weapons to bully a girl and force her to move, what's so fantastic about that? Who was bullying you?" he asked incredulously. "I never laid a finger on you or harmed you." "Then let me go," she said angrily. "First tell us who taught you your gongfu," he demanded. Huang Rong smiled and said, "I taught myself whilst in my mother's womb." Peng Lianhu said, "If you're not willing to tell us, then perhaps I can find out another way." With this he shot his fist straight towards her shoulder. Huang Rong didn't move or try to block the blow. She figured that he wouldn't dare to act so shamelessly as to hit a girl who refused to fight back. When Peng Lianhu saw she wasn't going to fight, he pulled short his punch and withdrew his arm, shouting, "Come on, show me what you've got. Stupid girl. I bet I can find out who your master by your style of fighting within 10 martial arts moves." He had seen many styles during his life, and although he had seen the Huang Rong was a very crafty girl, he was confident that she would not be able to hide her real martial arts style from him in a true fight. In fact, he thought he needed no more than 10 to do so. Huang Rong asked, "And if you have not found out within 10 moves? Then I will let you walk free," he replied, and without further ado launched into an attack using triple-linked penetration, literal translation, so called because it incorporated 3 movements. Huang Rong turned her body and dodged whilst forming a ring with her thumb and little finger and stretching the remaining fingers to form a 3-pronged fork. Using this she counter-attacked using the Night Trident searches the sea. Ho Tong Hai cried out, Night Trident searches the sea. Senior brother, this brat must be from our book says. So I'm guessing he must be referring to his own school, i.e. demon sect. School of martial arts. Rubbish. Scolded Sha Tongtian. He knew the Huang Rong had already been teasing and making fun of Ho Tong Hai for some time before tonight. He figured that she must have picked up the Night Trident searches the sea from her earlier encounters fighting with Ho Tong Hai. Peng Lianhu couldn't suppress a laugh as he whirled around to attack again. Huang Rong turned obliquely to the left and without bending a knee or taking a step suddenly moved to the side. Ho Tong Hai again exclaimed, change form, exchange place. Senior brother, did you teach her that? Sha Tong Hai again scolded him saying, can you shut up, okay? Always saying stupid things. However, inside he couldn't help but admire Huang Rong's intelligence and skill in learning the basics of such a move after only having seen it once. Even if the execution of the move wasn't entirely correct, she had been able to dodge Peng Lianhu's strike. Amazing achievement. As the fight continued, Huang Rong attacked using the soul-smashing knife followed by the soul-snatching whip strikes. When Ho Tong Hai saw these attacks and heard her call out, with each strike he couldn't help but call out, senior brother. This brat must be from out school. If he didn't see Sha Tong Hai's face growing angrier by the minute, he would have again called out the name of the sect's moves. Peng Lianhu was also getting angrier. He thought to himself, so far I've been kind and have shown mercy with my attacks, but this girl is craftier than a witch. If I don't start using more vicious attacks, I run the chance of not forcing her to reveal her true style. Martial artists, after training in their chosen style, may pick up moves from other styles and over time can even become quite proficient at them. However, in a life and death struggle, they will always return to their roots and use the style that they first learnt and are most familiar with. Peng Lianhu's first 4 strikes had been mild and contained no desire to injure. However, from his 5th strike his moves became like a whirlwind. When all the spectators saw his moves take on a vicious turn, they couldn't help but become worried for Huang Rong. Everyone had no idea of her background, and although she had been stubborn, no one actually had any real grievance against her or wanted to see such a young, pretty, and charming girl come to any harm. No one except for Ho Tong Hai, that is, who actually thought, the sooner the brat is dead the better. Huang Rong continued hide her style by using strikes from Wanyan Kang's Complete Truth School and Guo Jing's Southern Mountain Fist style. She had only just learnt these moves by seeing them earlier the same day when Guo Jing and Wanyan Kang fought using them on the stage. For the 7th move she even used Peng Lianhu's triple-linked penetration that she first saw only 6 moves ago. However, now it was getting more and more dangerous. Even in a straight fight with Huang Rong using all her strength and true skills against Peng Lianhu, she would not be able to prevail. How could she expect to survive using tricks picked up by observing others? She was gambling against the fact that even though he was using the most vicious strokes, that he wouldn't actually go so far as to kill her. This little girl is remarkably smart. She can hold herself against that Peng guy's fists. Ayo! Watch out, watch out! Why haven't you dodged left? Peng Lianhu's style used a brilliant mixture of false, i.e. feints, and real strikes, which he was able to switch between at will. On the 8th move he made a feint with his left and a real lunge with his right. Huang Rong expected him to do the opposite on the next move and feint with his right whilst attacking with his left. This meant that she ought to dodge to her right, but when she heard Ouyang Ku call out, she immediately changed her mind and leapt elegantly to the left. This sudden posture was exquisite, and it turned out that nobody in the crowd recognized it. When Peng Lianhu heard Ouyang Ke's crucial word of help, he became furious. He thought, do you think that I won't kill you if I have to, you stupid girl? His nickname wasn't Slaughterer of 1,000 Hands for nothing. He had an extremely cruel nature when angry. At first when he saw Huang Rong he thought that she being so young, and a girl, it would be shameful to kill her, but now at the second last move of the contest and still yet to find her real school/style, he was so angry that he no longer cared. He struck with push open the window and watched the moon using all his force, left hand yin, right hand yang, one soft, one hard, both simultaneously pushing out. Huang Rong knew that things were desperate now. She stepped back as she saw his fists coming toward her face. All that she could do was to duck her head, bend both her arms, point both elbows forwards and strike at his chest. Peng Lianhu expected her to try and block this strike and intended to follow up with the 10th stroke. However, he was taken aback that she should actually try a counter-attack against such a vicious strike. He had already half-executed the 10th strike Falling Star Great Void, but immediately concentrated his internal energy to stop his strike like trying to rein a horse back from tipping over a cliff. "You are a disciple of twin killers of the dark winds," he cried out with a shiver in his voice. Huang Rong leapt back several feet. When Peng Lianhu called out these words, a wave of fear went through the room. Everyone present, with the exception of Price Zhaoan, knew of the dreaded twin killers of the dark winds. Even the feared slaughterer of 1,000 hands Peng was afraid to touch her now. Before Huang Rong could say anything, a cry sounded in the still night air. It was Guo Jing, and he sounded as if he was in real danger. Huang Rong was suddenly concerned about his safety and her face went white with fear. Guo Jing's arms and legs were all held down by Liang Zaiwang. He wasn't able to move an inch, but as he saw Liang Zaiwang coming closer ready to bite his throat, he suddenly felt a surge of strength born of desperation, and executing carp arching backwards he was able to free himself and leap upright. Liang Zaiwang quickly struck again. Guo Jing tried to leap forward, away from Liang Zaiwang, but Liang Zaiwang's speed was like the wind and there was no way Guo Jing could escape it. Smack! The punch hit him square on his back and was not at all like the earlier punches from Wanyan Kong. This one felt like it penetrated to the bone. Guo Jing was frightened out of his wits and didn't stop for another hit but continued running straight ahead, away from everyone. His Jing Dong, light foot skill, ability was very good and he used it to maximum ability to speed through the trees and rookeries of the garden. Liang Zaiwang was not able to keep pace. Guo Jing initially ran very fast but after a short while felt himself growing slower and he began to pant heavily. There was a big hole torn in the back of his gown and he felt pain from where he had been hit. He thought that the Liang Zaiwang's last punch must have actually been a claw and taken some of his flesh away along with the back of his cloak. He was very worried now and looked frantically for some place to hide. Straight ahead was the consort Wang's shabby compound. He rushed in with the hope that they wouldn't search there and he might be able to make his escape later. He lay down behind the wall at the back and didn't dare to move a muscle. Soon he heard Liang Zaiwang and Wanyan Kong, one calling the other answering, coming closer. Liang Zaiwang was so angry he couldn't control his voice as he called out. Guo Jing thought anxiously, if I wait here by the wall it's only a matter of time before they find me. Consort Wang seems to have a kind nature, perhaps she will save me. Given the critical situation he didn't have any time to think further so he quickly slipped inside the house. There he only found a lighted candle on the table in the middle of the room. Consort Wang must have been in another room. He quickly looked around the room and saw a wooden wardrobe in the east corner which he opened the door and slipped in before closing it leaving only a crack to see through. He then pulled out his golden knife and allowed himself to relax a little. He heard footsteps and saw Consort Wang walk in slowly. She sat down by the table and looked at the candle as if in a daze. Before long Wanyan Kong entered and asked, "Mother, did some bad man come in and give you a fright?" Consort Wang shook her head and so Wanyan Kong went outside again and continued searching elsewhere with Liang Zaiwang. Consort Wang then closed the door and looked as if she was going to bed. Guo Jing thought, as soon as she blows out the candle it'll slip out through the window and escape. No, I had better wait a while first, in case I run into the young prince and that white-haired fellow again. That crazy guy tried to bite my throat. That sure is some weird kind of gongfu. My shifus never taught me anything like that before. I really must ask them about it next time I see them. Going around and biting people's throats. What's with that? He then thought some more. After fighting so much and being away for so long, Huang Rong must have gone by now. I had better get out as well, otherwise she might be wondering what's been keeping me. Suddenly the window creaked open and someone leaped in. Both Guojing and Consort Wang had a shock. Consort Wang gave a gasp, but Guojing noticed that the person who had just entered was none other than Mu Yi, or now Yang Tixin. Guojing couldn't be more surprised. He had assumed that he and his daughter had fled the palace long ago. When Consort Wang recognized him, she quickly said, "Please hurry and leave, before they find you." Yang Tixin replied, "Many thanks for Consort Wang's keen concern. If I didn't come here to thank you in person, I would regret it to my dying day." His words contained an element of sarcasm, as if fully of bitter rancor. Consort Wang sighed and said, "Please forget it. It is my son who has wronged you and your daughter." Yang Tixin looked around and saw that beside a table, lamp, bed and wardrobe there was not much else. Everything seemed to be old, worn and familiar. He suddenly felt a wave of sadness and he could not suppress a tear as it trickled down his cheek. He wiped his eyes with his sleeve and walked over to the wall where the lone spear was hanging. He took it down and saw that it was covered with rust. He could still make out the 4 characters Tai Xian Yang Clan written on the spear blade/shaft. He gently stroked the spear shaft inside. "This iron spear is rusty. It has not been used for a long while." Consort Wang spoke softly, "Please don't touch the spear." "Why?" asked Yang Tixin. "Because this is the most precious possession I have," she murmured. Yang Tixin was suddenly angry. "Really?" he asked bitterly. He paused before going on. "This spear used to have a matching partner, however today only one remains." "What?" asked Consort Wang, surprised, but he didn't reply. He hung the spear on the wall and gazed at the broken plow tip, saying absent-mindedly, "This plow tip is worn, La. Tomorrow you should call on Jean Muir in the East Village to take a caddy of iron and see if her can repair it." When Consort Wang heard this, she felt as if she had been struck by a bolt of lightning. For a moment she was speechless as she stared at him. Finally she stammered, Who are you?" Yang Tixin replied slowly but evenly, "I said the plow tip is worn. Tomorrow you should call on Jean Muir in the East Village to take a caddy of iron and see if her can repair it." Consort Wang felt her knees going weak. She again stammered, Who are you?" How could you know what my late husband said the night he died?" Consort Wang was none other than Yang Taixin's wife, Bao Shiruo. When Wanyan Honglai was wounded by an arrow that day near Ox Village, Bao Shiruo had saved his life. When he saw such a beautiful woman save his life, he couldn't stop thinking about her after he escaped that night. So he bribed Duan Tianda to have his soldiers raid Ox Village that night so that he could arrange to save Bao Shiruo and appear to be a hero. Once her husband and friends were dead, then she would be alone in the world and would naturally look to her rescuer to protect her. If he took her north and was patient enough, she would sooner or later give up hope of return and agree to remarry to him, starting a new life together. During the 18 years at the palace, her face had not changed much at all. Yang Taixin's face though had undergone much change from the hardships he encountered on the road searching for her. Now when they met again, she could not recognize her former husband at first. After all these years of mutual longing to be together again, this night amongst so much danger was as if they were in a dream. Yang Tixin didn't reply, he just walked over to the table and pulled open a drawer. Inside he saw a couple of sets of a man's blue coats exactly the same as the ones he used to wear. He picked one up, saying, "I have enough coats to wear. You are tired and should rest now that you are pregnant. No need to make more clothes for me." These words were the same ones spoken by him to her 18 years before when she was pregnant. Bao Shiroa rushed over to his side and grabbed his sleeve. When she pulled it up she saw a familiar, old scar. A mix of surprise and joy suddenly enveloped her. For the past 18 years she had thought her husband had been dead, and now to recognize him now standing before her was like a ghost come back to life. She immediately hugged him with both arms, holding tightly and crying, "Quickly! Quickly take me with you. Let us leave here now. I will show you a secret gateway where we can slip away unseen. I am not afraid of ghosts. I would rather become a ghost and be together with you than part with you again." Yang Tiexin held his wife as warm tears rolled down his cheeks. After a long while he asked gently, "Do you think that I am a ghost? I don't care if you are a man or a ghost, I won't let go of you again." She sobbed. "How is it that you are still alive? After all these years I can't believe that you are still alive." "Where what?" Yang Tiexin was about to reply when suddenly Wan Yenkang's voice called from just outside the window, "Mother, why are you sobbing? Who are you talking to?" Bao Shiroa got a fright. "It's nothing," she called out, "I was just sleeping." Wan Yenkang had clearly heard the sound of a man's voice talking inside the room. He immediately became suspicious and walked around to the door, knocking gently saying, "Mother, I would like to have a word with you." "Tomorrow," she replied, "let's talk tomorrow. I'm very tired now and want to sleep." When Wan Yenkang saw that his mother was not willing to open the door, his suspicions only increased. "I just want to have a few words, then he'll go." Yang Tiexin knew that Wan Yenkang was intent on coming in, so he went over to the window with the intention of making a quick getaway. He tried to push open the shutter, but to his surprise he found that it wouldn't budge. Someone had locked it from the outside. Bao Shiroa was in a panic. She thought she would play for time and keep talking whilst Yang Tiexin found a place to hide. She hurriedly pointed to the wardrobe and motioned for her husband to hide inside. Imagine their surprise when they opened the door and found Guo Jing inside. Bao Shiroa couldn't help but let out a little scream. When Wan Yenkang heard this he became extremely worried. He thought someone was trying to harm his mother, so he started trying to break open the door with his shoulder. There was no time to lose. Guo Jing grabbed Yang Tiexin and pulled him into the wardrobe and closed the door just as the wooden bar on the bedroom door gave a loud crack and flew open. In rushed Wan Yenkang. He saw his mother's face was pale with fear and her cheeks were wet with tears, but apart from her, there was no one else in the room. "Mother, what's wrong? What has been going on?" he asked anxiously. Bao Shiroa made an effort to compose herself before saying, "Nothing. I just am not feeling well." Wan Yenkang rushed over to her and said, "Mother, I promise I won't doing anything stupid again. Please don't be worried. I've been a bad son to make you so worried." "Okay," she said in a comforting way, "now I'm feeling so tired. Please let me go to bed. I'm very tired and want to sleep." But Wan Yenkang heard a waver in her voice and asked, "Mother, are you sure that no one has been here recently?" "Who?" she asked. "Just recently a couple of bandits entered the palace." "Really?" she replied. "You really should be going off to bed. Don't let these things concern you." Wan Yenkang said, "Yeah, I'm sure the guards, even though they're a useless bunch, will be able to take care of them. You need not worry. Please go and have some rest." He was just on the point of leaving when he noticed a slip of a man's robe sticking out from a crack in the wardrobe door. Now he knew that something strange was really going on. He didn't say anything but instead sat down at the table and poured himself a cup of tea which he began to drink slowly whilst he mulled over what to do. "In the wardrobe a man is hiding, but I don't know if my mother knows this or not." He took a few more sips of tea before standing up and slowly walking over to the wall where the spear was hanging. "Mother, what do you think of your son's spear skill that you saw earlier today? I have already told you that I don't like you using your skills to bully other people. Bao Shiroa said in a disapproving tone. Wan Yen Kong replied in a hurt tone, bully people. I was merely competing one-to-one in a fair competition with that stupid boy. He then grabbed the spear off the wall and playfully tried a few strokes. The red tassel on the spear danced about as he executed the rising phoenix soaring dragon strike aiming straight at the wardrobe. If this stroke went through the wardrobe, Yang Taixian and Guojing, who were not able to see what was happening, would have no hope of fending off the attack. They would be dead for certain. Seeing this, Bao Shiroa immediately fainted. Wan Yen Kong stopped short with his strike. Seeing his mother's reaction, he immediately knew that she knew about the man hiding in the wardrobe. Propping the spear down beside him, he lifted up his mother, but watched the wardrobe for any signs of movement all the time. Slowly Bao Shiroa regained consciousness, and when she saw the wardrobe still intact with no spear hole, she immediately felt immense relief. Having been through so many extreme highs and lows of emotion over the past hour, she felt very weak all over. Wan Yen Kong was very angry. Mother, am I your son or not? He demanded. Of course you are my son. Why do you ask? Well then, why do you keep so many things secret from me? Bao Shiroa thought to herself, I must tell him about today's events and let him be reunited with his true father. After that I will take my life, since I have lost my chastity and thus deeply wronged my husband. This life I can never be reunited with my husband Taixian. At this thought she again burst into tears which now flowed freely. When Wan Yen Kong saw how his mother was acting so strangely today, he didn't know what to think. Finally Bao Shiroa said, please take a seat and listen to what I have to say very carefully. Wan Yen Kong sat down as told, but he stayed near the spear and continued to watch the wardrobe. Bao Shiroa asked, do you see the 4 characters written on the spear? When I was a small boy I asked you about those characters, but you refused to tell me what Yang Taixian meant. Well, now I am going to tell you what they mean. Yang Taixian, hiding in the wardrobe, could clearly hear every word that was being said between mother and son. Having an impulsive nature, he thought to himself, she is a prince's consort now. How could she possibly want to live with me again in a shabby hut in the wilds as a village wife? She is about to leak out my identity. Could she actually be planning to have her son kill me? He heard her continue, this spear is originally from a place called Ox Village in Jiangnan near the Song city of linen. I sent men to journey far away to fetch this for me. That plow, this table, lamp, bed, wardrobe, everything in this room has been brought here from Ox Village. Wan Yen Kong interrupted, I really don't understand why you insist on living in the old shabby shack. I can get you the most beautiful furnishings, but you always refuse. You say that this place is a shabby shack. But to me it is better than the most intricately decorated palace. Child, you are not fortunate. You have never lived with your true mother and father in such a shabby place. When Yang Taixian heard this, he felt a sudden wave of emotion and could not keep himself from shedding tears. Wan Yen Kong laughed, Mother, the more you talk the more strange you become. How can father possibly live in this place? Bao Shiroa sighed, such a pity he wandered all over the country for 18 years, living amongst the rivers and lakes. If he could have just lived here for half a day, that would be more than comfortable enough for him. Not sure if I have the correct translation here. When Wan Yen Kong heard this, he opened his eyes wide and asked in a trembling voice, Mother, what are you saying? Bao Shiroa asked in a sharp voice, who do you think your real father is? Wan Yen Kong said mystified, my father is the great Jin Prince Zhao. Mother, why are you asking me this? Bao Shiroa stood up and took the spear, cradling it in her arms, tears again flowing, Child, you don't know, but I can't blame you. This is your real father's spear that he used to use many years ago. Pointing to the characters on the spear she continued, this is your real father's name. Wan Yen Kong felt his body shake. Mother, he cried out, you are talking rubbish. You must be going crazy. I'm going to call for the doctor. Am I talking rubbish? You say that you are a Jin. You are Chinese. Your name is not really Wan Yen Kong, it's Yang Kong. Wan Yan Kong was shocked and very angry. He turned to go shouting, I'm going to ask father. Bao Shiroa cried out, your father is in there. With this she took a bold step toward the wardrobe, pulled open the door and taking Yang Taizin's hand led him out into the room.